besides like at the very end. So I knew as soon as he said that it was a boy. And he's like, do you want to know? I'm like, no. So we drove home silent the whole way home that day. Well, the next day, I was going to send the ultrasound to my friends that I trust, and I was going, we don't talk about the other children. Children are happy, healthy, taken care of. We are getting a home. We talked to lenders, to bankers, to real estate agents. We have looked at couple homes. That's what we're working on. All we lack is a home, and then go back to court and say our guardianship should be relinquished back to us full time. The temporary guardianship should be removed, and they should be with us, okay? That is what we lack. Do we want to rush our kids home to a rental to be evicted? No. Do we want to rush our kids home to a rental just because? No. We're not going to do that. We're not going to take that risk. We haven't worked over a year for our credit to be 720 and 650 for no reason. Just to risk it to get our kids back immediately. We're not doing that. Our kids are happy, healthy, loved, supported, taken care of. They're being raised in the way that I know and approve of. Do I agree with how that person is acting sometimes towards me and Kevin? No. Do they have their reasons? Yes. Is it hard? Yes, take on 5 kids, it's hard, especially when you have one child. So I know it's more or less them crying and wanting to go with us and not understanding. Do I agree that they should see us? Yes, I agree they should see us. Do I agree we should talk to them more than we get to? Yes, I agree. But do I also know that Trustin and Neelan cry? Trustin cries on the phone as soon as he hears Kevin. Neelan cries when he goes to his uncle's house because he looks like Kevin. So, you know, quit lying. Quit lying. You guys lie so much it's ridiculous. And unless I put all of the information out there that I have, you're going to be fed lies. And you're hearing that from the party that's not even involved. So keep lying. Do you think that I would not show up to my visits with my children when my ex-husband Michael and his mother had them, and I showed up to every single pickup and drop off? I even have all of the videos and pictures. So I wouldn't show up to my husband's family? Use your common sense. Use your common sense. I mean, the whole family's been cut off. Why? Because the kids cry. The kids cry. So, you know, what am I justifying? I have took accountability. Took major accountability. So, I don't know what I'm justifying, but, I don't think the kids should be kept away, but I understand that they cry, and I understand that they get upset, and I understand that they don't understand. So why would you do that? Why would you coil with emotions when you're not sure they're going to come home? So, like, okay, they may come home in a year, okay? They may come home in 6 months, may come home 3 months. But until we have that house, there's nowhere for them to come to. We can go there, but I'm saying, like, they cry. Like, listen, I've got all the recordings, all the text messages, all the phone calls, everything. Everything is recorded. Listen, when my kids got put in foster care, Natty was with one woman and her daughter. The boys were in a foster home with a bunch of other boys, and Neelan and Trustin were alone. Together. We were supposed to talk to all of the children during that time. Since y'all don't believe me, I'm a liar. We spoke to our children. And I've got all the messages too. The boys would talk to us fine. They call us all night. They call us throughout the day. We talk all hours. Natty, her foster care thought that we couldn't talk. And so she would sneak and hide and call me. Well, finally, the DCS worker called her and said, look, she's supposed to have contact with her parents. They're supposed to be able to talk anytime they want. So we did. When it came to Trustin and Neelan, we could not. We would call, and the foster workers would tell us every one of them bragged on us. Your children are the best children we've ever had. They are so mindful. They're respectful. They are conscious of what they're doing. They make good choices. They are mature. And she said during the day, whenever Trustin and Neelan would mention Daddy a little bit, and Trustin would say something, but they wouldn't cry or get upset. Every time we got on the phone with Trustin and Neelan, they cried. And she said, I'm sorry, but they're good all day long, and then we talk to you and they cry all night. And I can't hardly get them to stop crying. And it wasn't me, it was Kevin they cry for. Same thing at the families, they cry for Kevin. So, yep, here's a picture from Natty, April the 10th, 2 days after she was gone. Believe what you want, but I spoke to my children and talked to them. We weren't allowed to speak to, we spoke to them, we got checkups and stuff, but we just didn't get to talk to them verbally because they cried so much during it. So, that is the truth about it, and I don't blame them. You know, I'm glad they're where they're at, not in foster care. They're with family. We signed guardianship over on our own, or they would have stayed in foster care. If we would not have signed our kids over on our own, fresh or dried? What is she talking about? On our own, they would have stayed in foster care a lot longer. I don't know, Grandma. I don't know. I asked her how to make real black-eyed peas, because I don't know how to make real black-eyed peas. Like, I made them in a can, but Kevin said there's something you got to do with them or something. It's like, do you know how to make black-eyed peas? I was like, yeah. He's like, real black-eyed peas? I was like, yeah. Here my babies out there, but I don't want to go feed them because the big ones come running and just take all the food that's out there. Listen, they were taken because I was across state lines where they told us to go. I had an insurance ticket for a warrant for an insurance ticket that was $500 that nobody on TikTok paid. Nobody on TikTok helped me get out of jail. I got out of jail because a friend that one of our godfathers to our children loaned a little bit that Kevin needed to get me out. I was booked into jail and booked out of jail, and my kids were not even in foster care yet. But I have the whole recording, okay? The whole recording is, I'm sorry, you're across state lines with a warrant, you and Kevin are not married, and you're going to jail. That's why they removed them. So, we are married. We are working on our credit. And the same mistakes that we made will not be the same mistakes we make this time. But God, there was reasons for it, okay? We weren't perfect. We made mistakes. We moved into the wrong house, trusted the wrong people. We didn't move out early like we should have. There was nothing to rent. But truthfully, we should have been in a hotel months before the eviction. We should have worked on trying to get him over home then. But like Kevin said, he has to admit, we're going to make a video about it. I've asked him to. He was just complacent and comfortable, and so was I. And that's why we were where we were. And he admits, you know, yesterday he was talking to his brother, and I was asleep, but I overheard it. And he said, you know, she's made wrongs too, but so have I. And her reactions, were they right? Was her choices right? No. But was my actions right either? No. And we both are where we're at because she made that choice. If she wouldn't have left, I would have stayed complacent and I would have stayed comfortable. And like he said, why didn't you knock me over the head and say, work on your credit? Do you realize that when you're 49 years old, you can't force somebody to do something? You can't force a grown man to do anything they don't want to do. You can't get through to them if they're stuck, you know? And he was just comfortable and complacent, and I was too. And we were not trying to better our life. That's what he said. Why go to work every day if I was just going to keep y'all in the house and not be able to do anything or experience life? That's not why I met you. I met you because I wanted to change your life and give you a life you never had. And instead, I felt I was in love, fell in love with your kids. They become my kids, and I become comfortable. He said, I didn't strive for more. you didn't really care about a fancy house or a fancy car or fancy clothes. And so I just become more humble about that, but I should have been reaching for more. I should have been striving for more as their father and husband. I should have been the one that pushed for us to have better. That's taken a lot of time for us to be able to say that. I don't know why you're still hearing that from the dipshit up the road, but I've been divorced since 2017. December of 2017. I got pulled over in 2019. We moved shortly after. I forgot about it. I had paid on it and forgot about it. They told us to come across the state line to Mississippi. My kids were born in Tennessee, okay? Kids were born in Tennessee. They told me to go to Mississippi where he works at, so these people would stop calling. They found an insurance ticket. They called DCS. They called the cops. The cops came and removed me from the hotel because we're not legally married. Yes, if you are not legally married at the time of birth, the mother has full primary guardianship. Even if you're on the birth certificate, you are not legally have rights. What makes you have rights is going to court, filing a petition for child support and a paternity test, and paying for your child. Unless you're married, the father has no rights. Look it up. I know I'm right. I did it. I've had to prove it to a bunch of y'all. No, that's not how that works. Yes, it is how it works. You need to be informed before you have children. So we are due late February, early March, and we are married. Yes, it is, baby. Yes, it is. You want me to show you? Here we go. Mississippi state law. If not married at time of birth, who has custody? Just wait. Just wait. I need to prove to the ones who say I'm a liar, right, that I'm right. Okay. In Mississippi, if parents are not married, the unmarried mother is presumed to have sole custody of the child, but the father can seek to establish paternity and then file for custody. A court determines final legal guardianship based on the best interest of the child factors, considering each parent's skills, home stability, and the child's need. The court will assume both parents have equal rights once paternity is established and joint custody is preferred in the child's case. Presumed custody. The unmarried mother is considered the child's natural guardian with sole custody until paternity is established. Establishing paternity. To gain legal rights and responsibilities, the father must establish paternity, which can be done by signing a voluntary acknowledgement form or through court action, including genetic testing. Okay? I'm not dumb. Okay? Even if you're on the birth certificate, they still can remove your children. Nealon and Trustin both are Cheryl's. He paid for them every day of their life, every single day, and they still removed him. Them too. Why? Because we wasn't married at the time of birth, and his child support wasn't coming through the state. That's why. Even if you're together with someone and not married and you have children living in the same home, what you should do is go to the child support office by yourself, you and him, and you should say he agrees to pay whatever, $200, $300, okay? Then send it to the state so there's a paper trail, and then if y'all break up or you separate, you've been paying child support through the state. Even though he pays all your bills and in the home and a father every day, until there's a paper trail through the state, you don't have any rights. You don't. So, okay? I knew this. I knew this since I was 16. But they had bragged on Kevin about how good of a father he was, taking care of the 3 kids that wasn't his, just being the person he is. We never suspected it to happen. They approved where we were at. They came by 3 or 4 times. We were dumbfounded. They literally, one worker cried and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Kevin. This isn't me. It's someone higher up." Because she promised us she'd never do that because our kids are taken care of. And Kevin's a good dad and he's there. Well, they did. So, be warned, I don't lie. okay? I may not tell you all the details, but I don't lie. If you're not legally married, even if you're on the birth certificate, your husband, boyfriend, fiance, not husband, anything under a husband, legally does not have rights until you, even if he's on the birth certificate, until you pay for that child, you are nothing to them. The state wants to see legal obligation for said child for that to be yours. Like Riley was born in Tennessee. His dad filed for divorce in Illinois. He could not include Riley in the divorce because Riley was born in Tennessee. We were not married. He had to put in the divorce, James Riley Castile is my presumed son. Michael Anthony Qualls is not my son. His name should be changed. And so once that divorce decree went through and I signed it and agreed to it, he paid $264 a month child support. He had Riley in the divorce decree that he was his, and he's not even on the birth certificate. But in the divorce, we both agree that he's the father, and he paid child support for that child. So unless you've got a paper trail and unless you're married, this can happen to you. So, but, I mean, mainly, and if you keep your family and relationship offline, it's not going to happen to you. So, but, I've got to deal with these people. We will be in court in the next few months. I'm not stopping until something's done. And I ain't just going to bring this baby into chaos because somebody wants to harass me and stalk me and lie on me and whatever else. I'm not doing that. I'm not just sitting back waiting. I'm building my case, okay? So y'all just be careful on what you post, what you say, etc. My stomach just growled. I don't know why. Oh, Biscuit Mom, you're too beautiful to be having shades on, not showing your beautiful eyes. Have a wonderful, blessed day. Girl, always. We're talking about the past. Lovely. This ain't nothing about the future. They won't know. When we go to court, they ain't gonna know unless that person talks about it. And when we get a house, they're not gonna know unless they talk about it. Like after the fact, you know. Oh, that's what it is. Dang, Ashley. He better not have. I bet he threw my I'm gonna spank him. I'm gonna spank him if he threw my orange juice thing away. Watch, I bet he did. I bet he did. I'm doing alright, I reckon. Did you throw my... Hello. No, we're married, but I'm not giving y'all the date. It'll pop up. People who harass us and stalk us look for stuff constantly. So whenever it pops up, people will be spreading what day we got married. But we will be married. Or we are married. Whichever you want to say. I bet he threw it away. I'm going to be mad if he threw it away. Not mad, but upset because he knows I've been saving that bottle for forever. Well, thank you. Did you throw my orange juice away? That's what I said. Well, it ain't in there, so I guess he did. Hello. Now I gotta measure it. Track me. Boing. I'm gonna go to my backup account. I've got 7 more days on this. We were talking about a registry when I announced my pregnancy, and they blocked me from gifting because of it. Because I was like, I don't know how to do a registry. I haven't done a wish list before, etc. And I don't even got any Miralax. I don't know why I'm getting orange juice for. I'll put my bloom in it. And they bananaed me for 30 days for that. For saying that I didn't know how to do a registry or a wish list. That's begging, what is it? Leveraging for financial gain. I am due the end of February, early March. If it was the other person's, like everybody says, oh, and thank you for putting me on there as a stork bill or whatever, a stork, whatever that animal is. But anywho, yeah, a little bit. I felt him earlier. If I would have got pregnant then, I would have went by my April period, and it would be due late January, middle January, late January. Same thing with Trustin. I conceived Trustin on May 21st. I know the date I conceived Trustin, and I know the date, well, I conceived this baby. It was a total accident and wasn't supposed to happen. Our methods are... But anywho, I conceived the first week of June. About 2.5 weeks after Trustin's, but my period was a little bit different back then. But I'm due like the 3rd of March. I probably won't go that far, but I say anytime past February 1st is go time. So. But I ain't checked on him today. I usually check on him at least once a day, but I felt him earlier before I got up, so I'm pretty sure he's alright. He's born, yeah, December, gosh, girl. He was born January the 19th. He shares a birthday with my sister. Catherine and Trustin are 21 years apart. 21 years apart? Yeah, I think they're 21 years apart. My papa's birthday was the 20th. Grandma Billy's husband, Hassel, his birthday was the 20th. So I wanted him to come on the 20th, but 19th was okay. He got to share it with Catherine, so. Yep, they are. They are. But yeah, he's alright, I reckon. I'll check on him here in a little bit. Don't know where my box went. There. And all I'm going to say is, do they not realize that Trashley's already been taken? Do they not realize that? Do they not realize that Trashley's a big creator who has a lot of followers? Why? You can't do anything lovely. I'll have to go to my backup page, my WAS 21 backup. I'll have to go to that. You can't do anything right now for 7 more days. I came on this one because I wasn't sure how many days I had left, and I was going to come on here, but I'll probably go on my backup page. But it's okay. Oh, man. Alright. Let me see how I'm going to put this one in it. Don't know if I've got any bags big enough. I'm feeling alright. I think I recorded him yesterday, the day before. Gotta find him half the time. I would say stuff. I was going to, but I may not. But my oldest son's issues. He told me to put it online and then called me that night and said something different. I don't know. It's just so hard. It's hard. it's hard to be a mom of a teenager when you haven't been allowed to co-parent. And then now when your child's 17 and a half, that person wants to co-parent like you should be involved and you matter. But at 17 and a half, I don't see any reason I should be talking. I should be talking to my child, to my son. I should be trying to guide him and give him advice and be his person to talk to if he needs someone to confide in. I don't need to talk to my ex-husband who I haven't talked to in 10 plus years. I don't agree with the things he's doing. If I was to tell y'all, I think a lot of y'all wouldn't agree either. But there's a lot of things going on y'all don't know about. And I just worry about my son's future because of the decisions that he's making and his dad's making. Not just him, but his dad also. Girl, if I knew what was going on, it's hard to be support when you don't agree with what the other person's doing. Okay? I'm tempted to tell y'all, I told, my son told me to put it online. Told me, he said, make a post, Mom, if you want to. And then it all changed. So, I don't know. It's hard to deal with it privately, girl. Privately don't get me nowhere. And it's hard to know what to do when the other person, like, okay, I can't control his dad. I can't control his mom, his dad's mom, okay? So why call me? Like, I don't think y'all would not agree. If I told y'all what he was doing, y'all wouldn't agree. What his dad's doing, y'all wouldn't agree. Like Kevin, even he's a medium because Kevin hasn't known his dad. Kevin has no clue how his dad is. He has no clue how he really is or how he really isn't. He has no idea. But Kevin's kind of a medium, and he agrees that what Riley did, he shouldn't have went back. I'll have to get into all of it for you to understand. But the way his dad's reacting is not right either. And what his dad is doing is pushing his child away, thinking that he's going to try to make him better, and it's making him be pushed away. It's a lot to get into, but it's hard as a mom because you haven't allowed me to be there. If you'd allowed me to be there the last 10 years like I wanted to be, like I should have been, like I tried to be, he might not be acting up, or he may not be, or feeling these ways, but and it's hard because, like, neither one of them have lost anybody significant. So, on the phone the other night, between them, I'm having a talk between the both of them, like, I'm not with your dad anymore, son. I'm sorry, but, like, I can't be the mediator. Like, but like I said, all I know is one thing is, Riley, you're blessed to have your dad, and Matt, you're blessed to have your mom. And you three need to work it out. You three need to decide what y'all are going to do. Because I'm no part of this. I'm here for Riley. I'm here to help guide Riley and be his mother and a listening ear. And tell him when he's wrong. But put me in the middle of everything else, I don't have any say. So, like, I mean, I do, but I don't. It's just a lot. I wish I could go into details. I mean, I could, but it's just a lot. And as a mom, I don't know what to do, I feel like every son, every child's gonna buck up. You know what I'm saying? Every child's gonna buck up. But I'll be honest, Matt didn't have a dad. So he doesn't have anybody to like say, hey, you're effing up. Hey, I made this mistake with you. You need to change your way around. Like Kevin. Kevin was stuck in his ways. Now he can say, I was wrong. I did think I was a man and right and all that stuff. And most 30-year-old men think they are. They think that's why I don't date men my age. Because they're stuck in their ways. There's no leverage at all. There's no changing. Well, he's that way. He's an asshole. He is an asshole. That's why me and him wouldn't work out. Like, I would have had him beat upside the head with a frying pan, and I ain't like that. I don't do confrontation. That's why we didn't work out. But I can't be in the middle because I'm not with your dad. Like I said, I'm not up there with y'all. I don't know how he acts. I don't know how you act around each other, you know? But it's way more than that. Like, I just don't agree with what he's doing right now. Or what he's done the past few months. I would never. I feel like it's this. I'm just going to say it plainly. I feel like if Riley goes in a bad way, wasn't me. I didn't do that. I raised him right. He made those choices. If Riley turns out to be the perfect saint, all me. That's the way he acts. Don't want Riley if he's misbehaving or making poor choices. It's not, nope, not me. Everybody else calls that. If he's perfect and a standout child, all him. You should not want to control your child. You should want to guide your child when they're almost 18 years old. You should not want to control your child. You should not choose vagina over your child. Ever. Ever. But he's going to do what he's going to do, and I hope that Riley and him can work it out because I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, you know? It's like I'm just sitting here stuck. It makes me feel horrible because I feel bad for my child because I know that he doesn't. Without me getting into a bunch of details, it's hard for y'all to understand. And I feel like the last year is either going to make him or break him. And if I could tell y'all, if I told y'all everything, you'd understand what I'm meaning by this. But it's hard to be a parent of teenagers. Y'all should warn people. Y'all try to warn people, but you know, it's like until you're in it, in the thick of it, you don't realize what it's like to have a teenager, you know? And then I feel stuck in the middle because who do I believe? Do I believe my son or do I believe his dad? Do I take my son's side and just ignore his dad, or do I believe his dad? Ignore, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, if I told y'all what's going on, you'd probably be like, I don't care. Listen, this summer my son got in trouble. Okay? This is what he did. My son went to the river and was with his friends, and I don't know if he was drinking or not drinking, if I'm being honest. I don't know if they did or didn't, okay? They had, his friend left, and they had airsoft guns, okay? Airsoft guns, like BB guns. Well, they go down the river, and they're fishing, supposedly. It's like a marina, okay? A marina. He wasn't 17 yet. He was still 16. This happened before his 17th birthday. Right? It was in July. His friend comes down there. They're fishing, whatever. They leave. Okay, just listen. Just listen to the whole story before we start commenting, okay? The friend comes back with airsoft guns, and they shoot across the river on a Saturday night. There was geese. Now, he did lie to me about this. Riley does lie sometimes to try to get in with people. You know, that's what kids do. You're going to have to decipher. He told Kevin the truth. Well, geese live there, and the people in the area feed them. So they're friendly. Well, him and his friend decided that they were coming towards them, so they were going to shoot them. So they shot them, like 2 or 3. Okay? There was a man at the marina that recorded them. Riley saw that man, but just thought whatever, I guess, and was recording them. Riley has had prior issues of like sneaking out. When he was 14, he snuck out on a four-wheeler to see a little girl at 2 o'clock in the morning. The police chased him. They had to wake his dad up because he didn't hear him sneak out. Well, he kind of got over all that. That was the only trouble he's been in. Okay? He has a girlfriend up there. Very serious, that he's very serious about. Trust me, there's conversations I didn't want to have about sexual things, but I had to because he didn't know anything, was already doing it. It's like, thank you, Mom. He won't talk to me about this. My friend's parents talked to me about it. Well, Mom's here now. You know the truth, and you know. So if something happens, Mom's informed you. I even said that on the phone the other night. If you come back, let me just get into all this and you'll know. But I said, if you come back expecting something, you knew better. I told you. So, the cops get called. His dad gets called. And they're putting charges against him. I don't know if it's felonies. I think it's misdemeanors. They're trying to get it dropped. Okay? His dad decides that he's not going to let him do anything. Riley was working. He was working a good job at a pretzel stand, making good money. He bought his own truck, bought his own boat, bought his own gaming system. But Riley has ADHD, and he puts him in the basement. He's been in the basement for 8 years. And they're in a 3-story house, including the basement. Okay? The laundry room is in the basement. Okay? The laundry room is in the basement. So everybody has come through his room to get there, so there's no privacy. And you don't put an ADHD child in a basement. You don't do that. Okay, also, let me just get into this. His stepmother was abusive. When he took him up there, his stepmother was abusive and didn't allow me around for 4 years. She then cheated on Matt and left him. So then Matt calls me and says, talk to your son. After 4 years of me trying. So then I had to try to play mom. This was 2017, 2018. I've been up there 2 times to get him. He's been down here. About 3 visits we've had. During the last 7 years, he's been engaged 2 times and has a girlfriend at the moment. So he's had 4 women around my son to influence him and to have an effect, while pretending like his mama don't want him. Well, now he's got a girlfriend that he's had for 2.5 years, 2 years, that Riley introduced him. Riley introduced him. And this is where I'm getting both sides of the story, okay? I don't know who to believe. I don't know what's going on. I don't get it. Just listen. Yeah, I know he got online talking about me, but he calls me up and says, you need to take Riley this last year and fix him because I've had him for 10 years. Fix him? Me fix your mistakes? Dana, I don't give a shit what you say, boo. Go on with yourself. Go on with yourself. Glad you're watching. You're part of the problem. You are the pussy that he's choosing over his child. Should never do. Okay? Have a great day. You're the problem. Also, the girlfriend. Let me get into it. The girlfriend. Okay? I'm going to tell the whole story now that you're on here. That probably ain't her anyways. It's a hater, but I don't really give a shit because she's part of the problem. Riley got in trouble. He puts him in his bedroom. Okay, let's go back. Last year in November, he sends Riley to a boys' camp in December. A boys' camp. Didn't do what he did. This was this year, okay? This was last year. No real reason to send him off. Sends him off to a boys' camp. While he's at the boys' camp, he moves her and her 2 children in. Her 15-year-old daughter and her 12-year-old son. While he's at boys' camp. He has his brother half the time and Riley all the time. So 4 weeks with Matt full-time Riley. 2 weeks his brother comes and goes. Just listen. And he thinks that women's more important than his son. Just listen. He has a hard time getting women. That's the problem. Just listen. Sends him to boys' camp. He comes back. They're moved in. He's still in the basement. They're upstairs on the 1st and 2nd floor in perfectly bedrooms. Okay? Him and his dad get in an argument because his dad lays hands on him. And Riley says, if you do that again, I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to kill, whatever he says in return. So he sends him to a psych ward for 10 days. 10 days. Okay? All this stuff happens down here, okay? Got it? All this stuff happens. in July for his birthday. He puts him in the basement for a month and says, you're not doing anything. You're not going anywhere. You're not getting a phone. You don't have a TV. You don't have a radio. You don't have pencils, nothing. You're in the basement. That's all you can do. Besides go to school. Unbeknownst to me, August the 28th, 27th, 26th, he puts his 17-year-old child on a bus and sends him 16 hours away to Tennessee to where everybody down here is on rugs and can't take care of him and this and that and the other, who he's talked about poorly for 10 plus years. Sends him to his mom's because we don't have enough room here. Okay? He's been an A student. An A student since he arrived. Now, who would you say is the problem? I would say his asshole dad, who blames him for everything and responds like an asshole to everyone, is part of the problem. When your child don't look at you, when your child wants to try to interact with you and you make him feel like he shouldn't. Like Riley says, Mom, we went to eat. You know why I didn't talk during the time we ate? I said, why? He said, because Dad always says, shut up, I'm eating, I don't want to talk to you. Okay, let's just continue. I had no decision making, okay? Riley, at his Grammys, she said, if Riley behaves, Riley can go on fall break wherever he chooses. I said, okay. Like the second day he was in school, just listen. The second week he was in school down here, the second day he was in school down here, he tried to get me to come get him for a headache. Because he does have headaches, he has migraines. And I said, son, I'm not coming to get you because it's your second day of school. He blames him for everything. Riley's the problem. Riley's been down here. They went on a vacation after 8 years, finally had peace. Just listen, just listen, just listen. I said, Riley, I'm not coming to get you, son, because, you're with Grammy and Grammy put you in school. Grammy can come get you if you really have a migraine, you need to come home. Grammy told me, she said, Ashley, if he comes home from school early, he's losing his phone. And he'll lose a day of fall break. Every day he misses, he loses fall break. I agree with you. He gave you the guardianship. He sent him to you until I get a house. I agree fully. She's done wonderful with Riley. She has gave him leniency but been strict. She has let him go out and have friends but made him clean the house up and be responsible. He sent him down here with no car, expecting him to get a job. Nothing. Just listen. He is 17 years old, a junior. So, he don't want to go to college. I've told y'all this. He don't want to go to college. He will be 18 on August the 1st. This year is crucial. Just listen. I've sent him money. I went and visited him. I took him to Memphis with me. You're not listening. We talk every day. He FaceTimes me. Just listen. I ain't got to the good part yet. Okay? Just listen. So, me and Riley's been doing good. We've been close. Y'all said, you let him miss school. He wasn't enrolled school when I took him to Memphis. He got enrolled the next day. I took him before he was ever enrolled in school. So he went with me to Memphis. We had a day together. I've sent him money. He calls me on the phone. Like, he's an hour away. So it ain't like I don't go see him. I hadn't seen him. I have. Okay? But he has to go to school every day. He's been doing wonderful down here. I'm not in the decision making. Okay? She tells me that fall break's coming up. First it was, can Riley's girlfriend come down here? Mom, can we go and get her and bring her down here? And I was like, well, let me talk to Kevin first because that's a 9-hour drive and I'm 4 months pregnant at the time. Let me talk to Kevin. Well, the gas was going to be outrageous because we haven't got the truck tuned up yet. So we come to the conclusion, his Grammy said, I don't want her coming down here because I don't want her to leave expecting something and it be on me. And I agreed with her. I agree with you on that. So she said Riley could go to Illinois for fall break. Riley goes to Illinois. He goes last week. The girlfriend's family pays for the ticket. I'm paying for the ticket back. Okay? Everything's great. Riley went there on Friday. Everything was fine. Riley was not out running the roads or with his friends that did the geese. He was with the two people that his dad trusts. Well, don't really trust the girlfriend's family, but those are the two people that, he trusts more than friends that can get him in trouble. The girlfriend and the mentor. Remember the mentor? The girlfriend had plans on Tuesday or Monday. The girlfriend had plans on Monday to go with her friends, so Riley went to his mentor's house. He was either going to be at my house, his grandma's house, or the mentor's living. His dad sent him to Tennessee to do better. He is doing better. His Grammy decided he could go back. I didn't make this choice. She decided. I was the help back home. Okay? I was only supposed to help him get home. Tuesday he calls me. I'm cleaning the house. I'm shocked because I'll open the phone to this. To this. To this. To this. Okay? He's like, Mom, I was with my mentor and we hit a ditch and I flipped with the heavy 800-pound motorcycle, 800-pound four-wheeler. And he said, my mentor's daughter landed on my shoulders and I couldn't push the brake. So, I say, okay, son, what are we doing? He said, well, I think I got a broke femur, which he doesn't. He has a broke eye socket, okay? He's got road rash. His leg is hurt, but it's not broke. It's just severely bruised and etc., okay? The girl's got a broke neck. Not horribly, but like a broke neck. His dad shows up to the ambulance. His girlfriend confirmed this to me, okay? Confirmed this to me. And said that his dad showed up and Riley went erratic in the ambulance because his dad showed up. And the ambulance had to make him leave. When I wrecked my car at 16 on the way to make him supper, he got out of the car and said, you stupid bitch, I should beat your ass in front of the state trooper. State trooper said, your wife could be dead and you better calm yourself down or I'm going to take you to jail. Same thing with Riley. Showing up, you're stupid, you're this, you're that. Riley made him leave the hospital because he didn't want him there. So we're on the phone. I said, well, what's happening, you know? Well, I'm going to be released and go to my girlfriend's house. I'm still going to ride the bus home. Son, if you got a broke femur, you can't ride the bus home. Yes, I am. Okay? We hang up because I was finishing the house. He calls me back later in the car with his dad. And you know what his dad's doing? Taking him to foster care and dropping him off. No. You tell the little witch and her great, wonderful kids who make A's and are great kids, perfect kids, that you're raising that are nothing to you, that you're bringing your child home. That you're bringing your child home until he heals and can go back to Tennessee. No, either you come get him, Ashley, or he's going to foster care until he gets a bus ride. What father does that? What father puts a piece of pussy and 2 kids over his kid? And that's how Riley feels. Mom, I come home and they like I shouldn't be here. Just go to the basement. You're a horrible kid. You're a horrible kid. That's what Matt says. If he was a good kid, I would treat him differently. What? Because his dad put him in foster care. I'm waiting to know what day he can ride the bus back home. Like I told his dad yesterday exactly what I freaking felt. He probably don't like it, but I told him exactly how I felt. And it's the truth. Now, do I know? I'm taking Riley's word, and I'm taking Matt's word, and I'm stuck in the middle because I don't know how they are together. I don't know if Riley's different when he's there and Matt's different around his girlfriends. I don't know, but I'm here for my child only. Not Dana, not her daughter, not her son, not his other son, not Matt. I'm here for Riley. And what you're doing for your child is saying, I don't care about you. Go on to somebody else. You're severely hurt, but go on to somebody else. Just go on to somebody else. This is what I said to him yesterday. I can get a ticket tomorrow, decide what is happening with your mom, as I'm not in the decision making. I don't agree with you at all on this. You are making huge mistakes with your child's mental health and physical health. You are choosing vagina over your son. It's clear as day. You want control, but only if Riley turns out how you expect. Not your job. Your job is to guide, not control. You can disagree that he shouldn't have came back. I agree with that. You shouldn't have come to Illinois. I sent you to Tennessee. Okay? Well, he did. And now he's hurt as an accident. He literally said, well, you come back up here and make poor choices. He said, it was an accident, Dad. A true accident. He said nothing else. If it would have been like Riley being foolish, he would have followed up with, well, you were speeding or you were being reckless. That's a poor choice. He didn't. He didn't. Then he says, oh, Mike didn't even want you, the mentor. He says, no. He says that you were being such a butthole, acting up, that he didn't want to deal with you because he didn't know how you were going to be. This is how his dad is. Blaming Riley for him and his mom's relationship not being good. Riley's went down there and ruined it all. Like, he blames Riley for everything when he needs to grow up himself and make changes. So I said, it's clear as day, you want control, but only if Riley turns out how you expect, not your job. Your job is to guide, not control. You can disagree that he shouldn't have came back to Illinois, but how you responded is poorly. Same way you responded when I wrecked my car accidentally coming to feed you. You are turning Riley further away from you for a woman and 2 kids that aren't anything to you. It's obvious. Heck, even Kevin has changed his ways of thinking he's always right and a man. And you will too. Hopefully not too late. You not having a father has severely played an effect on you, and now Riley, because you have no guidance. So you do as you please, and it will have consequences. You should have been there, emotionally supporting your son, no matter what you agree with. You should have taken him to a hotel or home, no matter who is there. You will regret your actions, Matt, and just like you say to Riley, you will come around one day to how you acted in your 30s. Will it be too late? I stayed with one man this entire time for my children. You have had 4 different women around my son. What influence and effect do they have? You don't seem to care. That's insanity. Riley is 17, almost 17 and a half. We have nothing to talk about at this age. Kevin didn't speak to his ex-wife about his son. We don't need to talk either. Stop worrying if he turns out this way, not on me. If he turns out great, all me. No real father sends his child on a bus 16-hour ride because of what you have. I guess it's so hard for you to get women, they're more important than your children. I mean, you chose Jen and kept Riley from his entire family while Wayne has all his. You need anger management and mental health counseling. Y'all both need family counseling, and you need to make your children the priority, not the problem. Grow up and be a true man who sets his feelings aside for his children. No different than Jim Castile choosing women over me. Now, I begged Matt back in July when the geese happened to take Riley for the weekend. Turn his phone off. Tell her where they're going. Turn it off. Take him from Friday night to Sunday morning. And just turn it off. Spend your undivided attention with your son. Let him talk and listen. And you talk back. But how do I work through this? Like, Matt's going to change his ways in the next 10, 20 years, and Riley's going to change his ways in the next 20, 20 years. How do I save my son from not committing suicide? Because he's told me the statistics to a T. He knows the day statistics, the minute statistics, the hour statistics. He knows the year statistics for men who deal with mental health. He quoted them off the top of his head. Go from making D's and C's in Illinois to making A's in Tennessee. How do I be in the middle of that? Like, the only thing I have to say is I can get him a bus ticket and bring him back home. That's exactly what I can say. Like, what else is there to say to him? I don't want to be in the middle of him and his dad. I can't do anything about it. I can't change Matt. I can't change how Riley feels. And I don't talk bad about his dad. I don't tell Riley the things I just said to y'all. I tell him that his dad's got to grow and mature, and his dad's going to make mistakes too. But the problem is his dad don't talk like that. He don't say, I'm sorry I'm making mistakes. I'm sorry that I ain't the best parent. I'm sorry that I'm living my first life just like you are. Like, he just, unless he's being like strict and angry, he don't talk to him. And to me, like, no woman should come before. If I had moved somebody in and that person, my child, started acting out because they moved in, you would be moved out and you would have your own place. And my children would feel comfortable and safe in their home, not like they're a burden and put in the basement. And why does her 2 children get the bedrooms upstairs, but he's still in the basement? Why do you pay for their insurance and she's not even your child? You should be paying for your sons. And he's going to say, if you can pay for a year's worth of insurance, Riley can have his truck. Riley bought his truck. Riley will be down here. I'll put him on my insurance. Why should he have to pay a year's worth of insurance to get his own truck? Wouldn't let him take his gaming system. Sent him only with a few clothes, 2 bags of clothes to Tennessee after 10 years of not being here. Because the girlfriend and Riley couldn't get along. No, the girlfriend would move her ass out. And the way Riley's told me, they were great. They were great. He loved her until she moved in. And then she acted so different. But per Matt, I'm a horrible person. I'm a horrible person who couldn't be around Riley, shouldn't be around Riley. But yet they watch me. You saw them watching me, supposedly. I don't give a shit if she watches me. You should leave and have your own home. Unless Matt has raised your children from a young age and they think he's dad or a dad figure, you should not be in a home that's causing problems with his oldest child until that child moves out. That child is more priority than you are. Or your 2 children. And I know when my dad was 30 minutes away, not coming to see me, it sure felt like he was choosing those kids and that woman over me. Because he was. He was. And so was Matt. He gonna text and say, I'm not choosing anybody over you, Riley. I chose to remove you from a home that I worried you snuck out from. Everybody sneaks out. I snuck out to see you. You pulled up in neutral to get me in your car, but yet. And here's the thing about Riley, okay? He don't want to go to college. So, okay, he don't want to go to college. I don't know. He called me that night, said he was putting him in foster care, and took his phone. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to my son on his phone. Not you. Here's the thing. Riley will be 18 August the 1st. If he goes to senior year, he don't want to go to college. Why wouldn't his dad take him out of school this year, make him get a 40-hour-a-week job, drive his butt to work every morning when he goes to work, put him in GED classes, pick him up from school, take him to GED classes together? Heck, here's what Matt did. Matt dropped out at 15, 16. He got his GED. He worked at a plant down here. He moved to Illinois. That's what changed his life, Illinois. He moved to Illinois to get away from people he knew. But he has a GED. He's a mechanic. He owns 2 houses. So you want your child to do more than what you did, but yet you set the foundation for it? Not going to happen. You're not going to push him to want to go finish high school when he don't want to. So why not put him in a 40-hour work week so he has his own money, he can get his work ethic down, can get a good history of working, go to GED classes, so by the time that he turns 18, he has a truck, he has a job, he has a GED or a high school diploma, and he's set at 18 to go out on his own. Why would you say you're going to stay in the basement for 12 months and have nothing and do nothing, and then the day you turn 18, you're getting your ass out? So you want him to fail? Like I said, if Riley turns out perfect, all him. If Riley doesn't turn out perfect, wasn't me. Like I said, he needs anger management. Matt's always needed anger management. That's why I can't keep women. He's not. That's why we didn't last, okay? He has an anger problem, and he has a emotional. He cannot regulate emotions. He's just angry. Like my son, it broke my heart driving back from Memphis, and I wondered why I didn't talk. Just out of the blue, Mom, you know why I didn't say anything during dinner? And I was like, no, why? I was talking to you. Because he says, shut up. It ain't time to talk. It's time to eat. And you're at Texas Roadhouse with your children? Like I asked Kevin, we took our 5 children to Texas Roadhouse. Did you ever tell them to be quiet? No. No. Honey, I called the police. He ran away in July. He ran away in July, and they took him back to his dad's house. So I hope they're listening. You are stupid 35-year-old who's choosing vagina over your child, and you will regret it. These next 10 years are going to go one way or the other. No, they sent him back. He went back to his dad. He put him in the basement for a month with nothing. And then just decided he was going to send him to Tennessee with nothing. Yeah, put him on a bus and send him to Tennessee with 2 bags of clothes. What would that tell your child? I ain't been to Tennessee but 2 times in the last 10 years, and you put me on a bus and send me away while your girlfriend and her 2 kids are living in my home? that I've had for the last 10 years? Like I said, you have a problem with getting women, therefore you're choosing them over your child. I hope he's listening. You are wrong about this. You are wrong to show up to an ambulance and not console your child, but start cursing him. You are wrong to get your child in the car with you hadn't seen in 6 weeks, who is severely hurt, even if it's just bruising, and then say, I'm going to take you to a juvenile home and drop you off tonight. What? And like I said, he doesn't have a father figure. So like when Kevin was making mistakes, like his dad, when I left the first time, he called Kevin and said, what did you do? What did you do? She doesn't react that way. She doesn't react that way for nothing. What did you do? And he told him. And he said, see? So you did do something to Ashley. She just doesn't go off the walls like that. Me too. Now y'all see. Now, listen, I'm in a 1-bedroom apartment. He can't stay with, there's no room. He's staying with his Grammy. But here's the thing. Grammy is the one making decisions, not me, not Matt. Matt should have called his mom and said, well, Riley got in a wreck. He should have called his mom and said, and decided what they were going to do. And then called me and said, hey, I know you're getting this ticket back home. Listen, he's supposed to come back home to his Grammys, guys. He is staying at his Grammys. His Grammy allowed him to go to Illinois. His Grammy made this choice. I didn't make this choice. I didn't make the choice for him to go to Illinois. Just like Kevin said. Kevin didn't agree with it. Kevin thought his dad is trying to keep him out of trouble and send him to Tennessee, and now he's going back. But I'll just tell you this. A couple weeks before that, Grammy calls his dad, and he says, Dad, can I have my truck? And he says, no. He says, can I talk to my brother? And he wouldn't answer him. So Riley got emotional and was very upset that he couldn't speak to his own brother, who's like 9 or 10. He's going to miss home. He's going to miss his dad. He's going to miss his brother. Even if he don't want to talk to his dad, he still longs for him. It's all he's ever known. He was 7 when he went up there, you know? Listen, he's going to Grammys, but I can't control what his dad is doing in Illinois. My thing would have been this, okay? He should have called me that night and said, Riley's coming home with me until you can get the ticket back home, okay? Oh, he does. He resents him right now. He resents him so much. Just listen. And he's going to school in Tennessee. I'm in Mississippi, guys. I'm an hour away, okay? Just listen. His Grammy sent him up there, not me. She sent him up there for fall break. What he should did as a dad is shut up to the ambulance, rode with his son or followed him, went to the hospital, stayed with his son and said, you're coming home with me until your date to return. Took him home, treated him like he was family, and then said, Ashley, I know you got the ticket for the 15th or 16th. I'm taking him to the bus stop. I'll send him back. Not pick him up from the hospital because he refuses for anybody else to be able to get him, and then takes him to a juvenile home and drops him off. Now, whether he did that or not, I don't know. That was the last update I got. So I go from talking to my child all day, every day, whenever he calls or I call him, to nothing because his dad wants control again. And I'm just stuck in the middle. I don't know the girlfriend. I don't know how they do. I don't know their day-to-day interactions. I don't know how Riley really acts up there. Down here, let me tell you how he acts. When we went to Memphis, we walked past 2 aisles, okay? We went past 2 aisles. Riley back turned and I said, I kind of looked at him like, he goes to a man and he shakes his hand. And I said, did he drop something? He said, no, Mom, he had a veteran's cap on and I thanked him for his service. I'm like, how'd you see that? How did you see that? Okay. Then there was an older lady that had a buggy. He helped her put her groceries in the back of the car, and he took her buggy back. He also did that with another person. On the phone with him when the nurse came in. She said, oh, he's been so wonderful. He's the sweetest ever. But to his dad, he's not. Who's the instigator? Who makes him upset? Who works him up? Who blames him? I don't know what to do, you know? Like, I don't have the truck. But the reason why I didn't go to Illinois take him is because the truck needs a tune-up, okay? It costed us $110 to get him to Illinois on a bus. It would cost me $400 in gas to go get him. That's why I didn't take... I was going to bring him home on the bus. We're still supposed to do that. See, Riley went up there to visit his girlfriend. He was staying with his girlfriend. And then his dad wouldn't let nobody else get him from the hospital, comes and picks him up from the hospital yesterday, day before, and calls me. Riley calls me because he don't want to talk to his dad. I'm in the middle of them talking, and that's where he's taking him. Who does that? Who even makes their child think that? Oh, God. I had him the first 7 years, boo. I had him the first 7 years, so... And it's been proven scientifically that your children's ground is laid by age 7. Their characteristics, it all blossoms past that. But when you speak to him, oh no, Riley's a horrible child. So which one is it? Did he make him that way, or has he caused him to be the trouble he is? Because only around him is he trouble. Right. Our other children, the morals were already laid. Now, Trustin isn't, but the rest of them, yes, it's been scientifically proven by age 7, they are, because Matt's doing what he's doing. You see how I feel stuck? He's making me talk to Matt. Matt's making me conversate with him. When he could have just texted and said, I'm taking Riley home to take care of him until he's able to return back home. And then when he's able to return back home, make sure his bus ticket's paid for. And, well, who puts their child with ADHD in a basement in a 3-story house that has 4 to 5 bedrooms? Why do you keep him in the basement? With no window. That's the laundry room where everybody goes in and out of. You move your girlfriend and 2 kids in and they get the bedrooms upstairs, but your child's still in the basement? You pay for children that aren't yours, who has never been nothing to you, but yet you say your child's the problem? He don't want to be the blame if Riley ends up not being what he expects. That's what it is. No, clearly, supposedly, he can't, girl. I'm so stuck in this. I don't know what to do, what to say, what to feel. When he's down here, we're great. But it's like, I don't have a reason to talk to you. You have not talked to me for 10 years. If you would have talked to me, you might not be having these problems, because you put 4 women in my son's life to play mom. What kind of an effect did they have on him that you don't realize is long-lasting? And now he has his real mom who's trying to play an effect at his adult age, and all them other women have already played an effect, either negatively or good. And every single woman has blamed Riley, and Matt has went along with it. Every single one. Every single one has said Riley's the issue, and he's went along with it. Well, not after that text yesterday I sent. I ain't speaking to his ass. He can tell me what day he wants Riley to come back, and I will either go get him or I'll pay for a bus ticket. You can put my child on the phone. We have nothing to talk about. I mean, at this age, he had a baby on the way. Matt had Riley on the way. We didn't talk to parents even at this age, 16 and 17, getting married and had a kid. Like, I put Riley on the phone. Riley to call me. I have nothing to talk to you about. You can call your mom and say, is he coming back? Is he allowed to come back? That's between them. Y'all all 3 need to heal, is what I said. You all 3 need to talk. You all 3 need, because like Matt blames his mom for stuff, and then Riley blames Matt, and I'm just stuck here like, what am I in this besides my child's mother, who wants the best for him? Nobody else. I don't want to I don't care about Matt. You know, I don't care. Listen to me. I had Riley till the age of 7. Listening? 7. His second wife, I was the first wife, did not allow me to talk to Riley. I have shared the screenshots to prove myself. After that, yes, I went up there and got Riley visited 2 times and brought Riley back down here 1 time. So yes, I have. But I haven't been there every single day. I don't know what his girlfriend and his relationship's like. I don't know what those other kids are like. I don't know what his brother's like. I only know what my son is like. And I only know what my son is telling me. I don't live there with them every day to know how Matt is or know how Riley is. And I'm supposed to be the middleman? How? The way I see it is, no matter what, you are choosing vagina over your child. That's no matter what. And when I ask you to take your child out for the weekend and spend 2 days undivided attention with him, away from your girlfriend and her kids, and turn your phone off, and you won't do that, something's wrong. Something's severely wrong that you won't take 48 hours out of your week and spend undivided attention with your son with no phone on for your girlfriend to call. That would make your son feel like he was priority. He mattered. I mean, I can't imagine wrecking an 800-pound four-wheeler with a girl on top of my shoulders practically, her neck broke, and then be picked up from the hospital and my dad, who I hadn't saw in 6 weeks, take me to a foster home. I would never, 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 ever, ever. Nope, never. But this is the difference in an emotional woman and a non-emotional man. Like, you know, I'm supposed to do this. I'm mom. I'm supposed to be there for Riley. I'm supposed to be the emotional person to listen and understand and guide. He's supposed to be the strict, stern, like, be a man, but also be a little bit lenient and emotional too. Like Kevin said, he wished he'd never yelled at his kids. There's no reason to yell at your children. There's no reason to use curse words at your children. But Kevin can't get in the middle because he knows that teenagers lie. He knows teenagers lie. They exaggerate. They play sides against each other. And he ain't been around him, though, to know. Like even Matt and his mom don't get along because of his ways. So what am I supposed to do in that? Be the mediator for all of them? Like, I can't be. I can only be the person that tries to be here for Riley for the rest of his life. So I just feel really stuck on, I have nothing to say to him or her. I feel like the girlfriend is totally in parts to this. Before she moved in, Riley didn't do this stuff. Before she moved in with her 2 kids 24/7, there wasn't any on top of him taking his space. They went on dates. He went to her house. Why did you move your girlfriend and 2 kids in and then send your child to a boys' camp and then to a damn psych ward? I mean, if my child said she's the problem and I could see that it was causing problems, you best bet we'd be in separate homes. Can't afford it? Oh well. He is. And Riley's to blame for everything. The reason relationships don't last, Riley. The reason that he's stressed out, Riley. The reason he don't have money, Riley. I mean, everything is Riley. I mean, who puts on freaking Facebook after you send your son to Tennessee after 10 years and says, 8 years and finally a peaceful vacation or whatever he said? Go and tell me on the phone. If Riley would be good, I'd pay his insurance. I'd pay this, I'd pay that. I pay her kids and stuff because they make A's and B's. That's not your children to pay for. That's not your children to pay for. You shouldn't be putting any children above your own. You shouldn't be paying for any child that isn't yours or that you raise and that calls you dad or dad figure. I mean, they're teenagers. They moved in when they were teenagers, and you think you're going to just replace your son and think he's going to feel okay about it? Oh, no, I have to go on my other page. So, that's where I'm at with that. And I don't know what to do or feel. It's a very weird predicament. Grandma, I'm sorry I put you through what I put you through. I wish you would have let me date it, because I would have never got married to him. The reason I got married to him is because I didn't know who he was as a person. That didn't last very long, you know it. We were together 3 months and I left because he is who he is. Even since the age of 18, he's still the same way he is. I mean, to literally tell me he's going to beat my ass, I was a stupid bee, and I wrecked my car accidentally on the way home to feed him at midnight. And then 17 years later, you act that same way when your child wrecks? Grandma, I'm sorry. I never realized how stressful the teenager years were that I put you through. I'm just glad we didn't have a lot of parties involved, like, you know, Dad and his girlfriends and Mom and then her boyfriend. I'm glad we didn't have all that going on because it made it a lot worse, just like this is. Like, you don't put your child beneath a woman. Put you over here. Don't know why I tried to put you over there. Okay. Thank you. I agree. I do. But he don't see it that way. Well, we don't have problems when Riley's not here. We don't have... Then I got my other children that I'm not being able to talk to like I want to. I'm pregnant on the way. Working on trying to get houses so everybody can come home, be comfortable. It's a lot you don't know about. But like on this situation, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to feel. I don't know what to do. Like, I can only be there for my baby. That's it. Okay? Casey, you're completely wrong, lovely. Glad you think you know so much about my ovaries and my period, but God bless you. Clearly you don't know how the ovulation works. Clearly a bunch of y'all don't know anything about how that works, okay? Your baby is 2 weeks behind what they say it is because it goes by your last period. Do you guys get that? You ovulate after your period, but they go by your period so that they have a date to go by. I got pregnant after I came back. There's no possible way for it to be someone else's when I had a 4-day period which cleaned me out. I got pregnant a week and a half after my period. So there's no way that that person could be the father unless I got pregnant in April and early May when I went down there, which means I wouldn't have had my normal period on time. Okay? Y'all are so ignorant. I mean, I know what day I got pregnant to the day. So, but I ain't worried about that because I know how my body works. Clearly women who has children, some women don't know. They just think that, oh, whatever. Oh, it's by her period, which is the 23rd, and she left the 21st. Yeah, boo, but the baby ain't measuring all the way that. He's measuring behind my period, actually, but going by my period, yeah, that's what they went by, my last period. So anyways, but on the other stuff, I think there should be a guidebook or like a course. You know how they take you through those courses like, welcome to hell. You know, like if you drink and drive, you're going to go, well, I can't remember what they're called, but like little plays they put on, you drive through them or you walk through them. They should do that for teenage years. Yeah, like from the age of 15 to 18, this is what you might experience. Girl, I know it's all I can really do, but I feel helpless. I don't want my child to commit suicide. I don't want my child to hurt somebody or to unalive somebody because truthfully, I mean, Kevin's always worried about that. He said if something doesn't change with Riley and his dad, I'm afraid he might do something to his dad because that's how much of a... I just don't know. I think he resents him for keeping me away. I think he resents him for not letting him come to Tennessee and visit his family. He put him in a town with one caution light, with cornfields 45 minutes surrounding him, in a little bitty county that everybody knows everybody, with no family. He stayed up there because his second son was born up there. He stayed up there. His second son has all his family. Has everybody local. Riley had nobody. He was taken from everybody he knew. His grandparents, great-grandparents, his sibling, and put in that little bitty town with all them cornfields and expected to just... He adjusted. But you keep him from the family he knows and makes your son's family more priority. I said that. Wayne had his family, but you kept him from us? I feel like what Riley has become is Matt. Matt has caused this by thinking he's right all the time and does no wrong. Like, I don't think he'd ever tell Riley he's sorry. I told him in front of Riley, Riley, Mom's sorry. Once again, I done told you this 3 times, but I'm sorry that I was napping the day you had your wreck and I didn't answer the phone. Mom's sorry that I woke up and saw it and didn't push answer. I went back to sleep. I'm very sorry. Mom's not perfect and I make mistakes, and I am going to fail. I've never heard him say that, ever. He told him he loved him in a text message after he left. So, it's like, I feel like this is going to be make it or break it. He's got 7 months. Either he's going to start life out with, a GED, a high school diploma, a car, a job, and be set. Or he's going to start life out with nothing. No GED, no high school diploma, no job, no car, because it's what his dad's doing. And then just pray he makes it. So, and I'm just stuck here holding the ball like, I don't know what I can do to be help. When he was down here, doing this, that's exactly how it feels, don't it? My thing is stop wanting more for your son than what you provided. He looks up to you. You got a GED. You're a mechanic. You've got 2 houses. Why can't he get a GED? Why can't he go out and work with a GED like you did? Instead, you're going to force him to finish high school when he don't want to finish high school or go to college? To me, that's just dumb. Like, you're going to leave it up to him in 7 months? He'll be 18 when he starts his senior year. Listen, I've already gotten all this. I'm not coming back to it, okay? I'm not coming back to it. When we get a house, Riley will be living with us. If he comes back, I don't know what we're doing, because I refuse to talk to the asshole who thinks I have to talk to him. He's almost 18. We have nothing to talk about. I don't agree with you. I don't agree with what you're doing. I don't agree with putting him in a foster home or whatever you're doing. I don't agree with that. And I don't want to talk like that in front of Riley, because I don't want him to hear me and Matt argue. I'm not going to argue with him. I'm not going to curse or raise my voice. He just don't want to hear it. Like the other night when I was talking on the medium between them, he's like, that's enough talking. Hang up the phone. And made him hang up because he didn't like what I was saying. Which is the truth. I didn't mention no woman or those kids. I just mentioned y'all need to talk. Y'all need to work something out. Y'all got to compromise. You're going to buck up to Matt, and Matt, he's going to buck up to you, but you're supposed to deal with it. You're his dad. Why am I on the middle on the phone? Like, I should be talking to Riley, not anybody else. Okay? Other than that, I don't care to put him in homeschool and to fast track him. Okay? I don't care one bit. He is a junior. I could fast track him very easily since he's making A's right now. Okay? He wants to come back to Tennessee. I'm not going back over this because it's a lot, but he has been in Tennessee since August. He went back to visit and had a car wreck, a four-wheeler wreck during his visit, and his dad has acted this way. Showed up cussing at him at the ambulance. Showed up at the hospital, wouldn't let nobody else take him. Put him in foster care the other night after he got him out of the hospital. When he could have just said, I'm taking him home until his return date, and then I'll take him to the bus. I ain't paying his way back, but I'm taking him home with me so he can heal from all his wounds, because he's severely hurt. I mean, his left eye, this part was broke somewhere. Orbital bone, something's broke in his eye. Instead, you get him out of the hospital, put him in your car, and say, instead of taking you home, I hadn't saw you in 6 weeks, I'm taking you to foster care. What? I mean, even Kevin says that's wrong. If you're telling your child that you can't even take him home with you, that's putting people before your child. That's like saying, shoo. Yeah, it's insane. I hope people give him shit for it. It needs to be told. You got online, talked about me 5 years ago, saying how bad of a parent I was, and this and that and the other. And then you call me up in July and say, take Riley the last year and fix him. Fix him? I can't fix him. You've already laid down the work. He sees you as a man, and that is the influence he has as a man, is his dad. How can I change that? You know, sometimes you say, I wish I would have made better choices when I was 16 and 17 about who I chose to be fathers, but then that would change who Riley is. And I can't do that or say that because I don't want that. I wish I could change Matt. I wish I could knock him upside the head with a frying pan a couple times and knock some sense into him. But that won't work either, just like with Kevin, like I said. It took something drastic for Kevin to change. Is it going to take our child being in a coffin for him to change? That's what Kevin said. He said, actually, if he takes him to a foster care and they miss something at the hospital and he dies in the middle of the night, he'll never forgive himself. Exactly, but how do you tell him that? How do you make him realize that you're making bad choices yourself? You're saying Riley's making bad choices, but you're making bad choices also. Girl, it's 10 hours away. It's a 10-hour drive. That's why he went back on a bus, because I'm 5 months pregnant. Our truck hasn't had a tune-up. It would cost $300, $400 in gas. That's why he chose to go on the bus for his fall break. He chose to go on fall break for his visit. Matt's mother allowed this, said that he had worked for it, he made A's, he had been great the last 6 weeks in Tennessee. He had earned his fall break, and that as long as he could get there and back, she was okay with it. He had a wreck at his mentor's house while he was visiting on a four-wheeler accidentally. His dad showed up, cursing him out, hadn't saw him in 6 weeks, sent him on a bus to Tennessee with 2 bags of clothes. Then goes to the hospital, making a scene, wouldn't let nobody else get Riley out of the hospital but him. They call me, and he says, unless you can come get him tonight, he's going to foster care. He's supposed to return next week, not tonight. And instead of saying, you can come home and heal until the 15th or 16th when you're supposed to return home, no, he takes him to foster care and drops him off. Pussy and 2 kids are more important than his son that he took from me. He took him from me, but has chose women over him. I mean, I don't care to help him get his high school diploma, honestly. I graduated a year early, about 8 months earlier than my class, and if he's making A's, he can get a high school diploma through homeschool very easy. He could fast track out and go get a job until he's 18, and then 18. Like, he's wanting to go on the boat or oil or things like that. That's what he's wanting to do. So, I mean. And he even told me, he said, Mom, he said, I love Tennessee school. He says, I love how Tennessee is. I love the people. I love the school. I said, so do you want to go to homeschool for your senior year, or do you want? He said, I don't know, Mom. I'll tell you in April or May. I might want to finish my senior year. I said, okay. I'm okay with that. Like, to me, if my son hadn't seen me in 6 weeks and I didn't know he was coming to Illinois, but I had heard through the grapevine he was there and he had a wreck and somebody called and told me your son's had a severe wreck, the ambulance is here, I would have showed up consoling my son, probably crying. I would have followed him to the hospital. I would have been there beside him. I wouldn't have just showed up when he got let go of and say, you're going to foster care. I've got a truck. Listen, Riley will ride the bus back home. He told me his mom, I'm riding the bus back home. You don't come get me. So he's got court in November. I told Riley that since he wanted to go up there so badly this break, in November, we're going to go up there. We're going to drive up there because he's got court. He don't need to be alone. Then in December, if he earns it, like his Grammy said, he can go back in December, Christmas break, and visit. But his dad's like, I sent you down there for a reason. Well, you're not the one making choices. You gave that to your mom. Here's the thing. He wants control over everything. And if it doesn't work out how he wants it, it wasn't him. If it works out the way he wants, it was all him. That's exactly how he is as a person. And that's just not right. Your children are not going to be perfect. They're not going to be everything you want them to be. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to fall. They're going to fail. You're supposed to be there to guide them at this age, not control them. Control is only going to push them away to act out worse. You're supposed to guide them in a loving and nurturing way. He ain't in jail. He ain't unalive nobody. He don't got a baby on the way. Did he make a foolish choice? Yes. Love, I don't have a clue. Listen, he sent him on a bus, okay? Listen, Riley told me the other day that Grammy didn't have technical guardianship because he sent him down here. He just shipped him down here, that he still legally has emergency custody guardianship of Riley. And that's why he refused for anybody else to get Riley. And that's why he picked him up from the hospital and did what he's doing. If I ain't saw my kid in 6 weeks, you better be damn well. Girlfriend and your 2 kids, you can go to the hotel for the weekend. You can go to the hotel for the weekend so my son can come home and stay where he was raised at before y'all ever come along and feel comfortable. I mean, it's just insanity. And I would feel a lot better if Riley did introduce y'all, because that just means that he don't have grandparents. Exactly, Amy. And would you not want your child to be set at 18, a senior in high school? Or would you want them to just, well, you have nothing. You're starting with nothing. Graduate high school on your own. Get your own car even though you have one. Go tell me, if you can pay for a year's worth of insurance, Riley can have his truck that he paid for. Why? I'll put him on my insurance. I'm his mother. Send him home in the truck and I'll put him on mine. No, that's not an option. Pay for the year of insurance, he can have his truck. Riley couldn't even get a job while he was down here. He wants to work badly. He's worked for the last 4 years, 3 or 4 years. He's had his own money. And then he just takes it all away, puts him in the basement with nothing and thinks it's going to work out great. Like, who puts an ADHD child in a basement with a 6-inch window with nothing? No radio, no TV, no nothing. Pen and paper, a laundry room. Everybody else can track through his room, but don't you dare go in their rooms. It's all about control. It is. Like I told Riley, when him and his little girlfriend don't work out, he's no longer to blame. When him and his little girlfriend and 2 kids don't work out, Riley wasn't there. I wouldn't want to be there. If I was being blamed for everything, I wouldn't want to be there. If my dad's girlfriend was enticing arguments between us and instigating it, I wouldn't want to be there either. He should kick her out. If she's instigating between him and his son, she should not be there. Thank you. I just hope it's not too late. I hope he doesn't take this and turn and go and hurt somebody or hurt himself. It severely worries me that he's going to hurt himself. Because when your child's on the phone with you and he's on FaceTime and he hasn't paused or anything and he quotes off the minute, hour, day, and yearly statistics for men who are battling mental health suicide rates, you should be worried. You should be worried. You know, it's just, oh. My thing is this, like that girl, supposedly her in the chat. Why are you even talking to me? Like, why do you even watch me? Like, you're influencing my child. Like I said, you're affecting my child and influencing my child. You can't put adult people and children around someone and not think they're going to play an effect in some type of way. Honey, listen. My son can get on a bus and come home himself. I do not have legal rights. Listen, he has emergency custody. If I was to show up there, I don't have custody of Riley. You're not understanding that. I am the 3rd wheel. 4th wheel, really. It is his mom, Matt, and Riley. Ashley is not in the decisions. Ashley was supposed to get him home, okay? He got a ticket to Illinois. I'm supposed to get his ticket home. Some reason, instead of Matt taking him home until the date that he's supposed to return, he takes him to foster care and says either you come pick him up or he's going to foster care. We were supposed to have a bus ticket for him on the 15th or 16th. What are you even talking about? Well, no. You either come get him or get a bus ticket in the next 2 days, or he's staying in juvie. Or juvenile home. What? So, I don't know what to do. I feel stuck. I feel unable to help. I feel like nothing I say or do is going to aid. So, I don't know. All I know is I can get my son home on a bus on whatever days from this point on. He can come back on a bus to his Grammys. I will pay, like I said I was going to pay for the ticket. Oh. But I don't know. Like, I didn't even show you everything. He's got a gash down his leg, like a big gash. He ain't opened his left eye at all. His left eye. Right. That's what I said too. I said, Riley, you can't ride a bus. What I would have did was, if I took my vacation off from work, if it was a week, I took my vacation off from work, I told my girlfriends to go stay with family, and I would have spent my week with my son, helping him recover, making sure he was okay, because though you didn't agree with him coming back to Illinois, you didn't make that decision, your mother did, the person you gave control to, the person you said could control stuff. She obviously trusted Riley enough. So, and it wasn't like he was speeding or running or fooling around. He was with people that you trusted, that you actually do trust. And he had an accident, a true accident. You should want to heal your son and then send him back on the bus the day he's supposed to return so he can get back in school. But no, you want to take him to a foster home? My thing is this, if I had a severe wreck and I hadn't saw my parent in 6 weeks and he shipped me off to Tennessee on a bus by myself for the first time, he couldn't even drive me down here and drop me off, he sent me on a bus, and the first sight you see to me is that, what I saw, I mean, I was shocked, I was just dumbfounded, like, what happened? And his reaction's anger and to blame Riley? No, listen, I'll explain it again, okay? Riley, his daddy, okay, I'll go over it one more time. Him and his girlfriend have been dating 2 years, okay? She has a 15-year-old and a 12-year-old, 13-year-old, something like that. They've been dating for 2 years. Per Riley, he knew the kids, and that's how the dad met, was through Riley knowing them, knowing the kids, like friends of them, okay? She got on here and claimed that's not how they met. Who gives a shit how you met? You're the problem. But, okay, Riley was fine. There was been no issue since he was 13. He sends Riley to boot camp last December, boys boot camp, Army camp. He moves her 2 kids in full time. He only has 2 kids, Riley and his second son. Riley is there all the time. The second son is there 2 out of 4 weeks. So he has his dad 2 out of 4 weeks by himself. He moves her in while he's at boys camp. He brings him back home. If you look at pictures at Christmas, everybody else is just so happy. You can see Riley's not treated the same. You can just see it. You can see it in every pictures. He puts him in the basement. He's been in the basement for 8 years. It's a 3-story house. Obviously, he has room for the girlfriend and her daughter and her son to have rooms. Why is your son still in the basement? He has ADHD. He should not be in a basement. With the laundry room where everybody tracks in and out of. Like, you can't go in your room. It's your room. But you can go in Riley's room whenever you want. Not right. He comes home from boot camp. Him and his dad get into it. His dad puts hands on him. Riley says, if you lay hands on me again, I'm going to hurt you or something. He threatened him. And Matt sends him to a psych ward. For 10 days, a psych ward. Comes back. Riley's been okay. You know, they've been, whatever, working it out. The girlfriend just keeps getting worse and worse, instigating it. Like instigating Riley and Matt arguing. Being in the middle of it. Enticing it. In July, he made a mistake with a friend, and he made a foolish choice. He did make a poor choice. He had airsoft guns at the marina. He shot across the river on a Saturday night, somebody recorded them. They had shot geese. It all was recorded. He had got in trouble for that. He ran away. They made him go back home. When he came back home, his dad took everything from him. His job, his truck, his everything. His TV, his radio, everything. Put him in the basement for 5 weeks with nothing. Didn't let him do nothing, talk to nobody, nothing. He had to call me on the Alexa dot through his dad's phone just to be able to talk to me. Mind you, he has ADHD. So you think he's going to not talk to anybody, not do anything, and be a perfect child when you put him in the basement alone? No. Next thing I know, he's being sent to Tennessee. I had no idea. He was already here when I found out. Okay? He comes to Tennessee on a bus. His daddy puts him on a bus and sends him to Tennessee with 2 bags. I don't have room for him, and legally, if he was to be here, they would call DCS and say he don't have a room. There'd be a bunch of trouble. So he went to his grandma's, Matt's mom, okay? He's an A student. He went from C's and D's and F's to an A student in Tennessee. The second day he was in school, he called me and said, "Mom, can you come get me? I have a migraine." And I said, "No, son, let me talk to Grammy." Okay? So he calls, and I talked to Grammy, and she's like, "Well, if he comes home, he's losing his phone." I'm okay with that. You're his parent, you're his guardian. You're making the choices. I agree with you about it. No matter what you say, I agree with you. You're the one making the choices. So she goes and gets him. He comes home, and he loses his phone for the whole night. She tells him, she said, "Riley, every day that you call out of school or you miss school, you lose fall break. So every day you call or miss school, you lose fall break." He's been going to school perfectly. He has made A's. She's let him have friends. She's let him have, Juvie was last year. Okay? Just listen. So juvenile home is where he's taking him. A juvenile home. Which they consider it foster care up there because you're under somebody's care for a couple days. They already have this happen. It happened in August. Late July, August, he spent 2 days with somebody. Same program. Okay? Well, that month, he was fine, for as far as I knew. Well, he comes down here. He's doing great. She lets him have friends. He's been to a party or two, but she makes him be responsible. He's got to clean up after himself, help around the house, do dishes, etc. He calls me. Well, we've been talking about it. He said, "Mom, can you go get my girlfriend fall break and take her back?" And at first, his Grammy was okay with it. And then she said, "No, I don't want anything to be conceived on my couch and her go back expecting it be blamed on me." Okay. Me and Riley have had this talk. He knows what causes pregnancy. He knows how to prevent it. We've had it. Nobody else had it with him but me before this. So I made sure we've had this talk over and over and over again. He knows that. He knows, okay? He knows. So I was going to take him up there. Well, our truck hasn't had a tune-up yet. So it's horrible on gas. And I'm 4 months pregnant. I'm 5 months pregnant. I was 5 months pregnant then. I'm 5 months pregnant. And he was like, "Well, Mom, I didn't think about how hard it would be on you to drive that far, 10 hours, and then drive back." And I was like, "Okay." And he said, "So would a bus ticket be okay?" And I said, "Do you want to ride the bus?" He's like, "Yeah." I said, "Okay." So we looked it up, and the bus is, I think it was 118 versus me driving the 9 hours and the 9 hours back, 18-hour drive, would probably be $300 to $400 with how bad the gas has been on the truck. So his girlfriend's parents paid for his ticket. His Grammy took him to the bus stop last Friday. I talked to him when he gets up there. We talked on the bus. I talked to him when he got there. I told him, I said, "I'm going to let you enjoy your time. But just be respectful, responsible, and show you can be a grown adult by yourself and don't make foolish choices. Don't get around friends that can set you up or convince you to do stuff that you shouldn't be doing." Was fine. 2 days was fine. Monday, I laid down for a nap because I didn't feel good. I was sleepy. And he called, and I missed it. Tuesday, he called. I answered it. And he looked like this, okay? He looked like this. And I was like, "What happened?" Okay. Let me get the better pictures. These are dark. Here we go. Here we go. This was them. He got the fuller back up, and he got them back to the house where they were. And, so yeah. So his dad shows up because he gets word that he's in Illinois. He gets word that he's been on a fuller wreck. He's with his mentor. He's with his girlfriend and his mentor. The two people that his dad is semi-okay with. He don't want him to have a girlfriend, but the two people he's semi-okay with. That was an accident, a total accident. Was not Riley speeding. Riley wasn't being erratic. It was an accident, total accident. He shows up at the ambulance cussing Riley. Riley's heart rate goes erratic. The ambulance makes him leave, okay, makes him leave. And then he comes to the hospital and Riley makes him leave. Well, Riley calls me Tuesday and says, Mom, I'm going to be released tonight. I said, okay, son, you can't ride the bus like that. And he was like, I will, Mom. I'll be healed by next week. I'll feel better. I'll ride the bus. Dad's refusing to give insurance. Now, if that's true, I don't know. If it's not true, I don't know if it's true or not, okay? So, claims that his dad wouldn't do insurance. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I'm believing my son, okay? He's 17. There's no reason for me to talk to his dad. We hang up because I'm cleaning the house. He calls me later that night. It's dark. He's in a car with his dad. I'm like, what? He says, Mom, can you come get me? And I was like, we didn't have plans for that. You're supposed to come back on the 15th or 16th next week. Like, I was going to buy your ticket in advance so it was cheaper. Well, if you can't come get me tonight or the next day or two, then I'm going to go back to a foster home, a juvenile home. DCFS. It's not DCFS. Tell her what it is. It's not that. So a juvenile home for troubled kids. Okay? For troubled kids. Picks him up from the hospital. Won't allow nobody else to get him. Not the girlfriend. Not the mentor. And then takes him to a juvenile home and drops him off. Looking like that. Won't take him home to where he was raised 10 years. No. You should took him home. Made your girlfriend, her two kids, go to her family, and you should have stayed and spent time with your son, helping him. This would be the perfect time to talk. The perfect time to both of y'all just be calm and talk about it. No. Gonna say in his message to Riley, I ain't choosing anybody over you. Yes, you are. You are choosing pussy and two kids that you didn't raise and nothing to you over your child. Say what you want, but you are. It's clear as day. Okay? Wouldn't let the mentor get him. He says, Mike don't want you. Riley said, that's a lie. Mike said that you acted out so badly at the ambulance in the hospital that they didn't know how you were going to act and didn't want to deal with it. So it's you. And he didn't say nothing back. Now, if Riley would have been wrong, he would have contradicted back, said, no, that ain't the case. They don't want it because they don't want to deal with you. He didn't do it. He said, Mike can have you, but he can't raise you. Why wouldn't you have followed up with, they don't want you because you're causing problems? No, he says, Mike can have you, but he can't raise you. Okay? Talking about like, you get up here, I sent you to Tennessee because the choices you're making up here, the poor choices. Riley said, it was an accident, a true accident. Said nothing back. If Riley would have been speeding or being reckless, he would have said, no, Riley, you were speeding and reckless, and that's what caused this. He had nothing to say in return. So he tells me that he's going, listen, I am 10 hours away. Okay? I am 10 hours away. So, like I told them, y'all need to talk. You both need to talk. You need to talk with your mom and stop blaming her. And Riley, you need to talk with your dad. Y'all all three need to compromise and work. Because I didn't make this choice for him to go to Illinois. Your mom did. I agreed I'd pay his way back. Then I got the other kids I ain't allowed to talk to or ain't been talked to because they won't answer the phone, won't respond because I don't want to deal with them crying. Then I'm pregnant, dealing with finding houses. I'm like, you want me to fix my son a year until he's 18 when you've had him the last 10 years and you gave him the example of what a man is who chooses women over... I mean, he's had one wife and 3 fiancés. What kind of effect does that play on a child? Those women did affect Riley, whether he wants to believe it or not. They did. Then you move them in when you send him to boys boot camp. You move 3 people in full time when he goes to boot camp. Of course he's going to feel replaced. He said, Mom, I came home and they just look at me like, why are you here? This is our house. You shouldn't be here. I don't even feel comfortable in my own home. You shouldn't be paying for kids that aren't yours insurance that just moved in 8 months ago. You should be paying for their car. That should be their dad and mom, not you. You should pay for your 2 children. I mean, he should have made his girlfriend go to a hotel or to her family and took his child home and showed him that he loved him. So, it's funny you put a goat on there. I guess, your husband liked goats so much, so. They don't warn you about this when you have kids. They should, like I said, there should be a teenager handbook, a drive-through that you can drive through. All the scenarios that could happen between your teenager and ex-parent, ex-husband, or whatever you want to call him. Just a weird predicament to be in. Like, how do I compromise with the both of them? I'm not there. Like I said, I don't know who's telling me the truth. I don't know if his dad's telling the whole truth, if he's telling the whole truth. I don't know. All I know was when you write in a message that says, I'm not choosing anybody over you, yeah, it sure does seem that way. I mean, it felt that way to me when my dad didn't even come see me when my mom died and he was 30 minutes away with his girlfriend and her kids. It sure felt like he was choosing them over me. And you send your son on a bus for the first time in his entire life to Tennessee, which you've kept him from for 10 years, and then you think that that's a good idea? You think that sending him all the way up there, I'm talking about Matt's girlfriend. I'm talking about, like, you should not be choosing your girlfriend and her kids over your own. You shouldn't be putting on Facebook when he's come to Tennessee saying a first peaceful vacation in 8 years, like Riley's the reason y'all don't have peace. Right. I mean, he can't talk to me. This is what he does every single time. Riley paid for his own phone, bought it before he came to Tennessee. Me and his girlfriend paid for his minutes. Me and his girlfriend. And he took his phone away from me. Why? Why would you do that? I hope everybody sees him for who he is. He got online talking about me poorly and then going to call me and tell me to fix Riley this last year after he's had him for 10 years. I hope y'all see who he is. Maybe somebody can get through to him and wake him up. No, I don't have Riley. I don't know where he's at. It's either talk to Matt, who I have nothing to talk to you about. You are making poor decisions that's affecting my son, and I got to pick up the pieces emotionally and try to fix it. He could have said, Ashley, I'm taking Riley home until the 15th or 16th so I know he's healed by the time that you get here or by the time that the bus is. That way I know our child is physically okay before I send him back to Tennessee. And you need to have the bus ticket by the date that you said, and I will have him there. Send me the information, and I'll have him there. Instead, it's come get him or he's going to a juvenile home. Listen, I just said that. They were arguing in the car. He said, Mike don't want you. Mike's the mentor. He said, that's a lie. Mike said that the way that you acted at the ambulance in the hospital, they didn't want to deal with you because of how you're acting. He said nothing in return to Riley. Now, if that was the case, he would have said, Riley, that ain't the truth. They don't want you there because of whatever. He just went silent. And then as soon as I started, because me and him will get in an argument, and I'm not arguing with him. I have nothing to talk about. You can call me with my son on the phone. Would you talk to your ex-husband who's 17 and a half and taking your child to a juvenile home and you have no part of it? You can't talk to him. What is me talking to Matt going to do? He's in a juvenile home that I don't know nothing about because Matt chose that. There's nothing for us to talk about. Besides, you're a horrible parent. You are failing your son. Give him all the stuff you have and I don't argue because it does no good. Like I just said, I stayed calm the other night between him and Riley. And I tried to play both sides, okay? I tried to play both sides of like, Riley, you know, you're growing up, maturing. Your dad's 30. You know, he's going to make poor choices also. We're adults. We make mistakes. And then as soon as I started saying the truth, but in a loving way to both of them, that's enough talking. Get off the phone. Hang up. That's what he said to Riley. He don't want to hear it. And honestly, like, I'm afraid he'll take it out on Riley. If he sees that me and Riley are better, I'm just in a weird predicament. Like, weird predicament. You are stupid to take your child to, even threaten that. That is stupid. You don't threaten your child with a juvenile home when you ain't seen him in 6 weeks and he had a wreck. People just don't, y'all don't know him, okay? You don't know, nobody knows him like his family does. And this is why we didn't work out. Hell, his girlfriend's watching me. You think he's going to talk to me now that I told the truth about everything? He ain't. That's who he is. His persona is... I'll put Kevin on the phone. They can talk. Him and Kevin can talk. Because me talking to him the other night didn't do any good. He wanted to hang up the phone, and that was it. He didn't want to hear me. He didn't want to hear what I had to say. He wanted to not talk. So why are you talking to me now after the fact? We have nothing to talk about. Like I said, call your mom. Figure out what's going on, and I will get him back home. Until then, there's nothing for us to talk about. I don't want to hear what he's done to make you feel this way. I don't want to hear what your girlfriend feels. I don't want to hear any of that. Because truthfully, I can't get across to him, so it's just, y'all don't understand how he is. You don't understand how Matt is. At all. Like, even Kevin don't. Kevin's like, you're right, I don't. I only know how he treats you and how he's treated you for the last 10 years. So, weird predicament, weird spot to be in when you hadn't let me. Like, if we would have co-parented the last 10 years, this would be a lot easier. If he'd have let me co-parent with him, it'd been a lot easier than it is right now at 17 when he thinks he's grown and Matt thinks he's not. And it would be a lot easier if he would have communicated with me. But now it's like we're supposed to communicate when we can't get along, and he's making foolish choices. He ain't gonna listen to me. I'm 2 years younger than him. I've got 9 kids in his eyes. I ain't worth listening to. I ain't done nothing in my life. I ain't accomplished nothing. Like, he tells Riley that we're all rugheads down here and METH users and everything else. And Riley's learned that ain't the truth. His Grammy ain't, I ain't. That he even talks about his own mom like that. Oh. And I just feel stuck, you know? Stuck like I don't know what to do. So, oh girl, I blocked him too. I got him blocked just like you did. Yeah, it'll be justice for Matt whenever he leaves at home. I may do that. I may call for a welfare check. Hey, I'm tempted to even call DCFS because what parent does that? What parent sends your child to Tennessee on a bus, comes back without you knowing, without your control, and then you treat him like that? Justice for Riley, exactly. Screw Matt. He's choosing pussy over his son, and I don't agree with it. And you can say what you want, but he is. That is choosing a woman over your child. She was in the very beginning. I blocked her ass. She ain't talked to me. They've been together 2.5 years. We ain't never talked. You want to talk now? I don't want to hear your side. You didn't try to understand, get to know me. Ain't no reason to talk to you. Your children and you have caused problems in my son's life, and it's very clear. It is very clear. He's in no trouble at all, and then you and your children show up. Now he's suddenly in trouble acting out because his dad's choosing you over him. If my child was in the basement, I'd tell them, you can get the basement, my son can move upstairs. he's supposed to be 18, leaving home, you can be in the basement. I don't agree. I don't agree at all. I wish I could change him. But men are stuck in their ways, and that's how it is. And until he decides to change on how he views life and his outlook, no one's going to be able to do it. And really, I don't think he will, if I'm being honest, because he don't have a dad. He does not have a dad figure. So how can you learn from a man making mistakes who's your elder if you don't have an elder to learn from? So I don't know what it's going to take. It may take lots of years. It may take a lot of heartache. It may take a bunch of stuff for him to change and be logical, I guess you'd say. Like, treats Riley like he's his maid. Like, honestly, Riley be in the basement, and it's call him from upstairs in his recliner. I'm on the phone. No, this is true. Have the girlfriend's daughter, the girlfriend's son, and the other son there. They're all on their games playing. Riley, though, come up here and get me this. Come up here and do this for me. Come up here and get my phone behind me. Come up here and get my computer. And you're sitting in the recliner 2 feet from it. What? And he had anger management growing up. He also was put in juvie when he was younger because his mom couldn't control him. But Riley's not like that. He's just a kid. He's just trying. Riley he told me, he said, Mom, do you know why I don't listen a lot of times? It seems like I'm looking off. And I said, why? He said, because if I try to respond to Dad, I get yelled at for responding too soon. And if I'm quiet, I get yelled at for not responding. So whereas Kevin has always been pretty clear on what he gets on the trouble, like lying, hiding stuff, his is just whenever. If he's in a bad mood, Riley gets it. If him and his girlfriend aren't having a good day, Riley's it. Like I told Riley, son, I'm glad you're down here because if they break up, you're not to blame. And like to pop in my life and say, he didn't introduce us. Who gives a shit how y'all introduced? You moved in when my child was at boot camp after 2 years of dating. You should have stayed your ass in your own home and kept it separate until his oldest child was grown, which is a year. You couldn't give him a year with his son? No. And then him to pay for his own phone and to remove it. To remove it and make me talk to him. Make me talk to Matt when me and him don't talk. That's control. That is control of everything. Control of what I can tell Riley. Control of what Riley can tell me. Control of what's going on. Control, 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 control. But it's like, what do you do when you ain't the one making the decisions? He is, or his mom is. It's like I feel helpless. Like I said, son, I'm so sorry you're fixing to go through this. I'm so sorry you're fixing to go through this again. Wish Mom could change it. I'm gonna ask Grandma how you do that. Yeah, it's squash. I don't know how to do the peas. Kevin acted like you gotta do it a certain way. Girl, it's hard because stress not being around the other kids and they're not answering the phone and talking to us. Stress of getting a house in time. Stress of, It's just a lot. Like I said, I guess it's so hard for you to get women that you now choose them over your child. Make your child your priority, not the problem. And when the girlfriend can blame your child, and he literally told me himself, I pay for her children's insurance and stuff because they make A's and they're good kids. They go out with their friends, even at 13. But Riley's 17 and you don't treat him the same way. Children that you just moved in December, you're paying for their insurance, they have a father, they have a mother. Not your responsibility. So just pray for my son, okay? Don't pray for Matt and his girlfriend. I don't give a crap about them. I hope he wakes up one day and realizes that he's been stupid over women. He is. But listen to me. Let me tell you something. Kevin's family has my children. So therefore, choosing Kevin is for my children, you dummy. His family has my children. All 5 of them. Even the 3 children that doesn't share blood. Okay? Me and Kevin are better. We've actually gotten a lot better since the things that we did. We've learned. We take accountability. We have grown, which is what you're supposed to do, and say when you're wrong. And I have taken accountability, and I have said that I was wrong, and he's wrong also. He also says it. So that's not choosing, baby. If anything, that's helping me out because his family has my kids. And listen to this. Let me also say this. He's been in my children's life since they were 5, 3, and 2. Not 15 and 13. My children call him Dad. They only have his family. Nobody else shows up for them. Not their biological family, not my family. So, yeah, I'm going to choose the family who's there for my children. The family who grows from their mistakes. The family who matures when they're told that something's wrong. The family who isn't perfect but tries their best. You can't. My children were babies when he came along. I didn't move somebody in when they were 10, 13, and 15, or 15, 13, and 12. They were 5, 3, and 2. So, who, baby? Thank you for showing my stomach. Just love it. Did my children meet him? No. Does my children know about him? No. My children have never met another man besides Kevin. They have not had 4 men move into their home and play mom or dad to affect them. Sorry, but they haven't. They never met another man besides Kevin. So go on with yourself and have fun. That didn't happen, so you can't use that as a scenario. That's stupid to say because my children never met him. Ever. So, and that would be 2 men, not 4. Hello, beautiful. Oh no. Oh, yes, we got one. Thank gosh. Thank gosh. Oh gosh. Girl, they always are. Kevin also did not introduce people to his kids but me. It's something you don't do. You don't bring just anybody and everybody around your children. You don't just move anybody and everybody into your home, which is your safe spot, which is where your children feel safe. I'm stressed. Stressed to the max. Stressed to the max. But, okay. I'm just tired of the bull crap. Like, grow up. Grow up and make better choices for your children. After this, when I get this put on, I'm going to go there and package. If anybody would like to order, we will have an open lineup, but I will be packaging when I get done with this. Orders will go out tomorrow. If you order today, I'll try to get it out tomorrow. It might be Monday, but I will try. I've got to package the orders I have ready. Homemade squash, black-eyed peas, maybe mashed potatoes, and country fried steak. Yeah, she has many items. I will have them here soon. Her items, so I'll try to add them. I will be adding the items I got pictures of already. I just got to work on them right quick. I think they were talking to the haters. They might have been talking to me. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't think they meant that to me, but it come off that way, so I agree. Figured I need to do it now because I'd rather package in a minute than be out here cooking late. So I'm going to go ahead and do this, get it started. At least let it simmer for a while, or get it just set in there, and then once I get done packaging, come in here and finish it. Really, nothing needs to cook for a period of time, but figured I'd just get it ready so I can turn it on at a certain time. Probably her. But, you know, it does affect my life because it's my child, so that's quite funny to say. But, you know, sitting behind the screen makes me wonder if she's talking to somebody else. So I'm not sitting behind a screen. I'm literally standing in front of it talking. But I don't mind. And I really, frankly, don't care what he has to say about what I've said today because I'm tired of keeping my mouth shut. I kept July quiet. I kept August quiet. I kept him coming down here quiet. I kept all of it quiet. My son told me yesterday, or the day that the day after it happened, Mom, you can post a post about this. I said, okay. And then his dad did what he did, so I just think it's stupid. I think it gave him the wrong impression. Well, I mean, it's just a box of country fried, country fried steak, that's what it is. This. Oh. Those will be put on last. I'm gonna let the peas and all that cook slowly. And then maybe put that on towards the end. Oh, thank you. All I'm gonna say is when he don't have a girlfriend and his son cuts him off completely, then I'm going to say you got what you deserve, because you put women before your child, and when your child don't want to talk to you anymore, then you can go back and say, well, I guess I did make him feel that way. Like look, this is how I speak to my son. I say, son, I want you to promise me that no matter what, even if I'll read. Oh, I got my phone in my pocket. Don't know what I'm going back in there for. I said, son, please promise that here's what I said. Just don't let him bother you. Mom's always been, this is before the wreck, Mom's always been honest about my downfalls and what I think will change as you mature with your dad. Doesn't mean you have to give in now. Protect your peace, even if that's for me and Dad. I will always love you unconditionally, and I will never leave you holding the bag. So, I mean, even if he thinks that I'm interrupting his peace, step away. Step away from me if you need to. If I'm interrupting your peace, step away. I understand. So, oops, sorry guys. So I do think they'll be okay later on, but you know, right now it's very up in the air. You know, it always happens with teenagers. I thought I was right when it come to Grandma. I knew it all. You know, I was an adult in my mind. So I know that it could be hard dealing with a teenager, but when he's down here with his Grammy and me, he's a great child. He's great. Well, he really ain't a child. He's a young man. He's not a child. He's a great teenager, let me just say that. I mean, can you imagine moving 3 other people in your house on top of your children? That would cause anybody more stress, but why do that for a piece of pussy? That's what it's for. Why take care of 2 children that isn't yours when you already have 2? Why move someone in when you've got a year left till your child graduates and your other child's there only half the time? Why wouldn't you give your child that last year and then move them in? O'Reilly, listen, when his dad is around him, he is so anxious. You can see it all over his body. His whole body reacts. When he's down here, he's calm. He looks you in the eye. He listens. He responds after you're done talking. He don't curse. He don't do any of that. Has a boat he paid for a boat. And all his dad could say is, got a boat out there, paid for his license, he won't go get it. Why don't you sit down and study with him? You know he's got ADHD. You got your GED. Why don't you sit down and study with him for his GED? Yes, he is. Why don't you? You don't want him to be successful. You want him to fail. If he fails, it wasn't you. If he succeeds, it was all you. That's exactly how he is and how he thinks. I mean, when he ran away, I have the whole thing on recording when he talks to the cops. Every bit of it. He asked me to record it. Mom, please stay on the phone and listen while I talk with the cops. I said, of course, son. Mute. Calls me in the car with his dad as soon as he got him out of the hospital, so I'm on the phone while they're in the car together. So I don't know what to say. Besides, Riley, I'm sorry that your dad's doing this. Well, I said, I'm sorry this happened to you, and I'm sorry your dad's doing this. In his way, he says, see, nobody, I'm sure this is what he says, see, nobody wants you, nobody can get you, you effed up and here you are stuck. I can just hear him, something like that. Not, oh, okay, your mom had plans for you to get home? Okay, then I'll take you home and help you heal, and then we'll get you to the bus when mom gets your ticket. No, come get him tonight or he's going to a juvenile home. What? Listen, I don't have room here, and the way my haters are, as soon as he came here, they'd be calling DCS because I don't have a room. He's with his Grammy in Tennessee, and he's doing wonderful. I'm in Mississippi. He's enrolled in a Tennessee school. He's making A's. He went back to Illinois to visit for fall break and got into an accident, a true accident. And now his dad's back to controlling him, and this is what all's happened. Instead of taking his child home and letting him heal until his return date, he took him to a juvenile home out of the hospital. If he kept him, I'm surprised. I don't think he kept him because Riley hasn't contacted me in 2 days, and the last message I got was, I'm okay, Mom. Go into the juvenile home. Can't have my phone. Why would you do that? Why would you take your child's communication away when you know mentally and physically he's hurt? Severely hurt, like the first true big accident he's had. Spent over 24 hours in the hospital. And your first thing is, nobody else can get you. You came up here and made a stupid choice. I'm putting you in a juvenile home. I'm going to do what y'all say. I'm supposed to call for a well check to the house. I'm tempted to call DCSF too. I've never done it before, but I'm tempted to. And why does he do that? So I have to talk to him. So I have to communicate with him. I don't want to hear your day-to-day life. I don't want to hear what you say Riley could or couldn't done. I don't want to hear yours and your girlfriend's problems. I don't want to hear you blame Riley for everything when he ain't been there in 6 weeks. There's no reason your child is that severely hurt and you want to send him to a juvenile home instead of taking him home. Yes, Matt wants him back down here. His Grammy wants him back down here. I want him back down here. And instead of taking him home for a week or a couple days until the bus ticket's bought, he took him to a juvenile home. Who does that? You ain't saw your child in 6 weeks. You sent him on a bus to Tennessee he ain't been to in 10 years, really? And then you want to put him in a juvenile home as soon as he got hurt? You didn't want to take him home and just try to heal him and say, son, I'm sorry you're hurt. I didn't agree with you coming back, but let me take care of you until you get back on the bus. What? That just tells you I can't take you home. Why? Because your girlfriend and her 2 kids are more important? I mean, he told me himself, Riley isn't a good kid is why I don't pay for his stuff. He acts out. He don't mind. Her kids are perfect. Her kids make A's. That's why her kid can go out and have friends and be out to 9 o'clock. He's 12 or 13. Put her children in the second or third, they got a 3-story house. My son's been in the basement for 10 years, 8 years. He has ADHD. Don't take medicine for ADHD because it makes him suicidal. He has a 4-by-6-inch window. The laundry room is in his room. Everybody can track through Riley's room. He has no privacy. Nobody better dare go in their 4 rooms. Man. Riley's been to blame for every woman that's left him. It was because of Riley getting in between us. It was because of Riley. Maybe we would have DCFS talk to her kids at school privately without them knowing and say, does Matt yell and holler at you? Does he cuss? Does he act horrible towards kids? I mean, maybe they should talk to her kids too. Hell, I mean, if Riley's feeling that way, God knows what other kids are feeling in the home. But I mean, heck, he says they're perfect children. He literally said that. Her children are good children. I didn't call DCFS back when he ran away in July. Ran away from his dad because the way dad is. I didn't do it then. You know, I didn't call and do any of that stuff because I don't call DCFS on people. I don't do it. I never have. But you put my child in a place where I can't talk to him, that's control. You want me to talk to you only? There's nothing to be said. Besides, you're a damn idiot. He don't show his emotions to his child until it's too late. And then it's through a text message. You don't even do it in person. But it is, you know. It's hard. Like I said, once you turn 18, nothing you can do but pray, you know. But it's so much harder when you have a co-parent like this. It's so much harder. He's chose women over my son and over us having a relationship the whole time. And then when Riley starts being bad, it's be his mom and fix him and do this and do that. But then still say stuff on, you know, about us. Like, blaming Riley. The little relationship I had reconciled with my mom is now gone because of you. What? Riley's told her all the lies you said, and she showed him and told him the truth. And that's his fault? Oh, he's got a lot of growing up to do, Matt does. And so does Riley. But Matt, this is why we just cannot get along. We can't. Like, this is how he's been since I was 16 and he was 18. Why take your child if you're not going to put him first? Why take your child if you're going to blame him for everything? It ain't like Riley's on METH or drunk all the time, or he ain't got a girl pregnant, he ain't been to jail. He's a horrible kid. Ugh. Homemade squash, black eyed peas, and chicken fried steak. I may have mashed potatoes, I'm not sure. I'm just getting ready. He can text me and tell me what date Riley can come home, and I'll get a ticket. Other than that, I ain't got shit to say to him besides stop choosing pussy over, stop choosing a woman over your kid. Stop choosing kids that aren't yours over your kid. He ain't gonna like that either, so. I mean, heck, even Kevin said he shouldn't have went back, Ashley. I don't think he should have went back to Illinois, but the way his dad's treating him says, I sure don't care about you. Go on to juvie. I don't care about you. He said, so, you know, Riley was wrong for going back up there, but his grandma made that choice, not you. And he's severely wrong for taking your child who's hurt like that and sending him to strangers. That surely tells your child that you don't care. He don't matter to you. I mean, I agree with his grandma, too. If Riley's acting right, he's an A student, he hasn't caused any problems, why wouldn't you reward him for good behavior? Now, do you always get that in life? No, but if you go to work every day, you work your job, you get vacation time. So, I agree that she's trying to give and take, make him be responsible, make him be mature, but also make him be accountable and be rewarded for it also, not just all the time, Well, when I opened, no, he was listen, he called it something. It wasn't a side-by-side, it's an 800-pound four-wheeler, but it's like the biggest four-wheeler. They call it something up north. I don't know it. He called it, and I was like, what's that? He just had a very large four-wheeler. So he went to visit his girlfriend. He didn't call it a razor, not an ATV. It's one other word he used up north. But he answers the phone, and I'm like, what happened? So his girlfriend had plans with her friends, and it was the first day that they had been apart. And he went to his mentor's house, because a quad. He knew that he only wanted to go those two places, his mentors or his girlfriends, because he knew he would stay away from his dad, stay away from friends that used to get him in trouble or entice him, which he's not really ever been in trouble. He snuck out one time at 13 to see a little girl, and then the July incident. That's it. He ain't been in jail. He ain't hurt nobody. He ain't got a baby on the way. He's not on METH. He ain't. Okay? So he claims that they were riding and there was a big dip in the grass. And there was a pond. There was a big dip. And he was going and it dipped. And when it dipped, their weight went over. And when the weight went over, she was on his shoulders and he couldn't break it. And it started to flip. And he said that she landed in the pond and it knocked him out. He come to. He got the quad back on its four wheels. He got her out of the pond because he says that she was drowning or going to drown because she was unconscious. He got them on the quad and got them back to the mentor's house. The mentor called the ambulance. The ambulance came and his dad showed up and acted out like he did to me when I got hurt. She's got supposedly a broke neck. He's got an orbital broke in his face. He thought he had a broken leg. When his dad showed up in the ambulance, he started panicking. His heart rate went crazy. They made the dad leave. When his dad came to the hospital, they made him leave. And he took him to a juvenile home. Got him out of the hospital after 30-something hours being in the hospital, and then took him to a juvenile home instead of his house. And he hadn't saw him in 6 weeks. Sent him on a bus to Tennessee. Hadn't saw him since the end of August. And then he's going to send him. This is what he looked like when he came home. He could barely walk on his leg because they thought his femur was broke, but it's not. It's just severely bruised and hurt. So he was walking like this while on the phone with me. Here was how I reacted. I was shocked. Like so shocked. Girl, my kids all look alike. He said, Mom, thank you. I didn't think I looked like nobody in my life, and now I look like, here's all of his broken, chipped teeth. He can't open that left eye. Road rash down his leg. And instead of taking his child home that he hadn't saw in 6 weeks, that's horrible child, he takes him and drops him off at a juvenile home. When he's supposed to come home to Tennessee next week. He called me on the phone and said, Mom, Dad got me from the hospital, wouldn't let nobody else take me. Can you come get me tonight or I'm going to a juvenile home? I said, what? He said, yeah, Dad wouldn't let nobody else get me, so he's taking me to a juvenile home tonight and dropping me off until I get a bus ticket or you can come get me. You should have went home, kicked your girlfriend out and the 2 kids and said, go to your families while I spend time with my child. You shouldn't choose a woman over your child, ever. Especially when you've not been in those children's life until they're 15 and 13. You're not their daddy. You're a girlfriend, a boyfriend of their mom. You missed the whole story, Sherry, okay? You missed the whole story. You don't show up to somebody and say, when they have an accident, you've made poor choices, you stupid idiot. And his response was, it was an accident. I had a car wreck on the way home to feed him at midnight. Matt, when I was 16, totaled my car. He showed up the same way and says, you stupid bitch, I should beat your ass. That was 17 years ago. and he's treating his son the same way? Your child's that hurt and you take them to a juvenile home and drop them off? What? That sure tells your child he don't matter to you. I mean, it's just blames Riley for everything. Relationship problems, Riley. Supposedly Illinois won't let you. He ran away in July and they made him go back home. I mean, there's just, I talked about all of it, okay? Riley got in trouble in July. He ran away. The cops made him come back home. He put him in a basement with nothing. He's ADHD. Don't take his medicine, and he's been in a basement for 8 years. There's a 3-story house. How come the girlfriend's kids got their own room upstairs, but Riley's still in the basement where the laundry room is? Took everything away from him. His car, his job, his TV, his radio, and for over a month he had to sit in the basement with not even being able to call any. He had to sneak and call me on the Alexa Dot through his dad's phone. Who does that? Taking Riley's phone away so I have to talk to him. Give me my son's phone back that I helped pay for and let me talk to him. We have nothing to talk about. So, it's just a hard predicament to be in because I can't change him. So, I can only be there for Riley. And until he wakes up to his ways, Matt, nothing's going to change. Like I said, I sent you to Tennessee because you make poor choices. Riley said, this was an accident, a true accident. If he would have been right, he should have followed up with, no, Riley, you were speeding and being erratic. He didn't say nothing in return. Riley literally texts me and says, Mom, I'm okay, but I'm going to the juvenile home and I can't have my phone. Why would you want to isolate your child? Honey, we're not in court. Listen, he was in Tennessee. His dad sent him on a bus to Tennessee in August with 2 bags for nothing because him and his girlfriend were having problems because of Riley. Sent his son on a bus, 16-hour drive, bus drive, to Tennessee where he hasn't been in 10 years. His mom decided that Riley could go back to Illinois for fall break. He's supposed to come home and go back to school. He's in Tennessee school. He's an A student. Why wouldn't you have picked your child up and said, I'm taking you home until the date that you're supposed to return home to Grammy, and we'll get you to the bus stop and let you heal between now and then. I'm your dad. I'm going to take care of you. No, you get him out of the hospital and you drive him straight to a juvenile home and drop him off and say, figure it out. With no phone. So, it's nothing about that. Riley is 17 and a half. He's not a 12-year-old. He's not a kid. He is 17 and a half. He'll be 17 and a half in January. I ain't talked to him in 2 days. He literally said, I said, you okay, son? Yes, I'm going to a temporary foster home. All is good. I'll talk as soon as I can. I won't have my phone with me. Here's my thing. If you're going to send your child away and let me and his grandma raise him the last year and fix him like you said, you should have had nothing to do with this. You should have let him get checked out of the hospital, go to his mentor, go to his girlfriend, let him heal. He should come home the 15th and 16th. You should have stayed out of it. If you didn't want to care for him and be there emotionally and take him to a juvenile home, you should have stayed out of it. Not hurt him emotionally more. Nobody else can get you but me, and if your mom can't get you right now, you're going to a juvenile home. Who does that? Who does it? It's control, 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 control. He wants control, and if Riley don't turn out how he expects, it wasn't him. If Riley turns out how he expects and wants him, it was all him. Ashley didn't do none of this. My mom didn't do none of this. I did it all. It's exactly how he acts. Girlfriend problems, Riley causes it all. So, there's no talking to Matt. There's nothing for me and him to talk about. Besides, when can he come back to Tennessee? And when are you going to let him get on the bus? You should have left him where he was at and let his girlfriend or mentor help him this last week. At least they care for him. Wouldn't took him for the damn juvenile home. Squash, fresh black-eyed peas, chicken fried steak, and possibly mashed potatoes. I'm just putting it on so that he does. Because he labels Riley as a troubled child when he's not. Like Kevin said, your child has an accident and is hurt, and you're going to send him to a home for troubled youth when he didn't do anything to be troubled. He literally is an A student in Tennessee. He went back to visit and had a wreck by accident, and you're going to put him around other children who, most of them are juvenile delinquents and need to be there. What kind of impression are you making on your son? Like, he's severely hurt, and you want to send him to a place and say he's troubled? He is, and he's a great child. He's actually very respectful, very morally. He has great manners. Only when he's around his dad does he act different, because his dad is an asshole, a complete ass. He's a jerk. I mean, when you tell me that 3 of your last girlfriends, Riley was the problem, y'all broke up, maybe you shouldn't be with women until your child is grown, okay? Like, he let Riley, an hour from Chicago, walk to school 3 blocks when he was 8 and 9. I didn't call DCFS then because I didn't try to be that way as a person, but probably should have. I mean, go on dates, leave Riley home alone. I mean, just so much stuff. There's just so much stuff, okay? So much of it I don't agree with. But I can't change him. I ain't with him, so it's just a weird spot. We're not together. We haven't co-parented in 10 years. So at 17 and a half, you want to co-parent with me? And actually, he don't. Only thing he said was, come and get him or he's going to a juvenile home. Like, our plans was for him to ride the bus. He wanted to ride the bus there and ride the bus back. And now suddenly that changes because you picked him up from the hospital. Like I said, he should have took him home, made his girlfriend and her 2 kids leave and go to her family's or a hotel, and spent this time with his son, helping him recover. And then he should have said, okay, if he's better by the 15th or 16th, make sure you have his bus ticket, Ashley, and I'll have him there. That way he can go back to school in Tennessee when we expected him to. This was all planned out. This was all going good until Riley accidentally had a wreck. A full wreck while he was visiting his mentor. And you show up to the hospital acting like a lunatic, cussing him and raising your voice and getting him upset, and then you refuse the mentor to be able to get him or the girlfriend's family to be able to get him, and only you can get him, and you take him and drop him off at a juvenile delinquent home? Who does that? He does. He does. Like I said, if it turns out poorly, wasn't me. If it turns out great, all me. It's exactly how he thinks. Not, he's a normal teenager, he's going to push buttons. He's a normal teenager, he's going to want to do things and live life. He's a normal teenager who, at this age, you already had a baby on the way. I'd say he's doing better than you did. The only reason why he moved away was because he had Riley. If he wouldn't have had Riley, he probably would have been in jail and everything else, because he needed anger management, was in juvie himself. But he actually deserved it. So my thing is this. He ain't had a father figure at all, ever. His dad hasn't. Only his mom raised him. And now you're a dad to your son, and it's like mistakes. I mean, we all make mistakes. I'm not perfect. I tell Riley every day, I'm sorry for the mistakes I've made as a parent. You're my first time child. This is my first life. I'm living my first life like you are. I'm sorry I've made poor decisions. I'm sorry I'm in poor circumstances. I'm sorry that Mom hasn't done better in her life. But he won't do that. He won't accept his wrongs. Like, okay, he wanted me to drive that night at 9 o'clock, a 10-hour drive to get Riley, or he was putting him in a juvenile home. Instead of taking his child home and helping him recover until the bus ticket, because he's supposed to come home next week. His Grammy let him go for the fall break. He went for fall break. This happened during fall break with him visiting. And instead of his dad letting the mentor or the girlfriend take him home and him recover with them, he went and picked them up and refused everybody else to be able to get him. Riley calls me on the phone when they're in the car and says, can you come get me or I'm going to a juvenile home? Who does that when you haven't seen your child in 6 weeks? Who even makes your child think that? Gonna tell me, if you can come up with a year's worth of insurance, he can have his truck. The truck that he paid for. Why? Send him home in his truck, I'll pay for the gas, and I'll put him on my insurance. Control, control, control. He don't want him to succeed unless he's the one doing it. If it's under his house and Riley's successful, great. If it's at his mom's or my house, no. No, they can't help you succeed. They're going to help you fail. Riley's an A student. Why wouldn't you want him to get healthy and come back home to where he's an A student? Why would you call me and say he's going to a juvenile home unless you can come get him? No, he's going home with me for a week to recover. Make sure you have his ticket the 15th or 16th, or make sure you can get here to get him. That's how easy that is as a father. But no, his little girlfriend and her 15-year-old daughter and her 13-year-old son's peace is too important over his own son. The people who moved in just 9 months ago, while my son was in boot camp, he moved them in. Then he comes home and he sends him to a psych ward. The girlfriend, the reason why they got into the fight in August and he got sent here was because she was instigating their arguing. She was in the middle of it. What girlfriend would do that? What girlfriend would want your 17-year-old son and you to argue and fight? No. When they moved in, he should have said, one of y'all can have the basement, Riley's getting one of these rooms upstairs. No! Exactly. Like I said, he's got a year when he moved in till he was 18. He should have waited till his oldest son was 18. The other one only comes 2 weeks out of 4 weeks. Riley is there 24/7. That is his home. His permanent home. It's been his home for 10 years. And you move 3 people in full time and think it's not going to affect you or your child? And then tell me, I pay for their insurance and I pay for everything for them because they're great children. They're A students. Those are not your children. Those are not your responsibility. Like I said, our son can quote the suicide rates for males per minute, per hour, per year, per month. Off the top of his head, he can quote those. I would say that he might feel like he wants to unalive himself around those people in that home. If a girlfriend and kids are causing that much problem, get your own home. You don't interrupt your child's peace and their home where they feel protected at because a piece of probably not good pussy. That's what it's about. I'm gonna say Riley's in the basement because he can't be a good kid. We let her 13-year-old go out because he's more responsible. He can stay out till 9 or 10 o'clock. A 13-year-old? Told me that. Me, to my ear. Yeah, well, I hope he gets shit for the way he is as a dad. I hope he grows up. I hope somebody can get through to him. My son told me to post his wreck online and all this came afterwards because I'm tired of keeping it in. I'm tired of hiding how he really is as a dad, acting like he's just perfect and I'm this or that. No, he's not. And he is greatly influencing my child. Our child, whether he wants to believe it or not, he is. He's influencing the man he's going to be. He's influencing the way he's going to react as a man. But he's promised me, he said, Mom, I will be different than him. I'm not going to be like him. So, we'll see. But, who knows? Grandma, you didn't text me. How do I make these? How do I make these? They're not frozen. What's so special about it? What's so special about cooking them like that? What's different than cooking them out of a can? Can you tell me? I ain't gonna put them on right now. It's 4:30. I'm not gonna put them on. They said they were fresh. That they came from like homegrown. I mean, I'm gonna put bacon and pepper and onion and I don't know if I got bacon or not. I might have Kevin's salt and get some, but I was gonna put bacon in them, butter, pepper and onion. Oh. Well, I've never cooked any fresh beans, so I don't know. I don't know about that. Homemade squash, fresh black-eyed peas, country fried steak, and I may make homemade mashed potatoes. Yeah, that's why I'm putting them on right now. I'm not going to cook my squash right now. I'm just putting it in the pots. I don't got any ham bone, but... Oh, I was going to put it on like a regular pot and just let it slow cook, you know. Well, thank you. I just never cooked peas, or black-eyed peas like that. I don't... Oh, yeah, they're going to be cooked slow. I'm just put them on. We and him don't eat till about 8 or 10. So, I don't got any pork chops. That's what I said. I don't have anything like that. I'll have to get Kevin some bacon. Just get me some bacon, you know. No, I am. That's why I asked y'all. They're not frozen. They've been in the refrigerator. They're not frozen. I don't got any bacon grease either. we don't keep food because I might have some over here. He's got sausage, but I don't see any bacon. But he'll be home at 6 or about 6:30. So I figured I'd just cook it slow, you know, cook them on slow, and then add the ham or add the bacon, you know, about when he gets home about 7, and cook them for another 2 hours, you know. Girl, I don't got any of that. I'm lucky we bought this. We went last Saturday to, we had to go to Olive Branch, and then we stopped by Corinth and got food, and that's what we picked out. No, they're not dried. We picked hamburgers, soup, and then this. So we ate soup Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Last night he made hamburgers. I got the soup still in the refrigerator, but he made hamburgers last night and fries. And then tonight I'm going to make this. We'll eat on this tonight and tomorrow. And then Saturday we'll go back for this week. He's like, I like it when you come, because I would have never picked this out. But we had good food for this week. I mean, we only bought 1 pack of meat and then those chicken fried steaks. So for me and him, it's not I pretty much chose to make soup instead of eating out. So instead of spending $40 to $50 eating out, we got soup and made soup. I bought beef stew tips. We bought hamburger, etc. So I still got half a pack of hamburger in here, but tonight, okay, yeah, they're wet. Not wet, but you know what I mean. Like, they're not frozen. He put them in the refrigerator, I guess. I texted you, I got them at that farm stand you used to take me to, Grandma. I introduced Kevin to it. He wanted some muscadine jelly, and they didn't have any. No, listen. He offered for me to drive and come and get him. It's a 10-hour drive. His Grammy sent him back on a bus, okay? He was going to come home on a bus because it's a 10-hour drive one way. Well, it's 9 hours, not including stops. It's a 584-mile one-way drive. It was going to cost way more than $118 to go get him and come back home. And then go back and come back home. So Riley chose, because I was 5 months pregnant, that he would ride the bus. He rode the bus to go visit his mentor and his girlfriend on fall break. He calls me. Riley's supposed to come home on the 15th or 16th on a bus. He calls me. His dad checked him out of the hospital, wouldn't let the mentor or the girlfriend take him home, and tells me, you either come get him tonight or he's going in the juvenile home. Or get a bus ticket in the next 1 or 2 days. I hadn't heard from Riley since Tuesday night, and they wouldn't let him have his phone. Why would you do that? Especially if your child is hurt. So, alright. Yeah, I put other stuff in it, but, kids used to love my black-eyed peas because of the way they tasted. I put onion and bell pepper in it. I let them cook down. I saute them, and then I cook them down, then I add it. My vehicle is a gas juggler. It's going to cost, you want to pay my gas? $118 for a bus ticket, or $500 for gas. And I need a tune-up on the truck. Riley has a court date in November. He earned this trip through his grandma, not me. In November, his court date, I'm taking him back to court. That was our plan the whole time. He said, Mom, it's not fair for you to drive 10 hours one way 5 months pregnant. And it costs that much. I mean, he's even logical at 17. So, he had plans to come back home next week on a bus. His Grammy approved it. He's out of school this time. He's not missing school. Instead of his dad taking him home until next week and letting him heal and saying, you can come home for these few days, I'm going to help you heal and us bond, and then you can go back home and Mom gets your ticket, he calls and says, come get him or he's going to a juvenile home. What is so important at your house that your child can't come home who you haven't seen in 6 weeks? Who you sent on a bus for causing you and your girlfriend problems? Your girlfriend is the problem. She is the instigator. Her children are the instigator. They got to move into a home free ride while your child feels replaced and feels like he don't belong there and he doesn't matter. But no, I've already went into all that. I'm not going back over it. Okay? Not going back over it. And neither should anybody else. The ones who have heard it knows that nothing that Riley has done should call for this. Should call for putting your son on a bus for a 16-hour drive back to Tennessee, who you claim is METH users and can't raise him, but yet you send him down here. And he's an A student down here. Just saying, he's just emotionally not there for him, and it's going to play a huge effect. No, the wreck, there's nothing for the wreck. The wreck was an accident, from what I've been told. It was a four-wheeler, y'all call quad, that's what they call it. It was an accident on a quad. Squash, homemade black-eyed peas, country fried steak, and possibly mashed potatoes. It's a lot more squash than I thought it would be, though. A lot. A lot more. Oh, what? What? It's a knife. What are we talking about? I'm cutting squash. I wasn't upset. I'm cutting squash. I ain't gonna turn it on though. I'll probably turn it on maybe here in a little bit once I get the peas on, maybe. No, you're all right. I was like, what am I doing? Okay, got those done. All right. Yeah, they do. It's a lot. It's just me and him though, but it is a lot. A lot more than I thought. But it came in a basket, so you couldn't get less. You had to get what was in the basket. So. I think I'll go ahead and cook some potatoes. I think it'd be good. Squash, peas, mashed potatoes, and hamburger steak. That way he can take some to work tomorrow. Yeah, I gotta freeze the soup that's in there. I put it in the refrigerator, but I gotta freeze it. It's been in there for 2 days. Okay, let me get my pan out for the peas. It must have been good, but I lost it. Now, how do I rinse them? Rinse them? They were only $3.99. They were on sale. They weren't $8. They were $3.99. Rinse them? Okay. I was watching a lady yesterday. She's making homemade fries. And she told me she showed us about rinsing them. You had to rinse them 2 or 3 times until the water was clear. And then she added buttermilk to hers. So I was like, what? She added buttermilk to her fries and then coated them with flour and seasoning. And they look so good. Oh, they look pretty clean, like they've been washed pretty good by the farmer stand, but I'm rinsing them. I can see it's a little cloudy. The water's cloudy. Yeah, they weren't bad. They had somebody come in wanting he bought almost all of them. There was maybe 8 bags, little bags left. He bought all the gallon bags. And then Kevin didn't see the watermelon until we were pulling out. And he's like, that's what I came for. That and the muscadine jelly, and they didn't have any. So I'm gonna call them this week and see if they got any. That's what he wanted, was muscadine jelly. I got squash, and I got the peas, and he got cucumbers. He said, I don't know why I bought these cucumbers. I bought them for our girl, and she's not even there. Madeline loves cucumbers, and he thought of her, and then got home and thought, I don't know why I bought these. I bought them for Natty. And well, that lady didn't say to freeze them. She said to rinse them 2 times, and then run them through. Put your water in a bowl, run your hands through them, rinse it again. She said 2 to 3 times so the water's clear. Then she dried them just a little bit, just not much, but just a little bit. And then she added buttermilk, just enough to coat them. And then she added flour and seasoning to the other. And then she put 2 handfuls of flour into the buttermilk fry mix. And she got it all mixed up so the buttermilk wasn't liquidy. And then she threw the fries into the flour and got them all coated. And then she fried them like seasoned fries, and they look really good. But hey, I think I've heard about putting them in the refrigerator for a little bit. It makes them keep their stability, like their hardness and stuff. I think I shared it. I'll try to share it. I was telling Kevin last night about it. That I would have never thought to put buttermilk in it, But y'all just pray for me, and y'all pray for Riley, please. I can't control the other house. I can't control what the relationship's like. I can't control Riley while he's there, But just pray that Riley will make it and be okay, and I pray that his dad will change his ways a little bit, change a little bit. But just pray, because it's hard as the other parent to help or fix this whenever I don't live in their home. I don't know who's telling me the truth fully, and automatically I'm going to take my son's side over his father, because me and him aren't together. So, I'm automatically going to take my child's side, because he tells me he feels replaced and like he don't belong. And, I felt that way as a kid. And the things that I would be upset about, I'm sure is different for him. I maybe wouldn't get upset at Riley for the things that he does. So, it's just hard when you got a bunch of different people playing an effect on your child. And no matter if that person is with them every day, day in and day out, they're going to play an effect on him. Either positively or negatively. So, alright, got him in the pot. Like I told him, I'll always love you, Riley, unconditionally. I won't always agree with you. I will tell you when you're doing wrong or making poor choices, but I'll always be here for you. I'll always be your mama. And nobody else will ever come between that. You are my baby. You're my firstborn. But it's just hard because, like the other parent wants to talk to me and exclude our child, and there's nothing to talk about. mean, even when people who he talks on the phone, even when girlfriends and their parents say that his dad is just angry and an asshole all the time, I would say somebody's telling the truth. Yeah. Alright, let me cut these up small, saute them. Cut this up small. I know, I agree. Like, even with Kevin, like, Kevin was talking to him, and he looked him in the eye. He would look down, and Kevin thought he wasn't listening, but he's like, no, Mom, I was listening. He said, just things that Dad does plays an effect. Like, if I'm looking him in the eye, I'm staring at him. If I don't respond, I ain't listening. Like, either way I go, I'm wrong, is what he feels like. So... I just want to tell you something. As men, just because you go to work every day and you supply a house and a car and all those things doesn't make you a perfect parent. If you're not there emotionally to console your child, to guide your child without being angry or obnoxious or blaming, then you're failing in ways. You should also be there emotionally. You don't call your child a pussy if they cry. You don't call your child a pussy if a little girl paints his nails and he comes home with his nails painted to help a child. Like the last time he was in a juvenile home, the grandchild painted his nails. And you know what he said, Mom? Oh no, I got a meeting with Dad today to know what's going to happen, and he's going to call me a pussy because I let her paint my nails. What? Like, no. So it's just a hard place, you know. It can't affect his. I can't change him. It can only affect Riley, hopefully. Hey, girly. But we all make mistakes, you know. We all make mistakes as parents. Like Kevin said, he wished he would have cried more around his kids and, you know, let them know that, like, his older kids didn't ever see him cry. Our younger kids have. And he's like, that don't make you weak. That makes you a man that can control his emotions and show emotions. He said, but he was raised in the 70s. Matt was not. He was raised in the 90s. So, and it's hard because like I told Kevin, I went from Matt, who only had his mother. His mother did not have a man. He never had a father figure, only raised by her. She did her best. She supplied him with a nice home. Did she always do right? No. Matt rebelled. He was in juvie. He was in anger management. He dropped out of high school when he turned 18. Actually 17. He never completed high school. He went and got his GED. He got him a camper. He lived on his own when we got pregnant. Michael, His mother was a single mom, but his dad was around. His dad was not there all the time. His dad was an alcoholic. Kevin's parents stayed together until he was 20. So he was raised with both his mother and his father. The difference is astronomical. Kevin, he had his dad until last year. Like I said, when I left, his dad said, "What did you do?" Ashley doesn't react like that. "What did you do to cause it?" And his dad kept him in line. His dad also could tell him, "Son, I'm sorry for the mistakes I made when you were a child. I'm sorry for drinking. I'm sorry for being abusive towards your mom and y'all having to see it." Matt does not have that. He does not have somebody to say, "Hey Dad, Riley's doing this and this and this. What do you think I should do?" No. He's going on his own cognizance of what he thinks is right with no guidance from an older person because he doesn't respect his mom. I mean, he's even blaming Riley for him and his mom's relationship. "Since you've been down there, you've been asking questions, and that's now mine and my mom's relationship ain't reconciled." No, you told your child lies, and he came down here to see if it was true or not, and then realized you lied to him. Of course he's going to ask. So, he's just making a lot of mistakes that I hope he realizes later on, and I hope it's not too late. I hope our child's not in the ground or in jail, prison by then. Like, when Riley come down here, I blocked his dad on Facebook. He only added me so I could send him stuff that Riley, back when Riley was a little bit in trouble this summer. He only added me for that reason. So, when Riley got sitting down here, I blocked him. Me and you have nothing to talk about. We don't. Our child is 17, almost 17 and a half, and why should we have to talk? He's not in school up there, he's in school down here. Why take his phone away from him when he's doing great? He's an ace. Why punish him when he had an accident? Just like he said, Dad's got anger. He's got anger problems, Mom. He was almost in a wreck on his motorcycle. He got out and hit the man's car with something. Like, who does that? Who has road rage and does that? Somebody with anger problems. Who's always had anger problems since he was young, a teenager. How do you fix him when you're the ex-wife? Then you got the girlfriend in La La Land. Like, "Oh, we didn't do nothing when we moved in." Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I'm fixing to call a well check. I've never called DCS, but I'm tempted to call DCS and say, what father takes their child out of the hospital who's severely hurt and takes them to a juvenile home, not home? To me, that's neglect. Being emotionally abusive is neglect. So, yeah. Kevin's kids don't feel whatever way you think they're feeling, but whatever. Kevin's kids were grown, but they do. I told him that. I told him, and I got the house, not Kevin, me. Kevin's kids had never met anybody else, ever. I'm the first person they met. His child was 16, not living with him full time. Riley lives there 365 days a year. I told Matt this. I'll even play the video for you. I told him, I agree. I sent Matt a video in July and told him to take his son for a weekend visit for 2 days. Just so I can show you that I've logically tried to help their relationship and he refuses. Let me show you. Because this is the truth. His son, okay, I'll just let you hear it. Kevin's son was so jealous and attached to his dad. I mean, he literally hung to his dad like this, okay? He literally hung around his waist at 16 years old like he was a 5-year-old, okay? His son would not come back because, I'll let you hear it. I'll just let you hear it. I confirmed that I even felt that way when my dad moved in with his girlfriends and their kids, that he was choosing them over me. I confirmed that Kevin's children felt that way even at 16, 17, 18, and 19, and that Riley was going to feel this way. They're moving into his home while he's at boot camp and then a psych ward. So, I agree. But Dylan's wasn't there all the time. Dylan came every other weekend when he wanted to. This is Riley's home. Like, permanent home. Been there every day, all day. Doesn't go to his mom's half the time. That's his home. And you move 3 more people in there and think that that's not going to change even your attitude? Yes, it is. So, right here it is. There's nothing like bad about it. It's just, I was trying to be the mediator. I was trying to help them to talk. I was trying to compromise a little bit. I was trying to say, hey, I understand. I feel this way. Kevin's kids felt this way. And he wouldn't do it.
I want to see my face, but...
Here you go.
Okay, listen. You may not want to see my face, but I want to ask one thing of you and Dana. Okay? Dana, please listen to this with me. Okay? I've thought about this the last little bit because I do see a lot of me and Riley and a lot also, but I want to just say something. With Kevin, when I met him, I was 24, he was 43. And I had to teach him something at that age. Let me tell you what we did. He did, not me. When his son and daughter came to visit me, not my children, in our first home, his son clung around his mid-waist at 15 years old. His daughter was just his best friend. They were closer than him and his son, but his son had like more of a younger mentality, like my dad, you know, like just that. He clung to him. He didn't say a lot. He was really quiet, etc. Well, we moved the kids in, and Kevin moved in. He went to get Dylan for the first visit. He took Dylan to the movies. He came back. We had dinner. The kids were there. I told Kevin this was a bad idea because I know how I felt when my dad was off with, which you're different, Riley's there all the time, but I'm going to give you a scenario in a minute. You might click, but he was off raising their children, even one girl's sister, and I was a couple miles up the road. The furthest he ever was away from me was Corinth, and that's about, 30 minutes, Matt? And I despise him because he didn't come visit me, etc. He did with them, he didn't do for me. So let's go back to this situation with Kevin. Kevin brought him home. We decided to go to bed at our normal time. The kids were up. He was in his room playing the game. The kids, of course, Junior was calling Kevin Dad by then. But only Dylan and Kirsten had called him Dad. It set a jealousy off in Dylan where he wanted to call his mom that night and he wanted to go home. We took him home early. He took him home early the next day, and he barely talked to Kevin for a year. Whenever he came back, I took our children, my 3 children, Natty, Junior, and Andy, either to Grandma Agnes's or Delilah's or Catherine's or somewhere like that, so they could visit people while his son visited. I stayed in the bedroom, or I made supper. I invited him in when he came with a lasagna, whatever he requested that I could make, I tried to make when he showed up. I bought the snacks he liked, etc., to make him feel like I wasn't taking his daddy from him. Even at that age of 15, he was also on the same medicine, ADHD medicine that Riley was on, and he stopped taking it before his mom knew because it made him suicidal and the way he felt, just trapped. Okay? It took many, many visits of my children. I'm sending you this video. Hold on. It took many, many visits of my children being away before I could even take him home with his dad. Okay? His daughter now, they were so close. She's taking our children now and won't let us talk to him, and he supposedly was a horrible daddy. When did that change? Because he was complacent online with me, and we made some poor choices of showing poor attitudes. Like, she's just completely 360, because whenever we met, she said, you promised you'd never be with somebody. He said, Kirsten, I gotten out of prison. Of course I didn't want to be with nobody. My wife had set me up. I lost all my rights. Of course I wanted to be single at that point, but 16, 13 years, I deserved to be happy and to have love. Okay, back to Riley. When Riley lived in that house with you before Dana moved in, or any other girlfriend, he had Wayne a week, himself a week. Wayne a week, himself a week. Please do something for me. You have failed in ways as a father, because those emotions as a child do not go away even at 16 and 17. I have my emotions for Jim Castile because of me, not my mama. She never talked bad about him. Do me a favor, because Jim Castile won't do this, and I've been telling Kevin to do this with his grown son now, who has his first baby and has been in zero trouble. He works all week long, takes care of his baby and his wife, girlfriend, and he's doing great. Did he go through a jealousy stage? Absolutely. For a long, long time, about 4 or 5 years. Between 15 and 19, 20. Yes, even at that age. So do me a favor, Matt, whether you listen to me or not, whether you do this or not, you've got 3 weeks before court. Please take your son for the weekend alone. Don't let him have a way out with no keys. Take his phone, you take your phone. Dana, don't call. You know where they're going. They're going to tell you. Don't call. Let Riley and Matt have time alone for 2 days by themselves. At least a day and a half, whatever you can do that's possible. Don't answer your phone for her or anybody unless it's an emergency. Don't be on your phone. Give your son your undivided attention. Does that sound selfish? Yeah, a little bit, but you don't realize that your child still has the mentality of a child. His brain is not fully developed yet. I mean, thinking back to mistakes we've made, this is something that I hold dear. If you can't do that to your child, just bring someone in, whoop, you're suddenly replaced. Now, is that fully an issue? Maybe not to you, but you need to recognize that, because it plays a huge effect in how one child may act out or behave or become. Okay, listen. I tried. I sent that in July. I tried. He would not do it. So what does that tell your child? This woman and her kids are more important than you. You caused me problems in my relationship. You're the problem. Leave. Gets him out of the hospital. You're the problem. You can't go home. You're going to a juvenile home. Well, Grandma, I got them on low, but I hadn't added anything to them. I was sauteing the pepper and onion to go in it. I'm not getting back in it, but it's just a lot. And Grandma was right. I could have saved myself a lot of heartache not being head over heels for a boy at 15. But I really didn't know. Now 16, 17 years later, it's coming back to bite me because because at that age, you really don't know people and you just think you're in love and then you have kids with them. And so there needs to be a handbook or like those, if you drink and drive, you'll go to hell type, plays they do at Christmas. There should be a welcome to teenage years. Here's all the possibilities. But I'm so stupid and don't know anything that he just don't listen to me. Matt, he don't listen to me. Or he would have done that in July, early August with his son, and it might have changed things. But exactly. But the girl, I told her earlier, I said, I'm sorry for what I put you through. But it's only, Riley doesn't listen only to his dad. It's just his dad. Everybody else he is amazing with.
because they don't talk to him and degrade him and curse him and blame him and make him the problem. We don't do that. We try to guide him. Like his Grammy said, I said, thank you for taking Riley. I know it's got to be hard to adjust to a teenager. Thank you for teaching him, life. And she said, no, it's just survival. I said, good. You're one of the best ones that can. I just wish I'd known his daddy better before I had kids with him. Because, we're 17 years in and he's still the person he was whenever I had Riley. He's still the angry, think he's right, never wrong, anger. So, I just feel like there's nothing for me to do in between them. At this point, it's for me to talk to my child, not him. There's no co-parenting. He's almost 18. But no, I told Riley that. I told Riley that, Grandma. I said, Riley, you know what one thing Grandma Billy always preached to me was, son, I'll never forget it, sitting in her living room floor as she cried. When I got pregnant, she cried, but she was there and supported me. And Riley, every choice you make will affect someone else in your life, not just you. But when you're being blamed with everything, and the reason relationships don't last is Riley. The reason why his day is horrible is Riley. The reason why Riley's stuck in the basement is because Riley's a horrible kid. There's no leadway. Of course you're going to want to rebel and act out when you're being blamed for everything, when you're the problem in your own home. But you weren't like that, Grandma. You taught me about, having poor friends and sneaking out and then going to Dad's and getting pregnant. You talked to me. You didn't just ignore me until I didn't do something you didn't like. You parented me all the time. You consoled me. You were emotionally there for me. You didn't degrade me. You didn't curse me. He does. And you didn't treat me like a problem, Grandma, or a burden. Never. Even when I was sneaking out, none of that. You never treated me like that. So thank you. And I tell Riley, I'm like, Riley, one day you'll wake up and you will realize that you had a good life. Dad did supply you with your needs and your wants. You were able to play sports. You've been on vacation, etc. He's like, Mom, I appreciate that. I just don't like how Dad talks to me and treats me emotionally and mentally. That's our only problem. Like, Mom, he wouldn't even talk about me about sex. You know who had to talk to me about it? My best friend's parents. He won't talk to me about nothing. So like I said, it's about control and not about guiding. He doesn't want to guide Riley. He wants to control everything as long as it turns out everything like he wants it to. If it didn't turn out how he wants it to, it's everybody else's fault. And Riley turns out perfect, which no kid is perfect, but his girlfriend's kids are perfect. He pays for everything because they're good kids and A students. Who says that? They moved in 9 months ago. You shouldn't be paying for her children. Squash, fresh squash, homemade peas or fresh peas, chicken fried steak, and possibly homemade mashed potatoes. Like I said, if my child had a wreck and I hadn't seen him in 6 weeks, he'd be going home with me and my girlfriend would be leaving. Go to your parents or go to a hotel. My child's coming home after 6 weeks. If you think he's a problem, then you need to leave while he visits his home. And I get him healed up. Not, you can't go home, you're going to a juvenile home. What? He had a wreck. An accident. Yeah, no, they were perfect until she moved in. Like, I've gotten into all this. Listen, he dated her for 2 years. Riley claims that he introduced him because he knew him because of friends. Her daughter's in high school with him. He waits until December of last year and sends Riley off to a boot camp for boys, like an army boot camp, and moves them in. Riley's there 4 weeks out of the month, 365 days. His brother is only there 2 weeks out of 4 weeks. So 2 weeks out of 4 weeks, it was just him and his dad. He came back from boot camp, and her kids are moved in. He puts him in the basement for 8 years, but has a 3-story house, and her kids get their own room upstairs, but Riley's still in the basement with a laundry room. No windows, nothing. Told me that her kids were wonderful kids, making A students, and that's why they could go outside and do whatever they wanted, and Riley was stuck in the basement. The girlfriend instigated, okay? Every time he moves somebody in, Riley's different. Because imagine you go from 2 people all the time to 5. Plus your brother's 6. Of course it's going to play an effect adding 3 more people to the home. It's going to affect his dad and it's going to affect him. Before he sent Riley down here, it was because him and his girlfriend and him couldn't get along. No, she was instigating it. She was in the middle. She was antagonizing it. And he sent his son on a bus to Tennessee after he ain't been here in 10 years. That's choosing a woman over your child. Sorry to tell you. Your child gets in a wreck and he's severely hurt, worse than he's ever been, and you take him to a juvenile home? What? That's choosing your girlfriend over it, okay? That's choosing your girlfriend over it. Over your child. Who are you talking to? Grandma Billy's still here, baby. She's in the comments. She ain't went nowhere. Don't say that. I've already gotten into all this, okay? Listen. When I had Riley, we weren't married. Okay? Riley was born outside the marriage. We got married 4 weeks afterwards. We broke up 3 months later. He was never on the birth certificate. You listening? Okay? Whenever I left Michael was an METH user and I was leaving him. I had called Matt and told him, hey, I'm leaving Michael and I'm going on the road to work. Would you like Riley for the summer? Because we were going to work outside of court, or so I thought. That was not him and his wife's plans. His plans and his wife's plans was taking. So I go up north to work. I take Riley to him. He comes down here and files emergency custody using Michael against me. We go to court. Matt's not on the birth certificate, nor does Riley have his last name. But he filed for divorce in Illinois, and he couldn't put Riley in the divorce because he was born in Tennessee. But I agreed to it because he is his child. So in the divorce it said, James Riley Castile is my said son, Michael Anthony Qualls is not. His child support started, $260 a minimum. Okay, that was a couple years before. We changed Junior's name to Krotz. Well then, let's fast forward. I take him up there, I drop him off. He comes down here and files emergency. The judge tells me, Mrs. Krotz, you've never been in trouble, but you are still married to your abuser. Your abuser has showed up to court and said that he did do rugs in the home. He was physically, sexually, financially, and emotionally abusive. Until you have legally filed for divorce, I cannot be certain that he won't be back in the home to bring him back. The same judge who's done all this to me. Every bit of it. So he sent him to a home he didn't even know was in good shape. He didn't know the stepmother. None of that. Well, Riley says that she was abusive for 4 years, the stepmother, just like Michael was. For 4 years, they lied to Riley, and I proved to him they lied. I even read y'all the Facebook post. That proves that I've never lied about it. They told him I didn't come see him. I did. Told him I didn't call. I did. They told him I didn't answer the phone. I did. Wrote him a letter. They burned it. Sent him pictures. They threw them away, which is all my legal rights I'm supposed to have. In 4 years, she cheated on him and left him. He calls me up and says, "Here, talk to your son." I can't be a mom through the phone. You ain't let me talk to him in 4 years. You've refused. In fact, I've showed y'all. Just leave us alone. You're not a mother too. I've got it all. I save everything to prove to my children I don't lie. Okay? Riley was his only child with me. So once it had been 4 years, my child was 11. I had him until 7. I thought, why fight? Because I couldn't get him because I had to fight my divorce for 3 years. It took me 3 years to fight for my divorce. So that 3 years, I couldn't get him back home because I couldn't divorce. So I said, "Riley, Mom don't want to interfere with your life because you've made friends. You know, you've settled up there. You seem happy. You're doing a bunch of sports." His dad had him in 2 to 4 sports, etc. And I said, "Riley, Mom I don't want to just jerk you from up there and go to court and spend a lot of money for you not to be happy. I want you to come visit. And I'll come up there and visit you when Dad allows." So I went up there with my sister and my cousin and my other cousins. We all went up there and we visited for his birthday. Then me and my cousin went and got him and brought him down here for a visit. So the reason why I didn't fight him was because just like he brought Riley had been down here 7 years. He had friends down here. He had all his family down here. Everybody. He took him up north to a little bitty one caution light town with cornfields for 45 minutes. No family. And just put him in that cornfield. Like pretty much when him and her divorced, he was walking to school by himself at 8 years old, an hour from Chicago. He's had 3 more girlfriends, fiancés, that have moved in, and each time they move in, him and his son have problems. Every single one of them. Every single one of them has been Riley. The reason why they break up is Riley. Riley. Blame. I just don't know how to be between them. He's almost 18. Me and him have nothing to talk about. In a juvenile foster home. Because his dad didn't want to take him home to his girlfriend. That's his home, not yours. Choosing Pussy over his son. That's exactly what it is. It's exactly the impression he's given him. I mean, your child is severely hurt, and you take him and drop him off at a daggone juvenile, okay? You hadn't seen him in 6 weeks. I'll get back into it again, but it's just a lot, okay? Riley wasn't having any problems until he moved them in while he was at boot camp. Who does that? Who moves people into his home while he's gone? Who lets the girlfriend instigate and get in between you and your child and cause problems? If my child was in a severe wreck where he could have been dead, I would have took him home and said, "You can go get a hotel or you can go to your families for a few days. I'm going to let him," because he sent him there for no reason. Then he came home after boot camp and he sent him to a psych ward because he choked him. He choked Riley, and Riley said, "If you do that again, I'm going to unalive you. I'm going to hurt you." So he sent him to a psych ward. Pays for his girlfriend's kids' insurance, pays for their needs and wants, pays for them everything. It says, because they're good kids. You're not their father. So, I'm just over it, and he needs to grow the F up and stop treating his child like he's a problem, and instead treat him like he's a priority. Your child is not the problem. He's your priority. So, if I don't hear from Riley on his phone here in the next little bit, I'm fixing to call for a well check and fixing to call DCFS. Because what parent takes their child out of a hospital and puts them in a juvenile foster home when their child is hurt, severely hurt? That should be neglect. That should be a charge of neglect. Thank you, so do I. And abandonment. You send him to Tennessee with nobody having control over him and say, go put him in school and take care of him. They decide to let him go back to Illinois to visit, and then you do this? You sent him to Tennessee. The courts need to know that he's a problem, not just the way he's treating Riley. Riley ain't just a problem. It's someone else affecting him also. When he's down here, he's a perfect child. He's an A student in 6 weeks. Makes D's and F's up there. He listens, he's calm, he responds. Up there, he's anxious, he's not happy, because his dad treats him that way. I've been on the phone and his dad literally will make him go up the steps and get him something that's sitting right behind him. Why can't your girlfriend that's so important, why can't she get it for you? Why can't her little kids you're paying for get it for you? Why are you hollering at Riley? When he's downstairs in the basement with a 4x6 window with nothing. I mean, girl, who knows? Like, you'd think they would, but Illinois don't. Like, made him go back home. He ran away and made him go back home. And his dad put him in the basement with nothing. No phone, no TV, no nothing. A basement, and he's in a 3-story house. Has enough room for his son, and her daughter to all have rooms, and him to have a room, but yet my son's in the basement for 8 years. He's ADHD. He doesn't take his medication. You think that's a good thing? That's waiting for a disaster. The laundry room's in the basement. Everybody can track through to the laundry room. Nobody else can track through their bedrooms. But Riley's can be tracked through. Listen, I don't have the room. He is with his Grammy, okay? He was down here with his Grammy. His Grammy made the choice for him to go visit on fall break. We are waiting until we get a home. We are purchasing a home. We've been looking at homes. We've talked to bankers and lenders and realties. If I brought him in this 1-bedroom, little bitty 300 square feet, y'all know that my haters would have DCS out here in a minute. What good would that do to Riley? He's at his grandma's. They're doing wonderful. He's an A student, etc. She wants him back. I want him back down here. Why wouldn't you take him from the hospital to your home and say, Ashley, get his ticket. I'm going to let him heal this week at home. Try to work this out with him. And then you make sure his bus ticket's bought like you planned, and I'll send him back. No. Either you come get him tonight, get a bus ticket for tomorrow, or he's going to juvenile tonight. What? What? So, to me, that's neglectful. It's crap. My children were not just dropped off somewhere. They were taken from me. They weren't, I would never drop my child off and say, this is what my child looks like. And he took him and dropped him off at a foster juvenile home. Showed up to the ambulance cussing at him. You know? Ugh. We're in the process of buying. He's going to be living with us when we get it. But right now, there's no room. Yeah, he's in a juvenile foster home. Because his dad wouldn't take him home to his girlfriend and her 2 kids because they're just angels. Pussy. Vagina is more important than his child. That's what you're telling your child. I mean, he sent it in a message. I'm not choosing anybody over you, son. Yes, you are. Here you go. This is how he looked. Like, this was him in Tennessee before he left. Don't that look, ain't he so much more happier? Look. Every relationship is because of Riley. Riley causes us problems. Riley makes her leave. Riley. No, it's because of you. Here's how they look when they wrecked. He got them both on the 4-wheeler and took them back for the ambulance to be called. He can't see out of his eye. Wouldn't let nobody else come get him. Wouldn't let the mentor or the girlfriend he was staying with for fall break come get him. made the girlfriend leave, and then calls me and says he's going to a juvenile foster home unless you come get him tonight. Looking like that. No, honestly, I think Matt should be put in jail. I think he should learn that you don't neglect your children. You do not abandon your children. And that's exactly putting your child on a bus instead of bringing him down here. He ain't never been on a bus by himself. He's never traveled that far. He could have got kidnapped in Nashville. Like, he literally had a layover in Nashville. I didn't even know he was on the way. I had no clue till he got here. He could have been kidnapped in Nashville. He would have never knew. So, you know, I mean, when your child's fearful of their dad on how they're going to react, even talking to them, something is wrong. Something needs to be changed. If you can't even talk to your dad without him blowing up or cussing you or degrading you, something's wrong. He's a narcissist. He's something. Like I said, he needs anger management. They need family counseling, you know. I mean, even people that don't know Riley says, I'm so sorry, Ashley. I'm praying for Riley. I lost a nephew at 24 from a four-wheeler wreck. You're lucky he's not dead. Then his dad shows up and says, you stupid fucking idiot. Blah, 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 blah. Who does that? To Riley, I'm sorry that I chose the dad that I did for you. I am very sorry. I'm very sorry that I chose the dad that I did for you. Incredibly sorry. I don't curse my children. I don't degrade my children. So, girl, I ain't upset. I'm close to y'all. Close. Yeah, she does. She was on her while ago. He didn't introduce us. Now, whether it was her or not, I don't know. But you moved your kids in. You should be responsible for your children who are 13 and 15. No man should be responsible for them. You should provide your own home for your children. You did up until December. Why can't you now? His child has a year left with his dad, and you moved 3 people in, and they're more important than your child. Okay? No. Have a wonderful day. This ain't complaining. This is being worried. Sorry you don't understand. Oh, girl. I am sorry I chose who I chose. I am. Will I take it back and change it? No, but I am sorry. Because clearly he's not going to change his ways. He's not going to mature as a man and say, I was wrong. I made poor mistakes. I made poor choices also. He ain't like that. And ultimately, it's going to affect my child's outcome. He is going to affect his character, his personality, the way he is as a man, the way he is as a dad, the way he is as a relationship. It's going to affect all that. So, yeah, I'm sorry that that's who your dad is and that I chose him because that's who I had you with. Would I change it? No. You know? So, how can I, listen, I don't have legal rights. He has emergency custody. I drove all the way 10 hours up there. He could say, nope, I ain't letting her get him. Him going to Illinois was his mother's decision. His Grammy's decision. It was not my decision. I was supposed to get him back. I did not get him up there. I did not make the choice for him to go. His Grammy did. I am not making the decisions. His Grammy is. Hey, his Grammy makes the decisions, not me. I just go along with it because I'm his mother and here for him emotionally and mentally. I mean, there's nothing for me to do when it's between him, his mom, and Riley. There's nothing for me to do. Like, I'm here to support Riley. I'm here to do for Riley. I'm here for to guide Riley. I ain't here for you or your mom. That is between you three. That is for you three to build your relationship back, not me. I'm not the mediator. So I said the other night on the phone. And when I started getting personal about losing people that neither him or Matt has lost somebody important to them, they need to just change their ways and grow up. Riley's going to grow up and change. Matt's going to grow up and change. You got to get to that point, though. You know? Like, and I don't know. Matt may never admit his faults until he's probably 50 or 60. Until, I don't know. That might be too late by then, if I'm being honest. Riley wants to ride on a bus, okay? I will get him a ticket any day that he says. I will get him a ticket. Past that, there is nothing for us to talk about. Nothing. Girl, too much. Too much. I don't want to get back in it. I've been saying it the whole time since I've been online. You missed a bunch, and I'm not happy with Matt. Nope, his grandma did, not me. He put him on the bus down here, grandma put him on the bus back, not me. I was only responsible for getting him home. I don't have him enrolled in school, his grandma does. He isn't enrolled in Mississippi. He's enrolled in Tennessee. I didn't even know he was coming down here when he sent him on the bus 16 hours. I had no clue till he got here. Girl, Catherine, you missed a bunch, girl. You missed a bunch. You may go back over it? I don't care to go back over it because you're going to be shocked. Alright, listen. Since you're here listening, okay? You know the issues that him and his dad's girlfriend has. You know the issues that him and his dad has had. You have witnessed it, okay? You witnessed it on the phone, how his dad treats him. Holler at him, cussing at him, blaming him, having him come fetched up upstairs, etc., okay? Well, in August, him and his girlfriend were having problems because of Riley, supposedly. So Matt put him on the bus to Tennessee to Grammy's. I knew nothing about it, okay? He gets down here. I go get Riley because we're going to Olive Branch because I had to do something. Riley was not enrolled in school yet. We go to Olive Branch. We make a day of it. We have dinner. I take him home. Riley has called me every day since. I have sent him money for school. He's called me at school, etc. Okay. 2 days after he got enrolled in school, he called me to come and get him. Hello? My drinks. I've got the peas on, I got the squash and the onion on. I'm making potatoes. Bacon in my drinks, and maybe butter and onion. You know what you get me every day. Yes. Okay, that onion, bacon, and butter. You threw them away. I used the whole one for squash and the other piece in the peas. We don't need anything like onion-wise, but I guess because the potatoes won't have any, but I just figured you'd get it and we'd have it. So, but we don't have to. We can get it Saturday. Alright. Got the squash on, I got the peas on, I've got the potatoes cut up. I thought you were going to be home a little later, but I'll get them going. That's fine. I've been on live. I'm on live right now. I didn't realize that. Love you too. I didn't see it. It was because it's pulled up. bacon, butter, onion, and my drinks. That's all I see. The peas are on, the squash is on with onions and butter. I need butter for the squash, because I don't have any. And then potatoes, I'll need butter for mashed potatoes. So that's why I said butter, bacon, onion, and my drinks. That's all I know. We got milk for the potatoes, so that's all we really like for the meal tonight. That's fine. No, you need to get your ice cream and cones. Alright. You do. I mean ice cream. Don't need that then. I'm just saying. Alright. I love you. I'll see you in a minute. Bacon, butter, onion, drinks. Okay, and your ice cream. Alright, love you. Bye. Okay. Alright, you still here, Catherine? He didn't say anything. He got off early. Shocking. Okay. You still here, Catherine? Okay. Alright. Riley came down here. You knew he was coming, I guess. And he came down here, and Grammy had him. When we went to Olive Branch, she put him in school the next day, okay? Riley called me 2 days later and said, Mom, can you come get me? I have a migraine. You know he has migraines. And I said, son, I'm not going to come get you unless Grammy says I can. Grammy is your decision maker, not Mom. So I called Grammy. And Grammy said, you can, Ashley, it's an hour drive. By the time I got there, it'd been like 2:30, okay? Girl, I've been talking about it today. Hell yeah, because you're going to be pissed when you hear too. Just listen. Okay? The reason why he sent Riley down here is because his girlfriend, her kids. That's why, technically. Riley hadn't been in any trouble that month. He had been in the basement. Not allowed to talk to any of us. Sent him on the bus down here. Grammy tells me, Ashley, every day that he misses school, he gets 1 day of fall break taken away. I said, I agree with that. She said, if I go to school and pick him up early today for this migraine, he's losing his phone tonight. I agree. He lost his phone. She went and got him. He got up the next day. He went to school. He's been at school every day since. About a week or two ago, Riley calls me up and says, Mom, can you take me to Illinois to get my girlfriend and take her back? And I was like, well, yeah, Riley, let me talk to Kevin first and make sure it's okay, because that's a long drive. That's a 9-hour drive, plus stops and gas would be 10 or 11 hours. I'm 5 months pregnant. At first, Grammy was okay with it. She said, yes, you can come down here and visit. And then she said, no, I'm not okay with it. I don't want something to be conceived on my couch and her go back expecting and me be to blame. Okay, I understand that. Do you want him to go? So Riley says, Mom, I'll ride the bus. It's way cheaper. Your gas would be like $300 to $500 there and back. I'll just ride the bus. I said, okay, that's fine. And I thought I was going to take him to the bus stop. And he's like, no, Mom, Grammy's taking me and my girlfriend's family's paying for it. So he was going to visit his girlfriend and his mentor. Not the little friends that he had been in trouble with or been acting out with or trying, to instigate with Riley. None of them, just the girlfriend and the mentor. Okay, so Grammy takes the girlfriend's parents paid for his ticket, $118. He leaves on Thursday. He gets there Friday morning. His dad sends him a text saying that he knows he's there and that he loves him. He ain't choosing anybody over him. He had to get him away from this area because of yada, 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 yada. Okay, so Riley's like, yeah, Dad knows I'm here, but I hadn't seen him. So, okay, son. Monday he calls me, and I miss it because I was laid down taking a nap. And I saw it, and I didn't answer. Tuesday he calls me, I'm cleaning the house, and I answer the phone to this. This is the pictures I took, and then I'll show you the pictures he sent me. He went to his mentor's house, chipped all of his teeth, went to his mentor's house, and was riding a quad, and the little girl in the back was more heavy. They hit a dip, and they flipped, and she landed on his shoulders, and Riley couldn't push the brake. And he said, Mom, I come to, I passed out, and I came to, and she was drowning in the pond, so I got her out, and we got back on the quad because I got it turned back over, and he said, I took us back home. The mentor calls the ambulance. Here they are on the way back home. Okay? He says, I get us back home. My mentor calls the ambulance. Dad shows up. He says, I was on the phone with my girlfriend. She's in the background confirming this. Says he shows up cussing him, tells him how stupid he is and ignorant and all this kind of stuff. The ambulance makes him leave, closes the door, makes him leave because he's making Riley upset and anxious. He comes to the hospital. Riley tells me that he made him remove him because he was coming in trying to be loud, obnoxious, and an asshole like he always is. To Riley, I said, okay, Riley, does Mom need to come get you next week? Because you don't need to ride the bus if you've got a broken femur. Because he thought his femur might be broke. His femur, his eye socket, he's got road rash down his legs, etc. Okay? So, the little girl's got a broke neck, supposedly, what Riley said. So he hangs up, he's with his girlfriend, at the hospital. He calls me back, and he's in the car with Matt. I was like, what's going on? Like, can you come get me tonight, Mom? I was like, son, we talked about this. I was supposed to pay for your a quad, a 800-pound four-wheeler, yes. It flipped him, and Riley landed with a four-wheeler. She landed in the pond, and Riley got the four-wheeler flipped back over once he come conscious. He got her up out of the pond, got her conscious, and drove him back because he couldn't see the phone. He said, Mom, I was going to call you, but I couldn't even see out of that eye. He still hasn't opened that eye. Okay? So Tuesday night, he calls me with his dad. Listen, I ain't part of that, okay? Just listen. And Matt's in the background saying, if you come get him tonight, or get him a bus ticket for tomorrow or the next day. He's going to a juvenile foster home tonight. Who does that? He should have said, I'm taking Riley home. My girlfriend and her kids can go to a hotel, or they can go to their families while I spend this week with Riley helping him recover. Make sure you have his bus ticket next week when he planned to return home. That way I can get him healed. No, he takes him to a juvenile foster care home, drops him off, and he can't have his phone. Like, yes, he does. He's done it prior. Don't call me a liar. He's got Illinois thinking he's such a troubled child that he can call whoever he wants and put him in a juvenile foster home. My last message to Riley was, me and his girlfriend pay for his minutes. He bought his phone. He's going to also say, if you can pay for a year's worth of insurance, Riley can have his truck. Riley bought his truck 3 years ago. I'll put him on my insurance. Why does he got to pay you a year's worth of insurance? So, this is Riley's last message to me. Yeah, I said, are you okay, son? Yes, I'm going to a temporary foster home. All is good. I'll talk as soon as I can. I won't have my phone with me. Yeah, because he makes it, like he said, I sent you to Tennessee to get away from up here because you're poor choices. He said, it was an accident, a true accident. This was not a poor choice. It was an accident. He is 17 and a couple months. Matt gave his mother rights, okay? Matt gave his mother rights. Nope, he wasn't speeding. You know why? He wasn't acting erratic. He wasn't acting crazy. Because when he said that, his dad had no rebuttal. If Riley would have been speeding or erratic, he would have said, no, Riley, it wasn't an accident. Speed or erratic played into that. He didn't say that. He had no response. So, I wrecked my car at 16 going home to cook him supper, and his response to me when he showed up was, you stupid bitch, I should beat your ass. And then he shows up to his son's accident and then acts the same way, talking about he's stupid and ignorant and all that. That's how he is. He blames Riley for everything, and he's a horrible child. Listen, if I was to bring him in my 1-bedroom, 300 square feet home, DCS would be here the next day. Y'all know that, okay? Y'all know that. Listen, he's been in a juvenile home in July, so it's not like he hasn't been in this. He ran away in July. They put him in that. Back for 2 days in July. So there's already a history the last couple months. But my thing is this. You ain't saw your child in 6 weeks, and the first time you see him, he looks like that, and your first thought is nobody else can come get him. You're getting him and taking him to a juvenile foster home and dropping him off. He already feels like you're choosing your girlfriend and 2 kids over him. He is not. He's not. He is sleeping on his he's with his Grammy, not me, when he's down here, okay? So, Matt has emergency temporary custody. He does not have full guardianship, okay? He literally has temporary emergency custody. So, like I said, it wasn't my choice for him to go to Illinois. It was his Grammys. I don't know, his dad. He's been in Tennessee for 6 weeks doing wonderful, making A's. When there's an emergency hearing, guys, there's no expiration date, okay? Until you go back with an emergency hearing, there is no expiration date. I did not go back and fight for Riley because I wasn't allowed to see him for 4 years because of his wife at the time. Okay? I tried, I texted, I called, I sent letters, they burned them, I sent pictures, they threw them away. I proved to Riley they lied. He knows this since he's been down here. He's seen the proof. It would not be fair for me to uproot my child after 5 years of making friends and all that. He'll be 18 in 7 months. Y'all are missing. It would take me 7 months to get him into court. You're missing the point. The point is, he gave guardianship to his mother in Tennessee late August, okay? Late August, he gave rights to his mother. Or let her have guardianship, or let her make choices, okay? Riley is an A student down here, okay? My point is, if your child went to Illinois, you cannot agree, and you can say, I sent you to Tennessee to keep you out of trouble, and here you are back again with an accident. I don't agree with this, Riley, but I'm going to take you home and let you heal at home in your comfort. Even though you don't feel comfortable, you still are more comfortable at home than you are with strangers when you're hurt like that. And I will heal him until the date he's supposed to return. Make sure you have his ticket. It don't work that way. But listen, he's not staying there. He's leaving him there until he says I can get him. It's control. Control, control, control. When you're this age, you don't control your children. You guide them. You don't control them. You don't blame your child for your relationship issues. You don't move 2 more children in full time and act like they're more important than your child. You don't choose a woman who's been nothing to your child over your child. You don't do, and that's exactly what he's doing. I agree in ways, girl, but removing his phone from anybody that supports him, including me, his Grammy, and his aunt, that is, what are you doing? Why are you making him remove his phone when you've already took 2 from him? You ain't paying the bill. You ain't buying the minutes. Why? So he has no connection? So, like I said, if Riley turns out perfect, it was all his doing. If Riley doesn't turn out the way he expects, it was all me and Grammy. It's exactly how he views him. Every girlfriend that's been broke up with him, it was because of Riley. He's had 3 fiancés and a wife in the last 10 years. What kind of effect does those women play on my son? And now you move one in when you send him to boot camp last December. You move her and her kids in after 2 years while he's away at boot camp. And then he comes home and you strangle. He says you choked him, and then you put him in a psych ward. I mean, he even told me her children are perfect. Her children get their insurance paid for and all their stuff paid for by me because they're great kids. They're A students. No, I haven't heard from him. 9 o'clock at night, he texted me that last message on Tuesday, and I have not heard from him since. Won't answer his phone, called me every day, FaceTime me every day, to nothing. Why? Because he doesn't want me and Riley to have a bond. He doesn't want Riley to do good away from him. Thank you. Who would send him to a psych ward? Who puts a child with ADHD in a basement with no windows and takes everything away from him and thinks he's going to be a good child, thinks he's going to act right? You're putting him in a basement by himself when you got a 3-story house, and just go to the basement. You're the problem. Told me he will stay in his basement. Before he sent him down here, he stayed in his basement for a month. No phone, no radio, no nothing. Told me he will stay in that basement until the day he turns 18 without nothing, and then he's getting out at midnight. What? Then that changed because of his girlfriend, and then he's been in Tennessee since. Weird predicament to be in because I'm not with him anymore. I have not co-parented with him. He has not been open to co-parenting, and now he literally said in July, I've had him for the 10 years. You need him the last year to fix him. I can't fix him this last year. So I'm just stuck. I'm just stuck between, like, the mediator. I don't know how Matt is every day. I don't know how Riley is every day around him. I know how Riley is down here. And it's not how Matt makes him out to be. So I don't know. Me and him have nothing to talk about. What day can my son come back home and I'll have him a ticket for it? That's all there is to talk about with him. Because if I do try to talk to him, I'm not going to be nice, and he's not going to like it and hang up. Literally, I was the mediator Tuesday night when Riley called me on FaceTime. And I had to literally say, I ain't the mediator between y'all, Riley. I don't have a relationship with your dad anymore. I can't control him. I'm sorry he's doing this to you in front of him. I'm sorry. I mean, what is there to talk about? You are making poor choices toward your son who emotionally is going to hurt him. They are hurting him. I mean, he knows the suicide rates at 17 per minute, per second, per hour, per year. What 17-year-old male knows the statistic rates for suicide for men? He should be worried. Instead, he pushes him away. So, I just feel like in the middle and helpless. Like, he made the choice to send Riley to Tennessee. I had no idea until he was already here. He made the choice to go get him from the hospital and take him to a juvenile foster care. I didn't have no part in that. You know, it's like, everybody's like, fix it, go get him. That's just not how that works. I mean, hell, he ran away from home because he's scared of his dad and don't want to be around him, and they made him go back. All I know is he's got 8 months until he's 18, and these 8 months are crucial because he can either start 18 with no GED, no high school diploma, no work, no nothing, like his dad's saying, or he can get a GED, high school diploma, and be out working and getting, history and be ready at 18 in case he doesn't want to go his senior year. Instead, it's like, he thinks that he's just he does not want to go to college. He wants to go to the oil field or the boat or welding or something like that. He doesn't want to go to college. His dad has his GED and he's a mechanic. So why can't Riley do those things, you know? Girl, he's on the way home faster than I thought, so it's okay. I ain't put the squash on because I don't have butter. So, I'm going to put these on a little bit later. I don't know if I got enough pans, if I'm being honest. We need to buy more pans, skillets, stuff, etc. Baby, I can't guide Matt. I can only guide Riley. How can I guide Riley when I can't contact him? His dad literally took his phone. That's control. You don't want him to be able to talk to his mom or his granny or his aunt who has been talking to him since he got to Tennessee. He's an A student in Tennessee, been in no trouble. And your first thought is go put him around other troubled kids after he has a wreck? Even Kevin says he's wrong. He says, Ashley, I didn't think that Riley should have went to Illinois after his dad just sent him back down here. I agree with Matt on that. But that is between Matt and his mom, not between you. He is making his child feel like he's not important and just go away, get away from us, you can't be in our home. That's causing more damage. So whether you agree, okay, that's fine. Whether you agree with your child being up there or not without your knowledge, he had an accident. That's your time to be a dad. That's your time to be there, to show up and say, I don't agree with you, son, on things you're doing, but I'm here for you. I love you. I want the best for you. Let's get you healed. Not, let's go take you to a foster home and drop you off. You know, I just feel bad being in the middle of it, you know, like there's nothing for me and him to talk about. Riley's a wonderful child down here. He's respectful, he listens, he minds, he helps people. I mean, like I said, we went to Memphis to eat and to have a day before he started school, and he thanked a veteran for his time served, and I didn't even know he was a veteran. He noticed his hat. And he walked back and said, thank you, sir, for your service. There was an older lady. He helped load her groceries into her car. He put her cart back. I mean, his grandma says he's wonderful. He hasn't pushed up on me. Yes, he wants to go and do stuff, but I make him be responsible. You can go with your friends when you do the dishes. You know, you keep your grades good, you can go out with friends. He's wanted to work since he got here. Don't have a car. He has his truck he paid for, bought. His dad won't let him have it. Gonna tell me on the phone Tuesday night, if you can pay for his insurance for a year, he can have his truck. I'll put him on my insurance. He don't need to be on yours. That's control. You can't go out and get a job and make do for yourself unless dad is the one involved. Control. Wouldn't let nobody take him home from the hospital. Not the mentor, not the girlfriend. Either he comes back on the bus, you come get him, or he's going to a juvenile home. What? Just a weird spot to be in. It's a weird spot to feel. Because I am not with him no more. My child is not 15 or 14. He's not 13. He is 17 in 3 months. There's nothing for me and you to talk about. And wanting to talk to me and wanting to cut my communication off with my son is control. Well, you ain't going to talk to her unless I hear what she's saying. Like, that's exactly what it seems like. Like I said, I guess you can't get women so badly, but now you're choosing them over your son. It's exactly what it seems like. Oh, gossiping, baby, this ain't gossip. Sorry, this is my life, not gossip. I don't gossip. If I was gossiping about somebody else, it would be different, but I ain't talking about somebody else. No, because they'll label him as a potential runaway. That's why he can't have his phone, because he can't connect to anybody else, because Matt will label him as a runaway. If you give him a phone, he's potentially going to run away. Why wouldn't you take him home and say, Ashley, when you get a bus ticket, I'll take him to the bus? Or when you can come get him. Where do they put juvenile foster people? They put children who are in trouble, who act out, who don't mind. He is a A student in Tennessee. He was rewarded and got to go to Illinois for fall break. He had a four-wheeler wreck on accident. Why is he in juvenile foster care? He should be at home with his father until he's healed enough to come back to Tennessee. At this point, it only feels like I can pray for him. You know, I can't control him. I can't control his dad. I can't control any of them. I can only pray. No, he got put in foster homes. Listen, they put him with somebody who is legally a foster person. He was in it in July. I'm not lying to y'all. He literally was in it in July. The little girl painted his nails, and they were going to have a family meeting with DCFS, and he said, Mom, Dad's going to call me a pussy and call me a fag because she painted my nails and I can't get it off. That's how his dad acts, treats him. Tells me after we eat lunch at Texas Roadhouse, Mom, do you know why I was quiet the whole time? I was like, why? I was talking to you. Because Dad tells me to shut up, that we're eating. He don't want to hear me. Who does that when you go out to Texas Roadhouse and have your children at a nice dinner? Nobody. So it's just a hard place to be in because I don't agree with his dad. I don't agree with it at all. Don't agree with how he's treating him. I don't agree with how he's acting. I don't agree with any of it. When he's down here, he's a wonderful, great child. Here you go. Here's proof. Here's his nails painted. Showing his nails of the little girl. Before they went to foster. This was him before he left. Smiling, happy at school before he left the other day to go to visit his girlfriend and mentor. He was smiling, he was happy. And then he goes up there and has a wreck and his dad does this. Oh, here you go. Here he is at school. This is him smiling on the phone with me. We've already got into all that. I did raise him until he was the age 7. Didn't got into all that, okay? Your characteristics and all of that is established. Your personality, the groundwork is established by the age of 7. This is him since his dad. This is what happened. This is how he looks, and now his dad put him in juvenile foster, and he had an accident, a true accident. So I just feel stuck. Like I can't control his dad. I can't control what he does. I can't change his dad. I can only try to talk some common sense to him, and it ain't working. This was me. I was shocked. You see my face? I was shocked. I mean, this is after I answered the phone. I was mortified. Like, what happened? To now, he can't talk to me at all. Chipped all of his teeth, most of his teeth. She wants him back. She wants him back down here. His dad wants him back down here, but yet he's being this way. Well, What's the difference in a quad? Why ain't it called a four-wheeler? Like, what makes it a quad? Like, I thought the other one was like, you know, whatever. What makes it be called that? What makes it be called a quad? Right, and when you're scared of your dad on everything, you're scared to talk, you're scared, you're scared, like... Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. He told me, he said, it's just bigger, Mom. I was like, oh, okay. He said, they're heavier is what he said it was. I don't know. I call it an ATV, four-wheeler. They all favor. He looks like my dad. He's like, thank you, Mom. I look nothing like Dad or my uncle, and I was so confused about who I look like. Thank you. He said, now I take pictures and I show them. They're like, yep, whoever that is your kinfolk. He's like, yep, I look like the Castiles. He does look like the Castiles. He looks like, he does look like Junior. He looks like my dad. He was so thankful that they weren't on the street. They were on a grass and they hit a dip and that flipped them. Here you go. When I sent him these pictures, he was like, thank you, Mom. Here you go. Here's the pictures I showed him. Here's my dad at this age. Here's my mom and dad. Junior and Riley look like him. Of course, it's reversed, so... But there you go. Right here is another picture when they were young. Looks just like Junior and Riley. I do. That is Junior made over like I don't know what. Besides, Junior has lighter hair. He was like, thank you, Mom. Now I look like somebody. Like, I didn't look like anybody. I'm sorry. I do. Yes, I do. Can't deny Mary. I'm just kidding. Most of us look like favor him. Castiles have strong genes. That's no lie. No lie. Like, Neelan looked like the Castiles up until like a couple years ago. Now he favors Kevin. But my dad, yeah, my mom, no. My mom died when I was 11. My dad wasn't around, but he lives with Grandma Billy right now, and we're trying to be closer. We get along, we talk, but I lost 2/4 of my immediate family in 13 months. I lost my grandpa, who was my father figure, and I lost my mom 13 months later. So, hello.
Hey.
I don't care.
How's your dad going?
Good.
Look at all this water.
I'm live, but good.
Look at all the water.
What did I tell you?
Oh, crap. I did leave it open.
Yeah, you did.
Not good.
It's that buttermilk that leaves it open. My grandpa died January 17th of 03. My mom died February 17th of 04. So literally 13 months to the day, I lost my grandpa, who was my dad, and I lost my mom. My dad come in and signed me over to Grandma 6 weeks after, and I didn't see him. When I got pregnant with Riley, he disowned me, told me I wasn't his daughter. So me and him have never had a close relationship. He left when I was 3. His parents raised me with my mom, and when my mom died, he didn't even show up. That's why I keep trying to tell Matt, my dad chose women and kids over me, and he was 30 minutes away. He didn't even show up for my mom's funeral. What kind of effect do you think that played on me? He was choosing his girlfriend and their kids over me, over my emotions. That's exactly what's happening right now with Riley. How do you preach that, though, when you've never experienced it? When you've never lost someone immediate to you and you've never felt like you are chosen over, how do you show that to somebody who's stubborn-headed? You can't. So I preached. I've tried to help. I've tried to be the middle person, but there's nothing I can do besides be there for my son, not for his dad. So, you know, I can't make people understand stuff they've never been through. No, I did not. That's a lie, and that should tell y'all it's all a lie. I actually had a witness with me that was with me. No, I'm not. I'm not. I really wouldn't know if you didn't. I need butter. I put on the squash because I don't got butter. What? Is that a foreign language?
I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't want to say.
Yeah. I've already got into that. I ain't getting to it again, okay? Not doing it, okay? I'm not doing it. Not getting into it again. I'm not doing it. Because there's nothing to get into it about. Unless they can have proof that happened, you shouldn't believe it unless you're seeing proof. Why would I lie? Hey, my son's 7. Wait till he gets back down here and I'll have him tell you myself. He was 7. He remembers it. I'll gladly let him tell you himself. I'll even call the girl that was with me when we dropped him off. And I'll let her tell you herself. Now, if I'd have dropped my son off the side of the road and left, don't you think DCFS would have been called on me and my other children would have been removed? No, I met them there in Champaign, Illinois at the hotel by the interstate with a girl named Andrea who went on the road with me to work. I willingly let his dad have him for 6 weeks to work outside of court, and his dad had planned all along to come down here and file emergency. I took him to him. Why would I drop him off on the side of the road? I met him and his then wife and his brother, and I gave him his clothes, his car seat, and I loaded him into the car and told him, I will see you in 2 weeks, son. 2 to 6 weeks. Because I was going to stop back by and get him. He wanted me to come back and get him. Well, I decided that 6 weeks would be better because the courts would give him 6 weeks in the summer and half of Christmas. I was trying to work with him willingly. He didn't have any legal rights to Riley at that time. He had to come to court and petition it. I, as a good mother, wanted his father to be involved. He then kept me away and acted like I wasn't trying. I got proof. Riley's done seen that proof. Riley knows he's been lied to. So I don't care what y'all say. I don't care what the other person says. I don't care what he says, okay? Because obviously he is not a good parent like he tries to portray online fully. None of us are perfect. At least I'll say I make mistakes. So you can believe whatever you want. You can go back over there and watch his videos, but if you can't see from what I've said today that something's wrong with that situation in that house, okay? No, that was never said in court. That was never said in court. Whoever's told you that is a lie. That was never said in court. What I told y'all earlier is what I literally. Listen, she don't talk to Riley. Riley doesn't even know her. This is attention, attention, attention. Just like she was going for a double mastectomy, not mastectomy, because you can't even pronounce it right. And now it's just one. Which one is it? You can't even keep up with your own lies. Matt don't talk to her. She is a liar. Okay. Sure. That is just hilarious to me. That y'all believe her. That y'all believe her is what's even more hilarious. She wants y'all to believe that she is so involved with my kids and family when she's not. She ain't allowed at her own family's house. She's not allowed at Grandma Billy's. She's not allowed around my children. What part of that do y'all not understand? She only wants to be relevant because she shares the same last name with me. Not any longer, but she's going to claim she does. She sends SHIT through the mail federally and thinks she's not going to be in trouble. That's all she is drama, girl. She don't talk to my kids. She don't talk to the people who's got them. Her and her little posse threatened them. Literally threatened them. Got proof of that last year. So, you think that he's going to talk to her? She has nothing in this. You know? No, she's claiming she talked to Matt. Matt don't talk to her. They don't even. Oh, me. That's just laughable to me. That's laughable. She ain't even been around Matt ever. You think he's going to call and talk to somebody who he's never been around and just tell stuff to? Are you kidding? Do you know he called me, Catherine, and his mama when it come to Riley? You didn't call her. Riley don't even know her name. Why would he talk to her? Use common sense. Exactly. To be important. Attention, attention, attention. That's why suddenly she's got cancer and can't make up her mind if it's one or both breasts. It's like now she's sewing and shipping stuff. I mean, when the postal worker tells you, report this because I'm going to court with you, this is enough. The handwriting's the same. The manila thing is the same. Heck, she even says, do you know this person? Because they come in here asking, is it federally illegal to send SHIT through the mail? Same handwriting on her packages, same packages that she sent, and both times didn't have stamps on it, which means that it went to, or didn't have the big, went to Jackson and came back. Like she said, you wouldn't have to pay no lawyer because when they federally find her fingerprints on those packages, that's prison. But she thinks she's untouchable. That she can come across state lines and she can stalk me across state lines. She can defame me. She can lie on me. She can share my personal information. And she thinks that she's just not going to have any repercussions. So, let her. Let her and send me the proof so I can keep saving it for court. Just like threatening my unborn child, I have all that recorded too. You think that this has been going on 3 years? We've been to court with each other 3 times because you're falsified restraining orders. You have also admitted to trying to get my kids taken. You have came to every job that I've been at or the job I worked at. You've been to every place I've lived at. And I've sent you a cease and desist. The judge has told you to stop talking about me, and you think they're not going to see that when I've got 3 years of proof in a different state now and you're still doing it? The state and county that put her in prison at that. I'm in the county that put you in prison, and you want to still play? You still want to play the game like you're untouchable? Also sending stuff through the mail federally? You are crazy. And they have proved you're crazy down here. So, please continue, because before this baby's born, I've made Kevin a promise. I made Grandma Billy a promise. I made everybody that matters to me that me and you will be in court before this is over, before this baby is born. You will be in court. Oh no, lovely. This was a literal, her handwriting. Her handwriting. It called me Krotz earlier. Aren't you still married to a Krotz? I've been divorced since 2017. That's a legal document filed at the courthouse that anybody can find. Let me show you the package so you can see it wasn't just made by somebody and sent. It was literal SHIT. She literally asked the postal worker if literally it was illegal to send it through the mail. Oh, I ain't got to point fingers. When those fingerprints come back, it ain't going to be nothing I got to point fingers to. And when my postal worker puts it in a bag for me so none of our fingerprints is on it, she's already ahead of the game. She's already watching out for it. That's pretty bad. Pretty bad when they're watching out for packages that don't look right because it's been sent 2 times. What? Who does that? Or if she had somebody send it. Okay, got those on, got that on. Here you go. All right. This one's actually written, but the first one wasn't written. It was actually handwritten. From me to me. Let's go to the next one. This is the actual package to where it was sent in my name. Here we go. See, there's no stamp on it like it's been across the United States and all that. No. Here you go. Here's the inside of this one so y'all know. It had sat in my P.O. box for a few weeks because I'd forgotten about it. Do you see it? No, she sent it through the mail. Took it to the post office box, let it go to Jackson, came right back to the post office box. Listen to me. When you go to a federal post office and you ask the postal worker that works there, is it illegal to send SHIT through the mail? And she says herself, the same manila envelopes they bring is the same manila envelopes that this was in. The same handwriting they bring is the same handwriting on it. No one has ever asked me that question. Now, why would she ask me that question? It's not going across the United States. It's going to Jackson and coming right back. She even told me, Ashley, get that to the inspector because she'll be in prison. And doesn't make sense anybody else would do it. She's the only one who calls me Krotz. So, I mean, people are getting fed up. I mean, even ex-family has told me, I'm going to court with you. I have friends who watch her going to court. Like, it ain't just me. I'm not going to show up unprepared. That's not going to happen. And if I have to subpoena everybody possible, I will. No, lovely, if it came from her because she's in Alabama, it would have had the tracking on it. It would have the tracking on it because she's coming from a different state. Jackson's an hour away. That's the main hub. I asked her that. I said, why doesn't it have like the print across it? Like, you know, when it's been sent through different multiple hubs, it's got like a stamp on it, you know? And she said it more likely came through Jackson's conveyor belt and just came right back. So, you know, but she told me fingerprints, that the postal inspector does not play with that, and when those fingerprints come back, and she's a felon, so her fingerprints are in the system. Oh, man. What does that prove? If I can prove and bring the postal worker to work and prove that she does that, yes, they do. The postal inspector. You have to send it to the postal inspector, my love. Not the post office. Like, if you don't believe me since you work for the post office, go back and read my message to the postal worker whose husband is over the post office. Like, literally over the post office. Over a big post office. I didn't receive the last package until recently. So, first one I threw away. Because I wasn't going to fool with it. That was back in April. So. Because she's a crazy lunatic married into the family wannabe who wants attention, and all way she can get attention is to talk about me. That's it. That's the truth. Yeah, that's her, yeah. Yeah. I mean, when the postal lady she texted me and said, do you know? I said, yeah, that's my stalker. She's like, well, she came in here and asked me if it's illegal to send through the mail, if it's a federally illegal. That's when she went into that. I mean, nobody asked that. Nobody. Because they're scared of her. She's not welcome around any of the family. She is crazy, literally crazy. That's not a lie. She is crazy. If y'all can't see she's crazy, I don't know. You need glasses. So, you know, the way she acts and talks and, girl, the county, listen, she has crossed state lines to stalk me, to defame me, to harass me, to bully me. I'm no longer in Tennessee. We have had 3 restraining orders that are dropped from her. I've had a cease and desist against her. The judge has told her to keep my name out of her mouth or she could be in trouble. She's done it consistently every single day. I have her at the hotel trying to get my information. I have her everywhere I've been, admitting she found my address in 3 days and had a guy come up to my door. Admitting that somebody paid her $100 to find us at the hotel. I have all of it. In the county that I'm at, they put her to prison. They sent her to prison. She is not locked down here. She's not locked down here. She's a felon. She's a felon because she stole checks from her grandmother and wrote checks against her grandmother, and she prosecuted her. Then she took her daughter and raised her daughter. Her grandma raised her daughter. She didn't. She also put a tattoo on a minor cousin. Y'all heard her. She went to a shooting range and shot. She's a felon. Isn't supposed to be around guns. She admitted to y'all she goes to the flea market and she sells ammunition. As a felon. Lovely, if you go into prison at all, you're in prison, my love. If you get a number a Mississippi Department of Corrections, you are a prisoner of the state. You don't gotta be over a year. I don't know who told you that. Heck, there's inmates that stay at the jail for over a year. I mean, you stay at the jail or you can go to prison, either one. Nope. Kevin served 1 year, and he went to prison. He wasn't kept in the jail. No. I mean, down here, they don't send them all to prison because it's easier to keep them in jail, but yeah, you do go to prison. She's a felon, a literal felon with prison. Now, I don't know how long. I ain't looked it up. I ain't done a background check. But she did. When we met her and the family, she had just come out of prison. So, yeah, they can keep them in county jail. They can. Put it on. Because they get more money. They get $100-something a day per inmate. Jail or prison. So, you know, why would they do that, you know? Bye, lovely. I don't believe anything said to me. So, have a wonderful day. Since when my mom died, they took over my mom's trailer the weekend after she died. We didn't even have time to really clean it out. They were already moved in. So, it's just a long story. They've been doing this since 2017. This has not been just the last 3 years. It's been since 2017. They have harassed us. They have followed us. They have went to Kevin's work. They have our other houses. They followed us to. They've tried to cause us problems since 2017. And the reason why people don't talk to them in the family is because they're afraid they'll retaliate. Grandma Billy told us back when we moved in there, do not move in there because you will always owe them. We didn't have a choice, moved in for 3.5 months, and they have acted like we owe them ever since. And Grandma was right. We just didn't feel like we had a choice. Made a poor decision. Grandma's right about a lot of stuff. As your elders usually are. I mean, in my paperwork for the kids, it says, was made to leave grandmother's because of mom. No, it's because they showed up and harassed grandma, and grandma didn't want to deal with it, and then she asked us to leave because they were causing problems. I've got it all recorded. It was posted, and I took it down. So, but my life's not about her, so... Never will be. Unlike she does. Maybe I should turn those up. They don't seem like they're cooking fast. Doesn't look like they're heating up at all. Good. Besides all the stress, it's good. And it's not stressful because me and Kevin are great. Me and Kevin's wonderful. Like, we've grown a lot, matured a lot, and changed in good ways. But everything else is just stressful. Oops, sorry. there is 450 products on the website. I'm adding more. I come in here to put supper on so I could package here in a minute. I'll be packaging all the orders I have. If anybody'd like to order, you're welcome to. There is 450 products on the website, though. I still got about 100 to add. Is that you? Is that you? I was going to say something, but I got some beaded stuff to add. I got grandma's crochet stuff to add, and I got my bows and headbands left to add. So I still got a bunch of stuff. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. My hair's all wild and everything else. I don't feel pretty today, but thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Homegrown squash, post-bit homegrown peas, homemade mashed potatoes, and beef, chicken fried steak and beef chicken fried steak, sorry. So mashed potatoes, squash, fried, sauteed squash, and then peas. I gotta put the bacon in the peas. Lord have mercy. Babe.
Yo.
Where's the bacon?
It's in there. Put it in the pack. I'm gonna not put it in there. I got it out. Yep.
Under the egg?
I bought it. No love.
It's okay, I just asked you.
Make it up. Yeah, get you sit down.
You put something in here. I didn't know if you put it in here somewhere.
I don't think I did. I remember putting other stuff in.
20 weeks tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Yes, his name's Leighton Reese. I don't know, honey.
I promise you I bought it.
Can you remember our son's name today?
Yeah.
Layton. Leighton.
I know what it is.
I was picking at you because you said you forgot last night.
I know.
I said, yeah, I guess, son, that's not your name. He was like, yes, it is.
I bought bacon. I don't know why they is here. What time they close? It has to either be there or... Well, I bought it.
Is it in the other fridge?
It's $3.99. No, I come straight into here.
I meant the other little fridge.
No, I come straight to right here. All day.
It's alright. I'll be alright without it.
No, I can go. I paid for it, honey. I bought a pack of bacon. That Watney or whatever it's called. The red box. Really?
Sorry.
I don't know if they were. I hope it didn't fall out of the thing we was putting on our opening. The dogs would have got it. Oh yeah, me and him are great. We don't argue, we don't cuss, we don't disagree. Like, do we? We don't curse, we don't argue, we don't disagree. No. Like, we changed when the kids and all this has happened and me doing what I did, it changed both of us for the better. It made us both not be complacent and comfortable. It helped us both to know that we love each other and we can work it out. It's nothing major. Like, I can't watch videos of women being strangled now because I never could relate to that prior, and now I can relate to it. And it's very traumatizing when you hear somebody be strangled and then it sounds just like what you happened to you. So we've done really wonderful. Our children are a priority. We want them home. That's what we're working towards. But me and him are being a better person, better people, better relationship. Hopefully better parents. We've still made mistakes. We're still going to make mistakes like everybody does, but we're trying. We're trying to do better. Trying to make more wise choices. Trying to be better for each other, for our kids. So,
She said I didn't leave it. I don't understand where it went. I'm totally perplexed. Like I am not the foggiest. Unless it slid out when I opened the door when I first got out, maybe. I bought a package, the red box, Watney, or whatever with a G-W-A-N-T,
Yeah.
Watney. That was the only kind they had. Well, they had different kinds. It was like the best value or whatever that stuff was. I don't understand what could have went.
Okay, I was gonna put it in the peas, but it's alright.
I know what you're looking for, buddy. I'll just go back and get it. I guess. I don't know
You didn't put it in your bag, no?
No, I didn't. Put the ice cream in my bag.
That's what I'm doing. He's blind. He's not blind, but he just misses stuff. I'm looking, girl. I'm looking. Figured it might be under the seat. Dwayne! Dwayne, come here. Tell me where it's at.
Where, honey? Where? Oh,
You see why I showed you? Because I showed you because I knew you wouldn't believe me.
my back's aggravated.
That's why I made you come out here.
I bet when I turned the curb, it slid out of the package and went off in the door.
So pregnancy brains got him.
That's so dumb.
What would men do without us women?
That's true. I went out there and looked for it twice. Called the store, accused them. No, I didn't accuse them.
No, you asked them.
Yeah, I just asked them. I left it. I thought I left it. I know I bought some.
I just knew you would be like, it wasn't in the door. That's why I asked you to come out there.
Yeah, I felt bad. I overlooked it twice.
That's why I said come here.
Two different times. Well, that's another reason I was probably a little bit grouchy. I already knew I'd done missed it. I won't come out there.
Yeah. Where is it? Just tell me where it is. Exactly, girl. You gotta say, step away from the refrigerator and look all of it. There's the ketchup right in front of you. Men have to observe from afar away. So I said, he's not blind, he just...
Yeah, obviously I was. I was anyway.
That was funny. I'm just glad you didn't have to go back.
Oh, me too.
That's what I was worried about.
I wasn't worried about it, but
I just didn't want you to have to. You worked all day. So.
I do appreciate it. I'm glad that you found it. Multiple reasons. One, I paid for it. Two, we get to eat it. Three, it didn't run. No bunch of reasons.
That's why. Let me go out there and look.
I'm glad you did. I really thought, well, she's making a burnt trip.
I opened the door. I was like, right here it is.
Literally, I walked right by it twice.
Well, I went out there and turned the lights on. You didn't, I don't think.
I didn't.
That was it. I went
But
across.
you know, that's kind of common sense when you're looking for something. You're not in the dark. Not like bright as a shot light bulb.
Yes, girl, he's OCD, girl. He comes home, does laundry, dishes, sweeps, cooks, whatever I don't do, he does.
I drive her absolutely batshit crazy is what I do.
He comes home all day and works and sweeps? Yes. Did y'all see me make him do that? No.
Ow, 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 stop. It's in my arm. No, if she had it spotless, I'd still do it.
He would. Oh, it is. It is. He's always helpful. He's never like, I work 12 hours, screw you, it's your job, do it all. He ain't like that. Never has been. He's truly OCD about stuff like that. So. You know, got a couple dishes over here. He don't get upset if I don't do them. He'll come in here and do them. If I do them, then he does something else like mopping or the laundry or whatever. That's what teamwork is. A team. You aren't supposed to be 100, 100 or 80 and 20. I mean, you're supposed to pick up when everybody else drops, but we try to be 100 and 100. So
Many hands make light work.
teamwork makes the dream work. He does, girl. He'll sweep them 2 or 3 times by the end of the night. No, it won't be the only time he sweeps. He'll sweep again. Me and Kevin only had emotional problems. Like he would have, a bad day and family texting and in his ear, and he would let it come home and bother him, or having a bad day, and I let that get to me because I'm an emotional person. And, the only thing I asked him was not to be reactive, and he was reactive. Now he's not. Now he says he's sorry he wasn't this way the whole time. This peace that he has over his life is so much more peaceful and enjoyable than being constantly on edge and etc. He might. I don't know, girl. Right. Ain't that right?
What?
Said you wish you were this peaceful and calm all the other time, that
Oh, yeah.
being reactive really is not good for your peace and your health, and
She's not good in general.
that was our only real issue, was it not?
Yeah.
I'm an emotional person, and your emotions weren't always the nicest, and even when you didn't mean to be or wasn't intentional, I took it that way.
Yeah. Well, you can say how you do.
I know. Well, sometimes you'd be like, I wasn't talking to you. I was just talking out loud. I'd be like, well, it seems like it, So, and 10 years, we've grown a lot and changed a lot, and you just don't get that with a lot of people, It takes years for people to compromise. We don't eat early. It's 6:57. We don't eat early.
You could, I don't get home till 6 o'clock.
He usually ain't home till 7.
Yeah, well, yeah, true. I don't get off till 6.
Right, so, but he was home a little early tonight, which we normally don't eat, like, early. We eat a little later. So, yeah, we are. We are. Just put a little bit more butter in this real quick.
I know I got butter.
Oh yeah, we do. I'm using it. Like I said, I need to borrow him for a day. I need some sweeping doing.
I was just alone for so many years. I guess I got to have it.
Like at first with 3 little kids,
Coming home doing it immediately.
it was so hard with him getting used to 3 little kids
Oh, yeah.
in the beginning, because he wouldn't have kids little at that time, and he was just used to being by himself. So having 3 little kids at 5, 3, and 2,
He would.
Used to being by myself, only cleaning up after myself, only cooking for myself. Yeah.
You know, and then he told me that he'd only been out of, prison for 4 years. I thought it was a little bit longer than that. So it truly was an adjustment for him getting into a serious relationship and being home all the time. He was used to working on the road. But
everything happens for a reason.
And we don't all make perfect decisions. None of us are perfect. We all grow and learn and mature along the way, and hopefully we grow together, stronger, not further apart. And so far we've been growing stronger together, not further apart. Did it take heartache? Yes. But like he said, and he'll tell you here, that he was complacent and comfortable, and if things wouldn't have happened, we both would have not made changes that we needed. True. Wasn't just me, it's both of us. Should I have not come online and told the internet certain things, how I feel or whatever? True, I shouldn't have done that. I was wrong for that, I'll admit it. Well, that dual aisle just kicks butt.
That's first aisle.
That's what I'm saying. Kicks butt. I got the peas on like high before they even started boiling in the back eye.
Burning up.
Thank you. Every time I talk to somebody over 15 years of marriage, their number one thing is communication and compromise. That you're two different people, you have to communicate through it, and you have to compromise through it, because no two people become one just easily. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're both happy. And to him, what'd you say when we got pregnant accidentally? What'd you say that you felt like?
God doing it.
God reaffirming our relationship.
Yeah, we didn't try, so that's the only thing you can say, right? It's a blessing, so you have to figure out why.
We didn't want that at the time. We didn't understand it. Like, we've been doing methods forever.
I mean, as far as like having a...
We'll just say accidents, because we've made that before. Like, what would you say your worst statement to your children were? Was saying that mistakes, like I accidentally had you at 17.
I would never
it was not that. It's what it was accidental. It was not planned.
It makes them feel like they're an accident.
Makes them feel like they're a burden.
No. My children, all of them, every single one, no matter what, if I agree, disagree with their decisions, they're the best thing ever happened to me, 100%. When I was what? 19 years old when I had my first baby. So it changed me starting then all the way to now. And without them, I don't know that I'd had a reason to want to change. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
You and them, and I guess when I say that, it's because I just see it as a package deal. I don't see one without the other. And my oldest two, obviously, that's different. You know what I'm saying?
But you don't want to tell your kids that, I mistakenly got pregnant with you, because they feel like, I was a mistake. No, you weren't planned, but you were a blessing. Or you were an accident. You weren't planned, but you weren't, mistake or accident.
I feel like I made a mistake because I was raised this way, and not to blame it on that, just the way it was and how I thought you were supposed to do. I thought you were supposed to have babies, and then you teach them how to be and what's right and wrong and all that kind of stuff. But what I didn't see was it becomes almost, you're trying to force them into being somebody instead of just letting them be who they are, and then just, try to
like he said, that's what I told Matt, that at this point, 17, it ain't for him to control, it's for him to guide. That came from Kevin.
I do regret that.
Making mistakes.
I wish I hadn't, trying to, because I'd rather my children feel like they can come to me about anything and not worry about, whether Dad's going to be disagree, don't like it, whatever, whatever their thoughts might be.
And you said that you wish you'd be calmer because it made them not feel like they could come and talk to you.
Even though I was fearsome to protect them, I just didn't realize it's still that energy, when you're that way, that's
hostile.
Still that energy around them. And even though you think you're protecting them, they are still in that same, that same scary zone for a child, which is,
right.
A parent being angry or...
Like, even I misunderstand your frustration at times. Thought it was towards me and it just the atmosphere or whatever.
Yeah, right.
So how are kids going to interpret that? They're going to interpret like
Well, I never realized it until you started talking to me about it. But I'm saying when my oldest, you know, when she, whenever, I just didn't realize. I don't know why. I can't explain it. Because I really thought I was a great daddy and, you know, was shocked.
Like, I'll just say, like, him and his ex-wife argued, and it caused her to have stomach pains, but she was anxious. He just thought it was because she was stomach pains, you know. And it should have been the argument change, you know.
It wasn't a bad environment, but, you know, stressful. Because stress can be taken as bad to a kid.
I told you today, it says that they've proven yelling and hollering is as stressful as combat on the brain.
Yeah, yelling and hollering, but I'm saying, you know, just disagreeing and arguments. Arguments in general puts them in that fight or flight mode. You know what I mean? That's scary as a kid.
It is.
Anyway.
I was listening. They were listening, I'm sure. I guess I shouldn't cook these until everything else is almost done because it's 30 minutes on that. So, thank you for hanging out with me today while I decompressed. And thank y'all for cooking with me. I'm going to get off in a little bit and do some packaging. And try to come back on. I may not, but probably won't. But I'm going to do some packages, ship them off tomorrow. Maybe I should turn these up a little bit. Well, thank you for contributing and talking. Told you I want to do a Q&A one day with you and talk.
Talking to me?
Yeah, we don't got to read the comments. I can turn them off or just do a video. I think it'd be really helpful because when people hear you now, they get to see that you're not the same way, you know, you were when we were stressed out and people talking in your ear and all that stuff.
I never, yeah.
You've never been a bad person. People just portrayed you as...
Dumb mistake. Trying to build narratives for other reasons, and then it winds up becoming who people think you are. You know what I'm saying? It's my own fault. Live and you learn, I guess.
Like I said, as parents, we're living our first life too. We're going to make mistakes as parents, as people. And just pray your kids can understand that you're living your first life too, and you're not perfect or know everything either.
More important than my kids and my family, my family, my wife, my children, you know, my extended families. Even on your side, I tried to.
Yeah, he's been the mediator between my side. I mean,
I just tried to make things right, and it all blew up in my face. Something terrible, but it wasn't because I meant for it to.
No, when you have people that play an effect in everybody's lives negatively, it's hard to do that when they're, you know. It's at least he owns his mistakes. I'm just trying to let y'all be a little bit open to us so y'all can see that I haven't prompted him. I hadn't asked him to respond. I haven't been in there coaxing him on what to say. This is just being on the fly. Ask him as I go, he responds. So, you know, how we, like he said, you couldn't if you wanted to. True. That's why it takes so long to get through to him.
That's true.
He's stubborn.
Not proud of him.
He is a good guy, and I let things bother me, and we all have trauma from other people and other things, and it's hard to take your trauma and blend trauma and all that, you know? So, it's hard to be two different people and become one. But, like I said, losing the kids is the worst thing that's ever happened to him, even over prison. Well,
100 times.
Signing his rights, you know, and having to do all this is...
100 times more, 10 million times more. I go to prison for 20 years not to have to go through this. That was a cakewalk compared to this. There ain't nothing compared to.
Don't tear up.
Not nothing.
He can't even look at pictures of the kids because it makes him upset. Makes me upset too, but... especially over providing. I mean, you're paying $1,000 something a month, paying $100 something a day to feed your kids in a hotel, and they come and take them and say that because you're not legally married and you've been supporting them since the day they were born. Besides the 3 oldest ones, he was 5, 3, and 2 when he started supporting them. He's been there every single day for 9 years. And
the same people that took him and that did all this told me what a perfect person I was. Great guy, and he was so amazing, taking care of these extra children and all this stuff. Like I said, that's why I put the stuff I put on paper. Why I say they lie. Because they did. Just that simple.
And I got it all recorded, so.
And I told them that. I told them they lied. They don't guess they saw.
No, they act like they can't hear it. Like, we just lie, and they removed them for other reasons, not because we weren't married across state lines and I had a ticket. It was because we were neglectful and abuseful and on rugs. Turn what really is the truth into negative. That's a lot, girl. We have a main page. It's LILSTAR92. That kind of shows everything on that. But I need all these eyes to work like the main eye does. You hear me?
Yeah.
I said I need all these eyes to work like that double eye does.
No.
Heck, everything I put on it's done in like a few minutes. Oh, I found a lid for the other squash. Okay. Let me see if I can find a lid for potatoes. But honestly though, honey, if this wouldn't have happened, do you think we would have changed just so our situation together would have changed? Like, you know?
Honestly, I don't know.
He don't know. He says we would have stayed complacent and comfortable and not made a bunch of changes as quickly as we needed, but that's taking accountability when we really, you know, we've done our best we could, but we could have made better choices on like moving and stuff like that, but
I've had good influences on me other too. These other people have been good influences on me also. It's helped me a whole lot too. But sometimes you just gotta back up, look at yourself.
is he still cleaning?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just swept and mopped the bathroom. Now
Go ahead, sorry.
he's putting up the dishes. I just told y'all if I didn't get to them, he'd be doing them.
Well, you're cooking something.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I started when I did. I thought you were going to be home later. I was going to put everything on like at 6 and let it cook slowly, but you said you're on the way, so I was like, oh. So we got squash, potatoes, more squash because the pot wasn't big enough. Here's some black-eyed peas, fresh black-eyed peas. Black-eyed peas with bacon and a little bit of butter and onion and peppers. And then this. We're going to eat on it for a few days. I make it for a couple days. I made soup on live Sunday. We ate it Sunday night, Monday. I put it in the refrigerator. We ate it Tuesday and Wednesday. And then Wednesday night, last night, he made hamburgers and fries. So this will be for a few days. We'll eat it tonight. I'll make his lunch for tomorrow. And then whatever's left over, we'll eat on tomorrow. We don't eat a lot, but I'd rather make it up and then have it for leftovers than to not have anything to eat. You know, we just don't eat a lot. He doesn't eat a lot, but if I make good meals or he makes good meals, we will. But
here is what I'm eating out. I don't eat.
Because really, unless you're going to a fresh made restaurant, everything is from Cisco, just souped up.
I just don't like it.
Unless it's made here fresh. I mean, you know, it's frozen food that they've added to.
Everybody else eats it, is always sick, skin looks rough.
He don't eat fast food.
I don't eat fast food, I don't drink alcohol, I don't do none of that stuff. Don't smoke cigarettes, don't do none of that stuff.
I've never seen him drink any, besides our first date, he drank one Long Island iced tea. After that,
Never seen me smoke a cigarette either.
no I haven't.
Because I ain't never smoked one.
People argue about his age. Yeah, he made chicken and dumplings another night. We ate it, chicken and dumplings and taco the week before, I believe. But he made them, not me. Which I make them like he does, but he actually made the dumplings that night and the tacos. They said fix chicken and dumplings one night.
Okay.
Told you they wanted you to. And that strawberry cakes. And he was like, please make a recipe for that so I can make it for my aunt.
That was good.
It was.
That's the first time I ever made it.
Yeah, it was. It was good.
First and only.
Yep, you haven't made it since. How's baby? Good?
Excuse me.
I don't know. I hadn't checked on him today. I felt him move this morning, but I hadn't checked on him. I made barbecue chicken, mashed potatoes, gravy, sweet corn, and crescent rolls. That sounds good. It's like the meals I used to make when the kids were with us. We ain't made barbecue chicken in a long time. Kevin's barbecue chicken is great. Yep. Told him about you getting the cucumbers and it remembered that you got them for Natty because that's her favorite. And then we get home and...
Yep. I ate 4 of them.
Good. I saw them. I saw you the other night.
Got them.
Cut them.
That's how I know they were real. They really come out of the garden like he says. I mean, you know, like a local garden.
I have a Doppler.
Because if you buy them at the store, you can leave them in there and they don't never do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Fruit's the same way.
they do.
And how come bread don't mold no more? Have you noticed that? I found some bread behind the microwave. I don't know how long that was back there. It
Yeah.
was hard, but it did not mold.
A couple of years ago, it would have molded.
You know, bread used to, you leave it out for a second and it molds.
I'll do it real quick. It just takes me a minute to find him, and then it don't take me a minute to find him. It takes me a minute to get the Doppler, like him actually on the Doppler strong. And then to wipe it all off. To lay down, you know. Nasty, right. It's fake, it's not real. That's exactly what it is, you're right. Let me see. Where's the gel? I got it on my pants the other day. Which don't matter, but let's see. I'm waiting for my insurance to kick in. Okie dokie. Where are you, booger? That's me moving it. That was him, but I'm trying to get on his heartbeat. Stronger heartbeat. There we go. He's okay. There you go, he's fine. Thank you. That light pulsating you hear is sometimes the placenta, so, but y'all heard him, he's okay. That front squash is done. I want to eat it already. Good. Peas ones are taking forever. Don't know why. Put them on early. How would you cook these? Oven, air fryer, fryer, or pan fry? Oven. Says preferred method. Alright. Oh, I don't have one. I don't have a bump, do I? I don't. No bump. I'll have you help me with potatoes. I can't find a lid for it. I don't know why. This one fits that one. Oh, it's okay. It'll do fine, I guess, without it. Not much on one. No, I haven't. I figured I would about 30 weeks. That way I know what I bought. If anybody else has gifted us, I know what they bought. And then it'll just be whatever like is left. I hate to make a list because when I make a list, yeah, I know. When I make a list, I have to make it to where the haters can't clear my wish list. And if I put, let's say, a bassinet on there, and 2 people buy the same bassinet, I would feel bad. So I figure once I got about 30 weeks, I will. And then I'll know what I kind of lack. Because I'm afraid that they'll empty my wish list and I won't be able to, nobody be able to buy anything, but also, it's hard for me to pick out, if I'm being honest. You can ask Kevin. Do I like shopping? No, I don't like shopping. And so when people send me stuff for baby boy, I'm so happy about it because they chose it. And like they went out of their way to go to the store and pick for him. When I choose it, I sit and review reviews and price differences. Grandma Billy can tell you, I hate shopping. I hate shopping. Unless I can turn it around, like food, cooking it for my family, or like crafting, turn it around, making money. I just don't have the thought of like, oh, I like that, or I don't like that. So I ain't asking anybody to send us anything. I'm saying if you do send us stuff, I greatly appreciate. I will always remember who sends me stuff because it registers in my brain. Oh, Miss Mommy of 3 sent me this because you went out and chose it yourself, or it was used. I prefer used stuff. I prefer it over new any day. No, I don't have a bassinet. All I have is a DockATot, a DockATot, a boppy pillow. He got his first blanket and his first teddy bear. And then I had a friend, a follower, send us a box full of stuff that she had chosen for him. And that's on my main page where me and him both unbox it. So I would rather have used than new. And if people gift me stuff, I promise to gift it to somebody else when I'm done. With Neelan and Trustin, we really had more used stuff than we did new. We had godfathers and family who bought stuff, and we bought a little bit of stuff, but most of it was like a used car seat and stroller, a used pack and play. Because you can get great stuff still in great shape that's used. I've got a friend that's having a baby, had a baby yesterday, and I told her, I said, if you sell any of your stuff, let me know afterwards. And if I don't have it yet, I'll buy it from you. So. And I can't even get into all she sent because there's so much. She sent socks, she sent teethers, she sent bottles, she sent blankets, little blankets, big blankets. She sent pacifiers, spoons. She sent, it's so much stuff that I can't even really go over all of it because it's so much stuff. But it's on my main page if anybody wants to see it. Washcloths, yep, y'all are right. Clothes. She sent me 2 gowns and a gown and 2 shirts. So I really appreciate if anybody, even if you go out and it's used, teethers, if you go out and it's used, I appreciate it because you went out and chose it. You thought of Leighton when you picked it out. And to me, if I make the wish list, it's just coming from the Amazon. It's just coming from the warehouse. I chose it. You went there and purchased it. Now, I appreciate both. But to me, it just is something different about someone going out, thinking of you and your child, and choosing on their own for him or for you. And every time people have sent me stuff, either used or new, I remember who it is. I am saving his Amazon receipts. I am saving letters that come to me. If there's gifts that come and it has letters in it, I'm saving it so I can put it in him a book. Hopefully like a memory book. Halfway tomorrow. That seems unbelievable. Hello, thank you. Hello. Please taking forever. What they're gonna be done or not by the time everything else is done. Maybe I should just let them keep boiling. Put the lid back on them. That might help. Alright, lovies, I got this upper on so I could do my packages. If I don't get packaging done tonight, if you do not get a tracking number tonight, it will be in the morning and your package will be sent by tomorrow afternoon whenever the post office closes. But I'm going to try to do tonight, that way I can just take them tomorrow. says she has some new stuff also that's going to be posted. Thanks. Not done yet. Fresh peas, fresh squash, mashed potatoes, and chicken fried steak. Let's see. I think I should wait on until the peas are a little closer.
Yeah.
Are you in a hurry to eat?
No.
Okay. This is 30 minutes, and I'd rather have everything done and then wait on it, wouldn't you? Keep it all warm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well-
I'll put it back up there then.
Okay.
Alright guys, I'm just gonna get off. I'll try to get back on. I'm not promising I will. If I don't get back on tonight, it'll be in the morning. And like I said, if you're due a package, you will get a tracking number tonight or tomorrow, and they'll be sent tomorrow. I'm gonna get off and talk with him because I hadn't spent any time with him since he came home. I've been online. Girl, I cleaned house, and me cleaning the intake vent broke my nail off. Oh Lordy, I will, girlie, I will. I'll check it. I don't know where it's at. I don't even know what to do with it. So, I'm gonna let this phone charge. I may not come back on tonight. Probably won't, but I will try. I'm not gonna promise anything though.
Stranger things?
He said stranger things have happened. You're so silly. Tomorrow's Friday. Alrighty, alrighty. Oh, I'll try. I'm gonna try to come back on package, but may not. Well, thank y'all for spending the day with me and letting me conversate, though it was the same thing over and over and over again. I do appreciate it. Keep us in your prayers. And I will be back tonight or tomorrow.
Business down there, alarm's going off.
Really? That's strange. Don't never go off. Oh, it's not done yet. I'm gonna get off and talk with Kevin and just try to have a few moments together. And then if I come back on, I'll try. Well, thank y'all. Probably won't make cornbread, but I got the Steve's cornbread over here, but so good. So good. Sauteed squash with onions, supposedly out of a garden, came from a farm stand. And then fresh black-eyed peas from the farm stand, mashed potatoes and country fried steak. So, sauteed squash and onions, mashed potatoes, fresh peas, and country fried steak. Goodness. I'm just afraid we won't eat I'll ask him. Once everything gets closer down, I'll ask him. I bought it from our chili. Bought it for our soup. One day soon, we're going to make some chili, though. We've talked about it. I might make it this next week. We'll go this weekend and buy our food for the week like we did this past week. And it really was helpful. We went out to eat. It'd been $50, and we spent $135 at Walmart, and it fed us the whole week. And we got a few things we needed for the house, and so. And it was much more better for me and him both to go because he said, I would have never picked the stuff out that you did, but I'm happy and excited about it. Like I said, I made soup Sunday. We ate soup Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, and then yesterday he made burgers and fries, and then today I'm making this. The soup's still left over. It's going to be frozen, and we'll eat on this for a few days, probably tomorrow, maybe Saturday. Go do our shopping and then schedule for the next week. So, but it sounds good. I think it's going to be good. I hadn't cooked squash and peas in a very long time, or mashed potatoes, so hoping they don't turn soupy. So I've been checking them. Thank you, me too. I'm not letting things go unknown, but it'll come a time when it's all taken care of, I promise. Alright guys, I will get back on later. A little bit later. Or tomorrow, probably. If I don't get back on tonight, I'm sorry. It'll be tomorrow. So. I will. Bye. Is your name Delia? I like that. That's pretty. Delia. I like it. Thank you guys. I don't think it's going to be done for another like 30 minutes. The potatoes are, like we said, I'm going to wait until everything gets almost right done, perfect. Then I'm going to put the country fried steak in. That way everything's already done and then I can eat it, you know. You just put them in the oven. You just stick them in the oven. So, I'll try to make a video when it's done and post it and just check out for that. I need to get into making videos while I cook and not go live, or be making videos with my other phone while I go live, but I just get so sidetracked that I don't. Those came from Walmart, the center aisle, I believe, like in the middle freezers in the meat section. That's where it came from. I'm sure you could get it other places. So.